mentioning it.
I don't get it. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Speak English!
Comes from the earth. You grind it up and put it in our bongs with some water at the bottom.
You know what we call that, man? We call that water bong water when it's in our bong.
What?
It's green.
You already said that, God.
Ventalamo, what the fuck are they talking about?
I'll explain it on the way. Let's go. Have fun, gentlemen.
Gentlemen. Oh yeah, gentlemen. I'm a human man who is rather gentle in nature. Ventalamo and Hammerswinger exit through Stretch's front door, which is made of beads. And then Malamar says, "Do you think they noticed?"
Notice what?
Oh, man, that I'm a dragon, man.
Stretch takes a 15-second bong rip while maintaining eye contact with Malamar. You're a dragon?
Yeah, man.
Ah, shit. I forgot.
When did you first figure out that I was in disguise, Stretch? Like, did you use your shamanic magic?
When you fall asleep, you turn to a dragon. You knock down a bunch of furniture and shit because you grow like 10 times in size. Also, you snore and a little fire comes out.
Oh, fuck, man. Really? I thought I was keeping it under wraps all this time.
Yeah, and you get high a lot. And you just fall asleep multiple times a day.
Oh, fuck, man. What the fuck?
Damn.
Malamar grabs the bong and takes a 15-second bong rip like...
Ooh, easy now.
I can handle it, man.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sleeping?
No! There is a cacophony of crashing noises as Malamar falls asleep and expands to 10 times his size in Stretch's hut.
I'm going to put on a 33 RPM vinyl record of my favorite psychedelic bard band where they jam out and play their songs for a very, very long time.
Interior throne room. King Bastard is furious and throwing a baby fit in front of his entire court, who silently watch as he berates his right-handed advisor, Creaser.
Please bring me a baby to throw. I'm in a fit. You mean to tell me, Creaser, that the Hammer Swinger has betrayed the Adventurers Guild orders? He refuses to murder any more peasants?
That's right, sir. He just sent us a pigeon. Well, half right. He's been killing them on accident because they're so weak and evolutionarily speaking, probably should not be alive in the first place.
You mean to tell me that thousands of peasants couldn't muster the ability to overwhelm the Hammer Swinger? You really think I believe my shit-eating, piss-soaking, pig shit fungus-infected subjects can't take one single man into manacles and deliver him to me? I should cut your disgusting little cock off right here and now for this. I really should. I should feed your slimy dog dick for summer to myself. Oh, yes!
My lord, I beg you not to cut off my disgusting little cock and feed it to me right now in front of us like a little slimy dog dick for supper. We expected less resistance from the Hammer Swinger. Your beautiful face must not twist into such hatred, lest you look like a lizard. Please.
Fuck. Cock. Fucking fucker. Ass fucker. Piss! You fucking shit. Ass. Fuck. This is a fucking nightmare. Creaser! You've delivered me a shit-covered turd from a dog's ass and pissed on it for me. Yes! You fucked me entirely and I want to vomit! I want to spew out my lamprey lunch, you fucker! I hate the shit you give me. Shit news! You are a cock and your brain is an infinite shit. It's an infant shit! Fix it! Fix all of it! Or you'll see my true wrath. Oh, indeed you will.
Of course, my king, my brain is infant shit, my king. Of course, our men are already on it, the best there is. Worry not your sweet head, my sweet tender doll. Soon this nightmare will be over.
Two subjects, Leg and Mustard, enter the throne room to farty sousaphone music. They are dumb and weird, though they think they are strong and cool. Leg is a mountain of meat, about 7 feet tall and 450 pounds of straight muscle. Mustard is tiny and creepy, walks hunched over at all times. He has one eyebrow constantly raised and speaks in mumbled, quiet fragments. Leg comes in and starts farting from his gross butt covered in warts and hair. Mustard sniffs really hard on the butt and cackles, then licks his lips in satisfaction from smelling Leg's shitty fart. And King Bastard says,
Mustard, Leg, you are two of the most vile and contemptible assassins this side of the Mississippi, which is a river that lies beyond the Griffin's Keep in the western hinterlands. Now, your mission is simple. Bring me the head of the hammer swinger. Alive or dead, it does not matter.
So now this is Mustard here.
Yes, Master King, sir. Your secret is safe with us.
Were you listening to a word Your Highness was saying? You contemptible abomination.
Okay. Yes, sir. Bring me the head of the hammer swinger. Yes, sir.
Are you directing the king to bring Hammer Swinger's head to you, or are you saying that you will bring it to him?
No, Creaser, no need to worry about the details, sir. You leave the details to me and Mustard here.
Very good, Godspeed. I beg you, go and make haste in the blessings of the king's crown. You'll be drinking piss from a rat's tit, and the sewers of Mount... someplace nasty.
Exterior swamp, daytime. Hammer Swinger and Ventalamo walk through the swamp on their way back to the bar.
I'm so fucking tired of killing all these peasants. It's not even sport. How I long to murder a worthy monster. Something made of,
It's sport that you seek? Might we play the old punching bag game?
Nathara! My forlorn friend slash rival slash crush who has always beat my tiny little red chimp ass like the turd I am. Is it written in our stars that we fight again?
Dude, we are not in love. I'm a hunter killer, not someone who kills hunters or hunts killers, but someone who hunts and kills. Why do I always have to explain this? Also, what the fuck is wrong with you? I would never date someone like you. Because you're a sick little bitch with tiny grape nuts for testicles. You're a gross, stinky pervert, and I'm destined to punch your tiny grape nuts into cornmeal, if you catch my drift.
Well, wow, when you put it like that, you're right. I guess I am a sick little bitch with tiny grape nuts for testicles. Must we fight, however? I long to sit with thee under a grape nut tree, which conspicuously grows tiny grape nuts, much like my own tiny grape nut testicles, that are weird and little and shriveled and lame, and maybe suckle on your teeny pinky toe.
You're a freak weirdo. I'm gonna turn your ass into grass, or more specifically, your tiny grape nuts to cornmeal. Here I come, you sick little bitch.
Darling, must we?
Nathara slides underneath Hammer Swinger and does the splits. She then immediately starts laying into Hammer Swinger's sickly nuts like a punching bag, expertly striking the gross grape nut-like genitals with extreme ferocity and punishing rhythm.
Oh no! Oof! Oof! Oh, shit! Fuck! Ah! My balls! Damn! Wow! Oh, that fucking sucks! Fuck! Shit! They're basically cornmeal now! You weren't joking! My little grape nuts are destroyed! Fuck! Please stop! Oh! Ooh! Oh! Ah! Ah! Oh! Fucking shitballs! I feel you should take some responsibility for the way that my nuts are, considering you insult them, but you're constantly pounding them! Fuck!
Ventalamo stands and watches from the side, shaking her head. The attacks continue for about 10 minutes. Hammerswinger falls over, holding his groin comically, as if something that a cartoon might do. Then a bee lands on his nose, and it stings him there, and his eyes cross.
That'll do for now.
Addressing Ventalamo.
Hey, why are you traveling with this sick little bitch weirdo stink ass?
Well, I'm a foreign exchange student from Sildemur. Somehow I got stuck following this poorly realized character around. He really seems to lack any believable motivation or drive. It's almost like 4 drunk dudes just sat around writing this shit out with no plan or goal in mind.
That sounds about right. Well, I have to say that you seem like the best character. I mean, you're easily my favorite.
Hey, I was actually thinking the same thing about you.
All right, I have to go now. Bye.
Exterior. It's the village of Nutfog. Daytime. Mustard and Leg arrive in the village. Leg loudly farts again, and Mustard inhales deeply and begins cackling and twirling his knife.
Well. Love, here we are. The famous Nutfog, the town of Brown, the pisshole of yore. Wanker Magazine's blue ribbon winning best vacation destination 6 years running.
Right. I feel like a proper drink then. He loudly belches and smacks his oddly muscular gut. I feel like a drink and some meat.
Yes. Well, I've got a mind for some snatch myself. Oh, yes. A real mix is what little mustard needs. I want to get a new kind of wool on my yard.
Well then, let's head to the pub and make some messes, eh? Both look at each other with shit-eating grins and begin to stride arm in arm down the street, past carts and donkeys and market fronts, toward the pub, as the opening riff of Back in Black by AC/DC plays. Exterior daytime, village of Nutfog once again. Hammerswinger and Ventalamo walk down a street that's entirely covered in peasant corpses, so much that they don't even touch the ground when they walk. Some of these peasants were killed by Mustard and Leg on their way to the bar, but nearly all of them died of natural causes on account of being stupid.
Okay, you're not saying anything, so I'll say it. How fucking worthless these peasants. It's like an entire city full of Lennies of Mice and Men, but instead of rabbits, they just like stewing in filth and being even lower than worms and dirt. It's sad, isn't it, Hammerswinger? Dirt is the lowliest thing that I as an elf can think of. If you got any lowlier, it would be the earthen core of the earth. And lower than that is the dragon who lives there. His name is Sparky, and he puts all the lava in the world's volcanoes. And these peasants are even lowlier than him. Just shit. Human shit and piss. You know what? Actually, now I kind of see why they're so obsessed with their bodily functions. Because they have nothing else. Disgusting. I hate them. I want to hurt and kill them.
But, like, that's the thing, right? Like, gets real boring hunting and killing them because they can't even fight back. It's like, it's just, okay, it's better to not let your anger get a hold of you. Let's simply unwind at the local tavern with a nice princess swish or 2 or 10 of them.
Hammerswinger kicks open the saloon doors, and 2 peasants on either side immediately die. Oi, welcome to Nutfog, where the piss is shit.
I was just here, like a fucking, like a couple hours ago. So just, can you get out of my way so you don't die on accident? I just want to drink some beers.
What happens when you take the L out of pleasant?
Peasant?
Right! It weren't anything but!
Okay, great. Anyway, looks like the bar's full. Oh, wait. Never mind. 2 peasants just bumped their heads and instantly died, freeing up their seats.
Hammerswinger and Ventalamo take seats directly next to Mustard and Leg at the bar.
You there! Ain't you the hammer swinger?
I think he is.
I think he is this hammer swinger.
This Princess Swish hits the spot.
It's the beer drinker's light beer.
It's a bold taste, but it finishes clean.
And it never lets you down.
Quite nice on a day like today.
Hey, is that there the notorious warrior known for swinging his hammer?
He's got a hammer on his back, don't he?
Oh, that he does, my wee friend. You got a keen eye, don't you?
He seems like the type who can swing a hammer.
Yeah, you guys know I can hear you, right? Like I can hear you talking about me. You're sitting right next to me. And you guys are yelling.
Oi! Hey! Are you the hammer swinger?
I think he is.
Well, I fought with me hands, but Mustard, you don't fight with your hands. Maybe you ought to take out those big old steak knives of yours and carve Hammer Swinger a new asshole to shit out of instead of his pre-existing asshole, what he done had since birth.
I like the sound of that. I quite like it.
Well, what say you, Hammer Swinger? It's lights out for you, innit?
All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom to pee out of my dick. Watch my seat, Velamo.
The bar is tightly packed with peasants, and as Hammerswinger gets up to go to the bathroom, he bumps his stool just a little and it falls over. It hits Leg's stool, who dies instantly, and his stool hits Mustard's stool, who also dies instantly, and then there's a chain reaction of bar stools and peasants across the whole bar, where each peasant is basically knocking over the next peasant next to them, kind of like dominoes, and each of them just dies instantly in a puff of dust. And in about 30 seconds, just like bam, 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 only Hammer Swinger is standing and Ventilamo is just sitting there sipping her beer. She finishes the can, then she tosses a gold coin on the counter, and the two of them walk out. And everyone else is just dead. Like domino idiots. Alright. Interior throne room, daytime. King Bastard is sitting on his throne room. Wait, let me just redo that. Well, he's sitting on his throne room, apparently, jacking off in his court while post rock plays in the background. Creaser enters.
He's just jacking off for the whole court, and they have to watch fucking King suck.
My liege, it seems that Mustard and Leg have failed you. They were reportedly turned into oatmeal by Hammerswinger. It's also reported that Hammerswinger's little grape nuts were turned into cornmeal. That's kind of beside the point because he still managed to massacre Mustard and Leg.
Fuck! Piss chug! Shit in my oblong balls! Oh! I'm such a nasty ass fuck! Boner chucker!
I believe it goes without saying that the dwarf still lives. He also seems to be gaining quite a bit of money and power since he figured out that the peasants really like drinking piss. We believe he is just pissing into glasses now and selling it, and it seems that they love the shit.
Butt fuck! Hairy red balls! Shit! Shite! Shitty shite! I'm nasty! Damn! Fuck! Wait, what was that? I was busy being nasty! I'm a nasty man!
To summarize, your greatest assassins are dead and the dwarf still lives.
King Bastard stops jacking off and groans loudly, but not in the good way. No, 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 no! No, 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 no! He throws down his crown and starts stomping it until it's flat. No, 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 no! A servant approaches and puts a fresh crown on his head.
Sir, if you really wish the dwarf to die, might I suggest we send in a company of soldiers? Not Fog is but a wee village. We should be able to lay siege to it and kill all those involved.
No, no, no. We send in everything we have. The cavalry, the infantry, the pikemen, the pickmen, the griffin riders, the orcs, the gnolls, the trolls, the foes, the dragons. We do have dragons, do we not?
No, sir. There is but one dragon left in the realm, and Malamar, the dragon, seems to have, sided with the hammer swinger and the elf.
Fuck! That is so not nasty. I'm nasty. They are not nasty. I am a nasty man. Send all of your greatest assassins while we prepare the troops.
Creaser puts his hands into his pockets.
Well, be seeing you.
After an extremely lengthy pause, Creaser exits, hands still in pockets. Interior, office of Rupert the Nonce, who is the mayor. A desk full of stacks of papers sits in the middle of the room. Many papers cover the floor with a lot of stains as well. Rupert the Nonce, the mayor of Nutfog, is dictating to Poindexter the Ape his new decree. Poindexter is the only person in Nutfog who can read and write. But by person, we mean ape, because none of the people can read or write.
No, 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 no! You nut-eating pox-covered beast! I may not be able to read, but even I know how many times you've written this. That says that banana! For the last stick of time, there ain't no bloody bananas in Nutfog. There is piss and shite and mud. And that's it. You write banana one more time, and I'll be making that monkey brain of yours into piss. We're a team, you and I, Poindexter. You're a famous ape around here. You can read and write, and that's why we keep you around. We let you eat all the bugs and mud, and we let you smell your poop as you sit on a branch. When you smell the poop, you fall backwards off the branch, and everyone laughs. We really need you to focus, Poindexter. We need you to send a letter to the king so that he stops sending assassins to town to kill the big guy with that hammer, or the dwarf who makes our lemonade. Are you rotting? Stop rotting! You're picking at your butt. Wait, what do you have there, a turd? Oh shit! Don't smell it, Poindexter. Poindexter! Poindexter! You're sitting quite high up on that stool. You know what you know what happens, Poindexter? Oh, there he goes. Oh. You dropped a turd on the paper and it turned to shite. Oh my, that turd smells like puke and it makes me want to piss on my fucking nuts!
4 peasants are standing around talking right outside of Rupert's window.
Well, that really puts the piss in the shit.
No, it puts the shit in the piss, isn't it?
No, it's piss and shit.
I'll fucking kill you, that's what I'll fucking do!
Let's all try to kill each other!
Me knob looks like a turd.
They all begin to brawl in the middle of the street, causing a large dust cloud to emerge with limbs swinging out in all directions. Rupert the Nonce arrives on the scene.
Alright, break it up. Ain't nobody here dumber than me. I'm the dumbest of them all. Break it up!
Oi, old Rupert is up on his high chair, talking about how he's the shit's piss. Maybe I'm dumber than you. Maybe I'll piss on your shit, mate. Hey, fuck off!
Me arse is me mate. I'm the dumbest of them all. I got nettles in me bollocks. Who of you have nettles in me bollocks?
Oi! Oh, Rupert's right! I ain't got no nails in his bollocks!
I got me tonsure from his donkey. He bit off me head. I nearly died when he did it. I fancy I'm blessed by some divine favor of sorts. Yeah, that's right. I'm a proper gem, I am.
Oh, shut up, you wispy croak. I'm the mayor of this here town. Me shit smells like shot, and me eyes go more in than an arsehole. And another thing else, I'm a slut to be sure. I'm discussing with myself.
A square man wielding a battle axe arrives on the scene. He is shaped like an elderly Israeli man and has a soul patch.
You rare peasants, have you seen a man who wields a hammer, who travels with an elf? My name is Chrono Sincere, and I am incredibly upfront with information. King Buster has sent me here several other assassins to kill the hammer swinger on account of him not killing the last monster, the dwarf.
A man wearing blue robes and a tall pointy hat covered in stars and moons arrives on the scene. His name is Master Caster.
It is I, Master Caster. Prepare to be casted upon. I have arrived here to kill the swinger of hammers. I will now use my magic.
He claps his hands and several brooms come to life, marching around him.
Yes, that is right. I can bring brooms to life. This is my power. Prepare yourself. Pray to your gods. He who laid eyes upon me, the Master Caster.
A very short man with red hair wearing a Celtics jersey and no pants or underwear arrives on the scene. His name is Blarney Stone.
Top of the evening to ya. My name is Blarney Stone. I'm gonna slam the Blarney Stone on your head. Oh, the Blarney Stone. How me pa and ma would take me down to it as a wee lad. and tell me to kiss it. Oh, the Blarney Stone, which I'm named after. Oh, the Blarney Stone, which I now hold above me head, and I'm gonna make you kiss it. I'm gonna make you kiss it. I'm gonna kill the hammer swinger. At least I think that's my motivation.
The peasants and Rupert the nonce stare blankly at the three assassins. Rupert gazes upon the scene without a single thought in his head.
Oi! What's all this then? You think you're the cunt's arse, don't you? Well, that's me. Nothing else. I'm me best mate. I'm me own bird. I'm all there is.
He jabs his chest 3 times with his thumbs aggressively. Hammerswinger and Ventalamo conveniently stroll down the road, running into the scene.
It seems as though there are some unruly types up ahead of us causing some trouble.
Do you think Nathar and I would make a cute couple? I mean...
Hammerswinger trips on a small rock in the road, releasing his hammer into the air.
Ah, fuck!
The giant hammer flies into the air and bounces across all 3 assassins' heads, turning them all into accordions bouncing up and down.
Oh, come on!
They're all dead as shit.
Oh, come on!
I have to say, for someone who is tired of killing, you're incredibly good at it. I mean, you're stacking bodies like dollars, if you know what I mean. Have you even purposefully murdered anyone yet?
Well, you know, not yet. Yeah, I mean, not yet. I mean, fuck. I mean, you're right. I'm super good at killing, but Christ, I haven't even fucking swung my hammer purposefully once today.
And that's your name. It's as though death sits on your shoulder, not unlike an angel or a devil. You are cursed, Hammerswinger. Cursed to murder these dipshit peasants and assassins. We cannot shake off the shackles of fate. And yet you seem to be fated to bring swift death to these horrible NPCs, which they clearly deserve for being blank canvas weirdo freaks.
As Ventalamo talks, 2 gorgeous, blonde, bloodthirsty assassin boys in sailor suits come skipping forward, menacingly, hands entwined.
All around the mulberry bush, the monkey chases a weasel. We're really nasty children. We're actually all about 32.
Suddenly, they trip and fall and explode, and they are done with for good. After all of these assassins die, Nathara shows up in the bloody streets.
Oh, Nathara! Oh, my sweet flower blooming upon the dunes. For in the heat of the desert night, there is but one flower guiding my wandering soul to the place where it needs to go, which is the flower, which is on the dune. But it's a metaphor for you, which is what I need. In the luscious moonlight, oh, how I have waited a million moments for this moment to arrive. And I'll wait a million more to feel your honeysuckle kisses upon my thirsting tongue.
Okay, fucking stop. I don't know why you think that we belong together. You're big and gross and you stink like turds. I just heard that everyone is trying to kill you, but I want to prove that I'm the only one who can fuck up your shitty chicken nuggets.
My darling, we don't have to.
She slides under his legs, does the splits, and starts punching his nuts relentlessly.
Fuck! Shit! Dog turd! Fuck! Oof! My corn nuts! Ow, my briny little olives! Damn! Damn! You're really hurting my stupid soft-boiled eggs! Fuck ass butt!
A figure in full black studded leather armor covered in knives emerges from the shadows. His name is Ostelor.
My name is Artesalor, the Skin Blade, and you're about to become a brand new cloak in His Majesty the King.
Immediately when Ostesalor finishes speaking, a loud thwip is heard and an arrow appears between his eyes. Hammerswinger looks over at the elf, who gives him a wink that twinkles, though he is still getting his nuts pulverized by Nathara.
Hey, nice shot, Velamo. Oh, my little raisins! Fuck! Ow! Shit, you're really laying into my beans. Damn! Fuck!
Alright, I think you've had enough. Don't forget that I can fuck your shitty jiggleberries up whenever I want. But we are not a thing. Alright, well, I guess I'll see you later.
A woman clad in black with a pointy hat walks out of a nearby alley. She's got the moon in her eyes and is named Witchy Woman.
It's me, Witchy Woman. I just got here from the Hotel California. I'm here to...
Nathara decapitates the Witchy Woman on her way out. Alright, interior, night, in the hut of Stretch the Shaman. Hammerswinger and Ventalamo enter through Stretch's beaded doorway. Hammerswinger is covered in blood and a bunch of guts. They both look exhausted. Stretch immediately taps a sleeping Malamar, who is a large dragon, on account of he is asleep. He wakes up and changes into a man. Hey, Dave's not here, man. But seriously, what's up? You look like shit. Did you kill some more humans like me?
Yeah, not on purpose, man. I didn't, I never even used my hammer. Mostly people just walk up to me and die in some kind of wacky circumstance. But all the other adventurers have speeches. Is that new? Do they teach you guys that?
Oh, not really. A lot of people have speeches, I guess, but they never really tell you to or give a class on it. But I remember a lot of people at the Adventurers Academy practicing their speeches more so than training with any weapons or anything. People would go out to the quad and practice different types of speeches. They would have introductory speeches, speeches for someone who they are about to kill, speeches for if they were the bad guy too, even though I think we are supposed to be the good guys, right? Like heroes killing monsters and stuff?
Maybe you guys should take a load off and chill. You need rest. We're about to get into some wacky wizard kush. You put it in your lungs and it makes you feel good. You get hungry, a little tired, but mostly you're just so mellow and chill. You grind it up in my new grinder. It was like $100. And it's got a picture of Tasmanian Devil on it. It's got these psychedelic patterns on it that are cool to look at when you are on the stuff that you grind up in it.
What the fuck are you talking about? Stop being so cryptic. Seriously, what is it? Are you guys talking about some kind of shaman spell?
It's not a spell, man, but it is magic.
What the fuck is going on? What the fuck are you guys talking about? Do you know what they're talking about? You're a cool young elf. Surely you understand this cryptic slang.
Yeah, I get it.
What is it?
I don't think they want me to say because they aren't saying it. They're being kind of cute and smiling like it's the only joke that they get. I get it, but I feel like if I tell you, then I'm kind of ruining their, cute game. However, they appear to be smoking it in front of you, so I'm not sure why you don't get it. Maybe this is a game that you and Stretch play? I don't know. I'm the newest one here.
Oh, it's green, man.
Just chill, Hammer Swinger. It's fine.
No, it's not fucking fine. I'm sick of killing peasants, killing guys. I just want to stop killing guys. I want to understand what my friends are saying. I'm fucking sick of it. Maybe I don't want to kill people in one hit. I'm sick of being surrounded by fucking reckless 1 HP morons who don't have bones. And they pop like zits when they even look at my hammer. Like, am I the fucking bad guy? Like, am I evil? I used to be somebody.
Hey, Hammer Swinger. I know how you feel. As an elf, I've always felt
Come on,
seriously, Ventalamo, not right now.
We're not doing his thing right now, Ventalamo.
I'm pontificating. I'm struggling through something right here.
Seriously, we only have time for like one thing at a time right now.
Read the fucking rune, Ventalamo.
Sorry, I just thought that, people relate to other people's struggles when they themselves are, struggling.
No, they fucking don't, man. As a person, you could take that from me.
It's actually just fucking exhausting.
Okay, I'm sorry, fine, I won't bring it up.
It's fine. It's okay.
Well, you can keep pontificating if you want, ruminating, reflecting.
No, you kind of killed the mood.
You shit on the mood, honestly. I don't usually say this, but that was a dumbass move.
Well, that's not necessary.
All right, whatever.
You're a fucking dragon, by the way. We all know that you are literally a fucking dragon.
Malamar begins coughing on his bong.
All right, that's enough out of everyone. We need to settle down. We need to just relax and get some sleep.
How could you tell that I was a dragon, by the way?
You still have a tail. You forgot to transform your 6-foot-long dragon tail. Also, when you breathe fire when you sneeze. Also, you keep referring to yourself as a human, which casts a lot more suspicion on you. Because humans typically don't constantly talk about how human they are.
All right, well, to your credit, that's a good tip.
Wait, hold on. Wait. You're a fucking dragon?
Let me get the futon for you, man. We should probably hose those guts off.
The gang all settles down to sleep in Stretch's hut. Soon, Malamar turns back into a dragon and pushes Hammerswinger and Ventalamo up against the wall. Exterior morning. Some number of miles or kilometers, whichever one they use in this kingdom, outside of Nutfog, King Bastard rides upon a throne of gold, which is perched upon the back of a smoking beast, a tyrannical hellspawn with claws of diamond and hulking black wings. But upon further inspection, the beast is just a flock of about 150 peasants who are so stinky that their stink lines are floating up and giving the appearance of being a big beast.
Curse these fuck spawn shitters. I'm going to jack off on the ashes of Nutfog. That's because I'm so freaking nasty. I'm going to put my big palm mitt on my greasy little lizard, then stroke it until it spews. I call my hand a pussy because it feels better than a cut. Ay, wooga. Nash, nash, nash. I gnash my nasty yellow teeth at you fucking louts. I am the king of you slugs, you underside asswipes. Mine is mine and I am me. I am going to kill you fucking bugs. I will have a big bug breakfast. I will be Bug King. I am the beetle bastard and I am the king bastard. Now, let us go and descend upon man and woman. But let's be honest, mostly just men of the town that kill.
Sir, all your minions and warriors stand by your side, ready to do the thing that you set them out to do.
Excellent! Go warriors! Go slashers! Go dancer and dasher! Onward killers! Send forth the roughhouses! I got an army of dumbasses, yeah man! Perverts, wizards, swashbucklers, cutthroats, witches and warlocks, suckers and bitches and sluts! I got some soothsayers, pirates, fingers and fuckers, just generally bad guys, if you get me. We don't have any monsters left, so what we have it is an assortment of bad guys. I'm nasty.
That's right, sir. You are quite nasty. However, I do think perhaps it would benefit us to rethink our strategy in killing the hammer swinger.
What? Nasty knave! Little fuck, what do we need to change? My strategy is perfect. We send them all in towards the hammer swinger, one at a time. It is brilliant.
Well, sir, I thought perhaps maybe we send all of our forces in at once instead of sending them in one at a time.
Sorry, Squire, I didn't hear your sorry ass. What with the sonorous smattering that resonates from me pounding my pod to and fro, trying to nut all over my plump little belly. I'm a little proper shit. I'm royalty. I'm full of incest blood from me as a family fucking. Repeat yourself if you like, Squire, but I'll be up on my throne making my hands suck my shit dry. Ah! I'm about to bust.
Understood, sir. Army, we march forward. Do not dilly-dally. It pleases the king greatly to watch you march, displaying your power and killing potential. Help your king not! Fly your flags of war, march strong! We head to the village of Nutfog to kill the hammer swinger and all the cross-eyed peasants. Also a dwarf if we see him. That's basically how this whole thing started, I think.
Exterior morning at Stretch's hut as the classic morning song plays, like doo 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 doo, or whatever that song is. The sun rises on Stretch's hut. The birds are chirping and the bugs are a-buzzing in the fetid bog that Stretch calls home. Rupert the Nonce approaches in a full sprint, huffing and puffing, pausing to fart and belch. His tunic and skull cap are drenched with sweat, and he has a hole in his trousers where his hole is. Maybe a turd slides out as he runs. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
Come on, bastards! We got a problem. One that can't be solved by boffing and rubbing knobs. And I'm an expert knob rubber. You know, I got a knob like a stubbed toe, and I treat like my own best mate, who is me arse.
Stretch pokes his head out of the beaded doorway.
What do you want, Rupert? Are you making your morning rounds? Trying to collect everyone's farts in a jar again? I'm sleeping right now. Go away. Go rub your knob. I'm already rubbing me own knob, governor. What do you want, man? Shit. Get your hand out of your pants when you're talking to me. No, I fucking won't. It stays there. It's always there. Alright. What do you want, man? The fucking king is here. Bucking her in about, bringing an army of proper bitches to smack around our little plum and berries, and not in a good way. They want to slash and burn the village, turning all our piss and turds into fertilizer. Also, they'll kill us, which will probably fucking hurt. Oh shit, let me get the boys.
Stretch disappears for a moment, then returns with Hammerswinger, Ventalamo, and Malamar. Malamar is completely naked in his human form.
Malamar, what the fuck, man? Why are you naked?
Well, it's the morning.
Come on, man.
Go to your fucking dragon mode again.
Well, I got only the one set of the human clothes and they're in the wash.
Okay, so you can transform into a human, but you can't magically make clothes?
Guys, we got a lot to fucking deal with right now. I don't think we should try to figure this shit out on right now. He's naked. Can we just move on?
That's a good idea, my liege.
All right, that's fair.
I'm a cross-eyed twit. I'm a nos. Fuck! Follow me, oh powerful and smart people. People who don't die and want it. Those who have strong bones and big weapons. Oh, grandmasters, geniuses. Follow me and save my shit old village that stinks like an asparagus' piss. Bugger! My little bullock sting. I'm infected.
Fuck! God, I'm going to kill a bunch of fucking people today. Sick of this shit.
Hey, Rupert, Hammerswinger. I know how you feel. I personally never
Shut
wanted...
the fuck up!
Read the fucking room.
We got like one thing we can focus on at any given time. Can we just fucking go?
The gang heads off to the village, following Rupert the Nonce. They deftly sidestep the turds that fall out of his butt. Exterior, Nutfog Village, Shitefest Parade. The gang runs into the village square to see Shitefest is now completely underway. It appears the village peasants woke up early to get started on the festivities. There are brown streamers strung between their dead trees, and the usual muddy ground has been spiced up with a bit of corn. The peasants are very busy. They are carrying around empty boxes and bumping into each other randomly, causing the boxes to shatter on the ground into nothing, instantly evaporating. Rupert the Nonce leads the way. This is Peasant 1 speaking first, who is not addressing anyone in particular.
Welcome to Shortfest with short sticks.
All bird brains who wish to enter into the wet tunic contest, please head to the outhouse. And just to clarify, the wet
It's tuning.
the tunic contest is for blokes. I know a lot of people think that it's like the wet t-shirt contest where guys watch girls show their boobs through their shirts, but the wet
It's tuning.
the tunic contest is for ready blokes to get soggy and nasty while wearing
It's tuning.
tunics and socks, and the socks get wet too.
Rupert the Knox stumbles upon and goes past these peasants, pointing toward the single road that leads out of town. He runs like a dipshit, with his toes pointing inward, and he swings his leg outward in a manner that makes you think this guy is kind of a cross-eyed fucker.
They are just over the ridge now. They're gonna ruin Shotfest.
I think it'd be kind of appropriate if it kills all during short piss. I kind of hope they kill me good, they do. My blood would stink up the blaze, it would.
Peasant 2 walking by, talking to himself.
They kill me. Kill me. They kill me. Kill me. But we can't all die. Who would think Poindexter has bugs?
But Rupert rolled like too stupid to play him, and what's more, he seems to have disappeared.
Over the hill, an emissary appears holding the flag of Bastard Kingdom. He blows a large trumpet, and all the peasants' crossed eyes look to the mysterious figure on the ridge, and Creaser appears.
That's right, we kidnapped Poindexter. Now bring us the head of Hammer Swinger, or the ape gets it. By which I mean he gets a knife to the noggin into his brain.
You can't kill Poindexter. He writes all correspondence. He works for Rupert the North. I can't do it. I'm too stupid.
Well, who's Hammer Swinger?
Emissary, listen here. My name is Hammer Swinger. I refuse to bash in the brains of these dipshits here. I refuse to murder the dwarf, who appears to be a slightly smaller man, who serves a urine-based drink to these simpletons here. Leave these shitheads out of this. I will face your army alone.
We forgot about the dwarf army! Change of plans, kill everybody!
Well, you leave me with no choice. The whole lot of you are gonna get it.
This is Malamar. We are here as well. We are going to fight too. I assume. Am I right? I kind of assumed, right? Like, I don't think I even need to say it. All of us are going to fight against, it's probably going to be like one-on-one.
Yeah, I think we are gonna fight.
Yeah, we're gonna fight too.
Who are you guys?
I'm a dragon. I mean, fuck. I mean, haven't we spelled it out by now?
Hey, I'm a lover, not a fighter, but, well, when guys are not cool and are harsh and not my mellow, well, that's when my black magic comes in handy.
What the fuck are all of you guys talking about? I feel like none of this needs to happen right now. What the fuck is going on?
This is Creaser again.
To battle!
Creaser attempts to blow into his trumpet, but it is badly out of tune.
Oh shit! Hold on!
Creaser tinkers with the trumpet for a minute while everyone remains still.
There we go! To battle!
Creaser blows his horn and the sound of bootsteps marching beyond the ridge fills the village. The peasants react poorly and begin to run around, banging into each other and generally fucking around, knocking shit over, knocking each other into pig pens and large basins of water. Flower pots fall on their heads and the flour wilts as it rests on their head. Inexplicably, a large portion of the town wanders into a field, inexplicably, filled with rakes, and instantly they die. Hammerswinger and his crew form the front of the line. A few peasants and Rupert the Nonce prepare for battle behind them, holding a bunch of swords backwards and cutting their hands in the process. One peasant sneezes so hard that he dies. The first of the army crests over the ridge and charges into battle. They are sneering, generically evil-looking cutthroats adorned in skulls and black leather. They immediately start throwing daggers, but they are still pretty far away, and the daggers just kind of fall harmlessly to the ground.
Fuck!
A large medieval-style battle breaks out. There's no real front line or anything, just a mess of people all having one-on-one battles. Everyone is too polite to attack someone who is already engaged with another person. Hammerswinger is attacked by a large, grinning man with red eyes. He wields a battle axe and black and red armor. He has the word bastard tattooed on his forehead. Hammerswinger has not yet drawn his weapon and is defending himself with his bare hands.
Ears, motherfucker!
Hey, fuck you!
Oh yeah, how you like this?
Oh, fuck! That hurts!
It'll hurt more when you're dead.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm gonna kill you first.
Dumbass.
Shit!
Fuck! Almost got me.
Laughing during a fight to the death? Truly demented.
Ouch! Not my toes.
You sound stupid right now. Stupid enough to die.
What? That doesn't make sense.
Hammerswinger's right fist connects with the man's jaw, killing him instantly.
Another dead bitch checking into his reservation at hell.
Hammerswinger scans the battlefield. He spies Malamar in combat nearby.
How you doing, Malamar?
Malamar is in human form, still naked, but no one seems to say anything about it. He is squaring off with a man in very ornate red armor, decorated with devil's red horns and ornate curving pauldrons. Is that the right round? Pauldrons, yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, curving pauldrons. He has large plated boots that go all the way up to the knee, and the knee is covered in another demon's horn. It is very difficult for him to move around. And as he tries to bring his sword down onto Malamar, he gets stuck on his armor's own horns.
Hey, fuck, god damn it.
Yes, just a human-to-human fight. So quick rules. No using fire breath, and no flying away with your wings.
Are you a fucking dragon?
Shit! Malamar opens his mouth and completely douses the soldier in flames. He burns up and dies immediately. Nearby, Ventalamo is fighting an ugly son of a bitch with nails through his nose, like a septum piercing but with nails. And also, he has a baseball bat with a nail through it. He approaches Ventalamo.
What only, Glenn? Don't see many of us our success around here. In any case, I'm gonna kill you with my bat that has a nail in it.
The ugly son of a bitch grabs and lifts his bat, but the nail snags on the nail that's going through his nose, and he pulls his entire nose off, plus all the skin on his face.
Oh, piss! I fucked my face up with my bloody nail.
Ventalamo shoots 25 arrows into his dome and murders him right then and there, and then goes back to doing other stuff. Not far away, Stretch is doing battle with a long-haired knave holding a sword.
It would be easy for me to murder you right now, but I first want to get myself feeling a little good. Maybe smoke a little something special. So I'm going to hit this one hitter. It's full of, well, something that they won't teach you about in magic school, but I studied it a lot in my dorm room.
Oi, that's what's up, isn't it? I smoked a few in my day. You ever listen to psychedelic blues rock noodle as the Willow Wakers and follow them around the kingdom to listen to their tunes?
What? Why, yes. Have you heard the set from April 15, year 172 after Grom? At the Dragon's Den in Fremont? That's the night they got a curse put on them and they had to make all their songs really long. It's so good, man. I dubbed the tape copy if you want it.
Well, bloody hell, pass it this way, mate.
Stretch hands the long-haired knave that he was fighting his cassette tape recording of that particularly long concert, which he takes, but his finger snags the tape and he starts twirling around in it and gets wrapped up, and it goes around his neck and suffocates him and he dies.
I'm doing what I love!
Across the battlefield, Hammerswinger is determined to make this thing end here.
Hey, Rupert? Rupert the nonce?
I'm Rupert the nonce. I'm dumb as shit, and that's why I'm here, because I'm dumb as shit. I got bare pants just for shitting in. That's why I'm here.
All right, Rupert, hold the line. I'm heading to kill the fucking king, because fuck him.
Listen, I know I could be a nonce sometimes, but when it comes down to it, I will defend these people with my life.
Instantly, Rupert the Nonce is bitten in half by a donkey right down the midsection, and he instantly dies. In fact, he uses the bathroom on himself as he gets bit in half by the donkey.
Ah, shit. Venelamo, just hold the line.
I heard it. Just go, man.
Hammerswinger runs off to the ridge. Soon, he makes his way to the king, watching the battle through a very tiny pair of binoculars. As Hammerswinger approaches, the king stays focused on the battle below on his binoculars.
I knew you'd come. Oh, by the way, did you know that the guy down there is a fucking dragon?
Wait, who?
Malamar, in dragon form, flies overhead.
Wait, you're saying Stretch is a dragon? Wait, no, enough. I'm here to fucking fight you. Fuck you!
Fuck me? Fuck you! You're nothing! You're a little slug. I brought a whole army to kill your ass, and I have to do it is sit here and pull and tug on my little prick until I bust. I'm so nasty. I'm a nasty, bad little king, and my nipples are so hard they fucking hurt. And they hurt so bad that I want to cut them off. But also, I'm so nasty that I like it. And that they would look like little pepperonis. And I want to eat them after I cut them off. But I won't do that. You want to know why?
Like, because it's gross, or?
What? No! I love gross things. Have you listened to anything I've been saying?
No, I've been thinking about smoking your ass.
Looks like I'm going to have to do this myself. Prepare to get your little nuts smoked, you shithead. I'm going to kill your fucking ass, and it's going to be so easy it's funny, because I'm the man, and I'm a fucking king as well. It's honestly so fucking funny to me, and I'm just going to laugh my ass off after I cut you. I'm going to cut you like the bitch you are, and when you are dead, I'm going to take a shit on you, and I'm going to make Creasa eat the shit that I shit on top of you when you're dead!
Okay, well, I'm going to fight you now. You keep talking, so I keep waiting to fight, but I'm just letting you know that I'm going to fight you even if you keep talking. So I'm just get ready to fight right now, please.
How about them, boys?
King Bastard attempts to draw his sword, but his sword is stuck in the scabbard and he wrestles around for a minute trying to get it out. He keeps pulling and pulling, and he even tries to bite at it to get it open. Hammerswinger takes a step forward and reaches for his iconic hammer, of which he is known for swinging.
Get ready to die, piss boy. I'm going to make you smell me. You're going to love it.
Hammerswinger grips the handle of the hammer as he walks forward. 6 feet away from King Bastard, Hammerswinger releases the handle of his hammer, reaches into his pocket, and pulls out a cowboy-style 6-shooter handgun. He steadies the gun at King Bastard as he struggles, biting the scabbard, trying to unsheath his fearsome blade.
Hey, you know what they say. If you introduce a hammer in the first act, by the third act, a gun must go off.
Hammerswinger presses the gun against King Bastard and shoots him directly in the heart. The sounds of the battlefield below seem to pause, conscious somehow of the poignant moment that is taking place on the ridge above them. Even the birds stopped chirping. and no one dared to even take a breath.
You! You were the real bastard all along.
Hammer Swinger fans the hammer on his cowboy-style six-shooter gun, hitting King Bastard in the head and brain and spraying all that shit everywhere. It looks mega nasty as shit. Even when he runs out of bullets, Hammer Swinger keeps fanning the hammer to look badass. Pow, 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 pow.
Haha. I didn't say which kind of hammer.
Then, Nathara the Hunter Killer slides into the scene, doing the splits yet again, wearing brass knuckles, and goes right underneath Hammer Swinger's little nuts.
Better get those stinky plums ready, bitch.
Nathara, baby, sweetie, finally, we can run away together and...
Nathara begins to lay into his nuts with her fists once again.
Yow! Baby, not my stinky plums! Ouch! You're really laying into my clackers. Oof, fuck, ass, shit, you're pounding my dog nuts.
Pow, 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 pow.
Shit, ass, you're really showing my cojones who's boss. Fuck, my little coin purse will never be the same. Oh, damn, fuck, shit, mommy.
Hammer Swinger's nuts got treated like a punching bag, and they swelled up to 3 sizes like the Grinch's heart. Then the camera zooms in on his nuts, and the edges of the screen are turning black, but the part of the camera that remains is in a heart shape, if you know what I mean by that. Does that make sense? I don't know. The scene cuts to a spare room with but a chair, desk, and typewriter, whereupon sits Poindexter the Ape, dutifully typing up this very story on his trusty typewriter. As he pulls the final page from the typewriter, he loosely lets it go into the air, and the page falls onto the stack of the manuscript. Then Poindexter shakes a snow globe sitting on his desk, and the snow starts falling on the village within it, which is nut fog. Then Poindexter the Ape, sipping his Chianti, says, "All's well that ends well."
The end? I don't know.
The following is an archived podcast presented by the Branson and Hudson Foundation for Podcast Recovery. This podcast is entitled Bubble Ballers. It is the first and only episode of the podcast. Welcome to episode 1.
Welcome, basketball fans, one and all, or as I like to call you, outsiders. I'm Rand Hendricks with Barstool Sports, and I am currently all bubbled up without being in the bathtub. That's right, I am one of the lucky media jabronis who have the opportunity to be locked up with all of the NBA players here at Disney World. I'm sure that they're all disappointed that I'm not a 10 out of 10 swimsuit baddie, but nevertheless, here I am, ready to get out to the real nitty-gritty about this upcoming basketball season when it restarts, and we can get into some good old-fashioned playoff basketball. This is Bubble Ballers. We are currently here in the Cards Against Humanity room, brought to you by Target. It is the only room here in the leisure area that is always empty, so we turned it into our de facto recording studio. So, for the first episode of Bubble Ballers, I brought in 3 NBA players on the come-up. Let's go ahead and say hello to my guest today. We have Grigory Basketbalowski from the Sacramento Kings, Tick Montana from the Indiana Pacers, and Dallas Duker from the San Antonio Spurs. Gentlemen, welcome to Bubble Ballers.
Hey, how you doing? Is this great to be here?
Здравствуйте, очень приятно.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for having me. Very excited to be here.
All right, let's get down to it. Who wants to go a little bit into who you are, what team you play for, what position you play for, and tell me a little bit about yourself?
Ну так, меня зовут Григорий Basketbalowski.
All right, slow down, Putin. All right, Tick, why don't you take over, and then we'll go to Grigory.
Putin, это хорошая шутка.
That means it's funny, I think. I had a little bit of the God book, and I've been trying to catch up with Grigori here.
Tajikistan. Tajikistan is самая лучшая страна в мире. Я не хочу умирать.
I think he's from Tajikistan, or that could be a joke because I'm not familiar with that. He sounds Russian to me.
Well, I hope he didn't bring any bombs. All right.
I think it was in Rambo 2, but I'm not
Я просто
sure.
хочу, чтобы все знали, что я счастлив быть здесь, в Америке, в Грузии.
Any of you guys get that?
I
Or
don't
is
know
he-
what the fuck
I
he's
thought-
saying.
I've seen him do interviews in English, I thought, but
The only
guess he had-
Russian I want to be hearing is from some beautiful broad and probably in a two-piece. But we'll get to that later. Why don't you take over and tell us a little bit about yourself, buddy?
Well, okay. I know that a lot of people that listen are active basketball fans. Some of them may know me. Most of them probably don't. I'm not going to kid myself. I am currently a rookie. I play point guard for the Indiana Pacers. I just kind of crawled my way out of the G League and was able to kind of get signed right before, this season kind of went to shit. I went to Appalachian State, where I received the J.D. Vance Scholarship for white poverty. Grew up on real meek circumstances. I played basketball. I loved playing basketball growing up. I only got to really practice the fundamentals, though. A lot of chest passes.
Real meat and potatoes type of guy, I see.
Yeah, well, we had a court, we didn't have a rim where I grew up, and we were saving up for a rim and stuff. But, in that downtime, I was able to practice all my chest passes, all that, and...
You guys used a rock for a ball at some point? Is that true?
Well, we were able to use a rock for a ball.
How
and
do you
it kind of
dribble a
built up.
rock?
Well, it's all in the elbows. But I did get a lot of attention when I first decided to declare for the draft because I did have the biggest elbows in the combine. And you can kind of see them right here. They're measured up. They're like at a perfect 45-degree angle. Kind of deadly killing machines with these big-ass elbows I got here. And it's kind of what gave me that power to dribble that rock. And, it was a lot of things, too. I had to hunt to eat, and we didn't have a gun, so it was a lot of just chest passes straight into red squirrels. And a basketball doesn't seem like it weighs a lot, but if you push that sucker fast enough, you can brain a little thing.
Как сказать, he is, как сказать по-английски, whitest man ever.
I caught that amount. All right.
I think I brought up eating squirrel, and he'd probably rather have some borscht, right, comrade?
Borscht.
Those fucking
Да.
Ruskies love that shit.
Очень
All right.
хорошо. Tajikistan, not Russia. No.
Or how do you say pizza?
Pizza. Pizza.
Or hamburger?
Hamburger.
It's just the same one, right?
Да,
I'm sure Grigori likes good hamburger or French fries or some good pizza. He looks like a guy who likes to party.
Party is good.
Vodka?
Vodka. Anything but food here in Bubble.
I have seen some TikToks of Grigori just really, really pounding some vodka.
With some churros, some funnel cakes. It seems like that's all he's been living on, the sweets here at Disney World.
That insanely European swimsuit he's got. It's so European. It's awful. I wish he'd stop wearing that thing around the compound here.
What you call European, we call nudity. Just I don't wear swimsuit.
It's a strategically placed leaf that Adam Silver got
Well, I
on there
want to go over
somehow,
to
I
our
think.
other friend here. Don't mean to cut you out, Dallas. Why don't you tell us a little about who you are, who you play for?
Hey everybody, Dallas Ukri here. I'm playing for the San Antonio Spurs. Kind of new to this whole basketball thing. They keep telling me I'm a small forward. Not sure what that means because I'm pretty tall. You may know me from my YouTube channel, Dallas Does Disney, where I routinely get things coming into the mail and I review them. They're all Disney related.
And real quick, if you don't mind me butting in there, how tall are you, Dallas? You're pretty big guy. It's amazing that you would be a Disney guy. It's just I don't expect that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, I'll give you my stats. I'm 6'7", I'm 250, I have a 42-inch vert, and I run 22 miles per hour across the court. But I've never really been big into basketball. It's always kind of been Disney's been my thing.
So you kind of
growing up on the movies, I just really love it.
You're a lucky
He's
guy.
a gazelle.
Lucky guy getting to play in the NBA. You know how millions of young men wish they could do that. And
Well, believe it or not, I'm very lucky because I get to live at Disney World. This is a 1 in a million chance.
That's true.
Это странно для меня, потому что the Spurs are a very strict team, and you just like Disney. How did this come to be?
Well, they had a tryout, and I went to the gym and I said, "Hey, I heard you fellas are getting to live at Disney, and I'm very excited, and this is what I want to go." And just running up and down the court, doing some of the drills that they had me do, bouncing the ball or what have you. And they said, "You're great. You're signed up." And I said, "Oh, gee, that's awesome." And now I get to live at Disney, living out just like every boy's dream.
No, wait, I saw that off of DeRozan's Instagram where you hit 20 3-pointers in a row. You're telling me you didn't play basketball at all before that?
Well,
Oh,
besides
is that the
probably at
3-pointers?
Disney.
Is that the big circle? That's the big circle. Yeah,
So
I find myself shooting from back there. It's a little bit easier, but that's what I'm just doing. I'm here for the team. I'm just here to help. It's great. But
wait, so you didn't
Disney.
get recruited to play high school ball or college ball or
Oh no! Like I said, I've only been interested in Disney.
AAU even?
You know what? I graduated from the University of Texas, San Antonio. Go Roadrunners! I majored in Super Smash Brothers, and I've kind of just been like from the beginning. I was like, I really want to be on YouTube. I think being on YouTube is going to be such a great thing for me. I get to share my love of Disney and all these other things with so many people around the world.
Taket Dresna, are you man who made LaMarcus Aldridge cry?
Oh, I sure hope not. that would be very Disney of me. I don't think Walt would smile in heaven thinking I was making people cry. I think it's, you're supposed to make people smile, and that's what Walt always said. When he first put Mickey to, pen to paper and came up with that, he was just like, this is going to make everybody so happy. And now that we're in Disney World, heck, I couldn't be happier.
Well, I'm just happy to get here and start playing basketball again. In the quarantine, it was quite difficult because kind of being in the G League, moving around a lot. I was staying with my parents. I had to go back to that double wide that didn't really have a court there. So I was been brushing up on my mechanical skills a little bit more. But honestly, Dallas, I'd kill for your size and speed. I heard a rumor that said that you thought it was illegal to dribble between your legs. Is that true? I thought people were just making fun of you.
Well, that's wouldn't be very happy for anybody to sort of make fun of me. We're kind of all in this together, we're on separate teams, but we're on one team, and that's the NBA. So let's all we can all stick together and just have some fun out here, right?
Не можно dribble between legs.
Well, he is right.
I don't know what he's saying.
Only a few amount of teams were lucky enough to be in this bubble here at Disney. The top teams staying at the Grand Destino Team Hotel. Under that is, of course, the Bucks, the Lakers, the Raptors, the Clippers, the Celtics, the Nuggets, the Jazz, and the Heat. And then in the Grand Floridian, we have the Thunder, 76ers, the Rockets,
76ers. Fucking JJ Redick.
the Pacers, hey, Tick, the Mavericks, Nets, Grizzlies, and the Magic. And then, of course,
It's the best place I ever lived. Not gonna lie.
lastly, we have the Yacht Club. Last but not certainly the worst, we have the Blazers, the Kings, Dallas, Pelicans. I'm sorry. Kings, that's you, Grigori. I don't know any of your names until I met you today. Pelicans, Spurs, Dallas, and Suns and Wizards. Now, you guys are all living in these hotels. Probably kind of wild getting to go to basically a big grown-up summer camp with guys who make millions. I've heard rumors of other NBA players from other teams sneaking into the park and staying. You guys having a lot of wild stuff going on. So I kind of want to get into that. Like, what's life like? What do you guys do every day? Then our sponsors have to ask a few questions. So first off, I got to go into these. Each and every one of you, what is your favorite Disney movie? No, I see Dallas's eyes are lighting up. He's ready. Why don't you just go first, Dallas?
I'm bouncing up and down in my seat. I can't wait to answer this question. Okay, as far as my favorite movie,
Have ice cream all over
released
your
this
face.
year, released this year, it would be Onward. It's a beautiful tale of two boys sort of on a journey, discovery, and just trying to experience life together. Frozen 2, also another recent favorite of mine. Last year we had the the remake of The Lion King. Live action, and that was a beautiful, wonderful story. We also have Toy Story 4. And then you also have some of the classics like Sleeping Beauty, 101 Dalmatians, and you have Aladdin. I think all of those movies can
Dallas,
be
you know all
called
of
my
them.
favorite.
That's impressive, buddy.
Oh, yes, actually, I signed up for the Disney Plus lifetime subscription, so they'll be charging me
Tick, I gotta
$7.99
take it
a
over to you.
month.
Which is your favorite Disney movie?
You know, I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of looking at Grigori here. I don't think we really fuck with that kind of stuff. Like, when it comes to movies, like, yeah, I'll watch them, but a lot of the, I don't mean to like kind of step on Dallas's toes here, because look at him, he's a fucking Adonis. I don't want to say too much, but yeah, kind of kid stuff.
He's
to
been
me.
eating
I
just
like,
ice cream and sweets, it seems like, since he's been staying
I don't understand
here.
how he stays in that shape. Because he's literally eating like 3 bowls of ice cream.
He's also already
and it takes
33
him
years old. He's
15
33 years
minutes.
old and just now joining
it's
the
Dole
league.
Whip. Dole Whip is made with orange juice and pineapple juice, so it actually has juice in here, so it's healthy for you as well.
Yeah, but juice is still like sugar. I mean, it's just like straight sugar you're eating. I mean, you have sprinkles that you put on it too.
Well, of course.
Why don't we talk a little bit?
I have my own
people-
sprinkles and my confectioner's sugar. I pour every Dole Whip.
Yeah, I don't really care about Disney. We're here at the Disney resorts.
Nepravda. This is not true. I do love Disney. My favorite film is the one where cow kisses girl for an hour and a half. You know this.
I'm not familiar with the one where the cow kisses the girl.
Oh, well, Disney man here. He owns night at the film.
Dallas,
da.
you know what he's talking about?
The closest way I could put it would be maybe the Goofy movie.
Oh, the
but
Goofy movie.
Goofy is more of a dog than a cow.
Это film.
Now he looks more excited than Dallas.
Правда. Goofy movie. Это
I do
очень
consider myself an
хороший фильм.
expert. Gregorius, I believe there is not an hour of kissing in that movie.
Oh,
The one with the girl that's hot, though.
oh,
The girl dog?
The cow kisses girl for hour and a half. I tell you.
Is that the whole thing? I think maybe there's a chance you guys are talking about separate shit. I don't know.
No, it's a Disney film.
I consider
It's
myself
Goofy
well
movie?
versed.
Goofy movie.
I have 1.8 million subscribers on YouTube, so I do know a little bit about Disney, and I'm not sure he
Dallas,
knows what he's talking about.
I gotta ask, what are your favorite?
Maybe it was a Tajikistan release.
The Tajikistan Goofy movie. Cow kisses girl hour and a half long. Very funny. Очень смешная. Очень смешная. Да. Very mignon.
You hear people talk about Disney, they talk about how good the food is, even though it's a little expensive. I mean, what isn't here? Don't hit me for that one, Disney. They talk about how good the food is. What do you guys think? What's your favorite foods? What have you guys been munching down on?
I kind of just start the day. I'm not a big fan of what they got here, and I like to get a nice big build up. I have a very strict schedule
Hot
where I want to
dogs,
like
corn
drink my
dogs?
coffee. Well, about 5 kind bars to start the day. So they're just and they're used to like superstar treatment. I'm a rookie on the team, so I'm still getting used to it. But they just kind of open their front door and they just throw those kind bars they get right out the front into the hallway, thinking somebody's going to clean them. And I just kind of come along with, and I start stuffing my pockets with them. I've just been eating those every day. Well, it's also that a lot of the more veterans on the team, like Sabonis,
Not a kind
they're-
fan, huh?
They're
They don't
also
like to eat 'em?
coming into my room and they're taking like my, butter and pecan pancakes or my, breakfast burritos or my oatmeal. They're kind of taking that stuff, which is fine because kind bars are okay. So I let them have it, but that's kind of it for me.
The rookie treatment.
Yeah. They do. It's a lot of pranks. I'm the victim of a lot of pranks. But I'm a good sport, and I know that,
Oh, like what? What did they do to you?
Well, you know, these rooms here, I got a room with a water bed in it, and they drained all the water, and it got onto all my clothes and my shoes, and it spread out on the floor. And they do a lot of pranks where, like,
Steal your underwear, that kind
well,
of stuff?
yeah, they steal my underwear, so I've been actually having to use, you know, I only packed about 7 pairs anyway, and, you know, with practices and stuff and showering, and I've started to wear trash bags as underwear to kind of help, and those are really uncomfortable, but if you put some paper towels in there, it's not that bad, and you can barely tell under the compression shorts. And then it's like, well, okay, I don't have underwear, so I got to keep using these, but they're not letting me have any more trash bags, so I'm trying to wash the trash bags in the washing machine. And so then, you know, I just said, screw it, and I actually ordered more trash bags off of Amazon, which I was able to get. So every day I just can put a new fresh trash bag on as underwear.
Huh. Now, have you guys been having any crazy parties? Has it been like sleepovers, like daring each other to run into each other with sleeping bags over your heads or stuff like that? Or
Well, every once in a while, Miles Turner knocks on my door and asks to sleep on the floor because he can't sleep. And that's fine. You know, he sleeps on my floor.
He sleeps on the floor?
Yeah, he sleeps on the floor. He says he can't sleep. And as part of the rookie treatment, I have to sing him the go to bed song.
I'm sorry. Miles Turner did that to you too.
Yeah, he's not even. You guys aren't. Wait, you're at a different hotel. He showed up at your hotel in the middle of the night to do the.
Duh.
Did you sing him the goodbye song, or a goodnight song?
Duh.
Dallas, has he come to your hotel room?
I'll be honest with you, I am not in my hotel room a whole lot. As you know, we get sort of the unfettered access to the parks. And so I'm at the parks all the time. We get to be there as late as we want. That's sort of the benefit of living at the parks and being an NBA player here. It's great. It's wonderful. I can go to the Tortuga Tavern whenever I want. You know, they have the little jerk smoked brisket sandwich. I'm eating that for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I can go to Gaston's Tavern. I can get a warm cinnamon roll at all hours of the day. I can get the LeFou's brew whenever I want. This is the greatest.
That's true. You can't get those.
I'm not really super into the Disney stuff, Dallas, but I feel like, have you seen the fact that you can rent? And actually, Grigori might be interested as well. They have a lot of the costumes for the characters for rent. You guys can rent those out by the hour. If you go down to the basement of the Grand Floridian, they have a whole stack of them. And they'll give you access to a Goofy suit for about 4 hours.
You tell me I can be Goofy from Goofy Movie?
Yeah, for like 4 hours at a time. You rent them. And
Goofy Movie from famous Tajikistan movie.
I don't think
Goofy
there's a
movie.
cow that they provide, but you can definitely be Goofy.
Then I am not interested.
Well, I tell you what, taking Gregorius, I can do you one better. When you're at the park, you can actually meet those characters yourself. You can go to Hollywood Studios and you can meet Woody and Buzz.
They ride around on the
you
back
get your
of
pictures with them.
Camaros. That's very
And I can
cool,
meet
actually.
Goofy.
Woody Harrelson?
You can meet Goofy.
And this Korova, this cow of which you speak.
I'm not sure I ever spoke of a cow, but at Magic Kingdom,
Then
you can
I
meet
am not
Belle, you can meet
interested.
Gaston. And then when you go back, go over to Galaxy's Edge. Have you seen Star Wars, Gregorius? It's the wonderfulest movie in the world. Makes you feel good about yourself. And, you know, you see it and you're like, I could be a Jedi one day too. And Kylo Ren's there and Baby Yoda's there.
You
it's so
speak of-
wonderful. It's
I was
so
always a
magical.
fan of that
You speak
Darth
of-
Maul.
Tajikistan movie, War of Stars.
Well, it's funny you say that, Tick, because you've been called. I mean, you're just a rookie, but they're saying, you know, this young kid, he's got something. He's kind of like the Darth Maul of the NBA.
Well, I'd love to hear that.
A young dark apprentice. Apprentice of who though?
Well,
who's your?
I
mentor?
kind of got a bad reputation in the league early on, you know, because my elbows, and when I get a rebound, I really like to bring it down to my pocket. I really like doing that, and then you got to defend that rebound, and you got to swing those elbows around so nobody gets any kind of hands. Right, and I took a couple guys out like that very early on in the summer league and the G League. I ended a few careers with these big ass elbows, but people were reaching, so I don't necessarily feel bad about that. But I did get a reputation coming into the league as a dirty player.
Not afraid of being a bad boy. I gotta ask you guys, who's your guy growing up? And I don't want to hear Michael Jordan because that's kind of just like what everyone's gonna say.
The my любимый player, my favorite player, well, not favorite, least favorite, the only reason
not
I
what I
joined. Only reason I joined NBA is to show JJ Redick that he's a piece of shit.
Wait, what do you got against Redick?
Right?
Okay.
Have you seen him?
Whoa, let him talk. Let's
His
get a little bit juicy. I want to hear what he has to
His
say.
hair, he has tattoo sleeve, he has podcast, JJ Redick, I shoot 3 ball, I shoot 3 ball. Gregory shoot 3 ball, not JJ Redick.
Well, you were kind of.
I think you both do it.
No.
You can beat him in a game. I mean, that's kind of the point.
Torka, yeah.
You were bred. I feel like Grigori, you were definitely like bred to be a basketball player, though. You're what?
And then you have
7 foot, 6'11".
JJ Redick running around. Podcast. I shoot 3-point. Fuck JJ Redick.
Like Grigori, like you were. What was your training regimen like? Because you were tall at a very young age, right?
Da. No, in Tajikistan we mostly gamble. Do you know gamble?
Oh, yeah. I got to ask about that, too. First,
Right.
I want to get to Tick in Dallas. Who are your guys? Your favorite ball players of all time in the league?
Dallas is kind of given like a blank, vacant, blinking stare. I'm not sure. Dallas.
I feel like he's going to say Lola Bunny
Dallas,
or something.
Can you name one player in the NBA that's not
I'll tell you.
That's not you.
Not
That's
you.
not you
Not
or
the
on
one-
your team or me or Grigori.
Or not
name
us.
one player in the NBA who is not on the Spurs and is.
Oh, buddy, are you all right? He's starting to sweat a little.
I'll tell you.
Dallas,
one of
you
my
have,
favorite guys that
you
I've
have
always looked
blood
up to,
coming from nose.
I will say James P. Sullivan, also known as Sully from Monsters Inc. You know, he made a big impression on me as a kid when I was growing up. He really he taught me a lot. When I was 14 and I first saw that movie, and I said, that's the kind of man I want to be. I want to be someone looks up to. I want to take care of everyone, and I just kind of want to make everyone smile.
Talk about basketball players.
Just 5'10". I'm 170 pounds. I've fought my entire life, and he just gets in the fucking NBA because of Sully from Monsters Inc. Okay.
I mean, Sully was a big guy.
Well, that's just one of my guys.
Big wingspan.
There was also Prince Charming. I always kind of admired him. He was kind of the original of the the sort of the Disney hero that you see a lot of nowadays.
Oh God! All right.
Super
If you
blood.
can top that.
Let's bring it back to basketball, man. I was a big John Stockton guy. I don't know why, but something about
Okay.
his game always really resonated with me.
All
I don't
right.
know what it is about him. Just always such clear, nice passes. I really wish we could do hand checking in the league because I think I would be the best player in basketball if hand checking was still allowed. I can send a guy just flying 5 feet away just with a brisk touch of my left hand. But it was John Stockton, always really good at protecting the ball. Zach Randolph, always really good at protecting the ball, never did anything anyone disliked. Those two guys would probably be my guys. Let me just list off another bunch of basketball players that inspire me. Larry Bird,
no,
Kevin Love. All the
Could I guess another?
Bryant Reeves.
Kevin
maybe
McHale.
you like Jokic.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
There's something
Right.
about
Steve Nash.
Jokic that I don't like, but there is something that I do like about like John Stockton or Kevin McHale or Larry Bird. There's just something weird about Jokic. I don't know. He's just weird.
Well, I think those are all solid choices. I mean, Dallas took it a different avenue, but like I said, Sully, big wingspan on that guy. He could probably hoop if he was a real person. I know he's a monster. Dallas, calm down. All right, I want to ask you guys, Grigori. There are rumors that you've already set up a gambling ring here at Disney. What do you guys bet on? Do you make bets on when Tick is going to grow some armpit hair?
What
Come
we
on,
make
man.
bet on is
He is like the largest white man I've ever seen with like no body hair on his
I
body
haven't,
at all.
you know, it's about the puberty thing. I haven't exactly hit it. That's why I was considered such a good prospect, because I was
Yeah,
I was
little baby
5'10".
hairs.
When I do hit puberty, I'm at least going to be 6'4".
No, as a Ratney agree, извините, gambling, we like to see how many cigarettes you can smoke while playing at the same time.
Do your coaches allow that? Does your management?
Oh no! At this point, we see.
You play secret games after practicing all day long. You play secret games where you smoke.
So they sub you.
Oh, that kicks ass, man.
Coach sub you in. They say, "You, Gregory, go play."
I'd be out there with a cigar or some shit.
I say, "Coach, yeah, I grew." I take cigarettes. I shove entire pack of Amerikansky cigaretti into my mouth. And then I light them all up, and I dribble ball down court, and he called timeout. He called timeout right away. He called timeout. No. He's so angry, but I win bet. Every time.
Dallas, do you do this too? Do you play the cigarette basketball?
I'll tell you what I do is, I get one of those big turkey legs, and I'll eat that, and then I'll see how many times I can ride the rock and roller coaster starring Aerosmith before I throw up. And right now, my record is 27 times in a row.
We also have bet on Dallas when he will die from a roller coaster. Dallas, I don't know if you know that.
How are you going to die from a roller coaster, Dallas? Do you think that's
We're in
true?
the safest place in the world.
He's too tall. He's too tall. He's too tall for a roller coaster.
No one has ever died at Disney.
He's
And
too
that's
tall.
a fact. You can look at it.
You're too tall for a roller coaster.
Well, and that's the greatest thing is now we're here by ourselves and we can ride we have all the room. I can sit in the
If you
middle of the
forget
coaster.
to duck, though, when it goes into the overpass, you will be decapitated.
Слишком длинный. Да. Я согласен.
I've ridden these rides so
Точно.
many times I'll never forget. It's etched into my brain.
Gregory, can I ask you a rumor I heard about your gambling system that's going on here?
Да, пожалуйста.
Did Montenegrin former NBA pro Pekovic did he muscle in on your racket here a little bit? I heard a rumor that said that he hung you outside of the window.
No. Это неправда. Pekovic, only reason Pekovic in league was, как сказать по-английски, bouncer? He was bouncer for gambling ring in NBA.
Oh, okay.
Only reason in league, bouncer.
Oh, okay.
Pekovic.
Is that why Tim Donaghy gave him all those calls?
Да, точно,
Okay, that makes a
точно.
lot of sense, actually.
I want to hear about some other rumors. Like I talked about.
Oh, you want the
NBA
rumor? You want the rumor? You spoke of food. How
Yeah.
come every time I order food in Bubble, all I get is pile of shit on plate?
I'm sorry. Are you talking about like it tastes like shit, or you're physically getting?
Нет, верно.
Literally.
Да. Каждый раз, да.
I don't believe that's true.
Wait, who are you calling room
it
service,
does.
or what are you doing?
Да.
Wait,
Каждый
I
раз.
think a rival team might be playing you, brother.
Нет. I call what you say room service. And I call and I ask for turkey sandwich, and all I get is a piece of white bread with American turd across it.
how can you
Okay,
tell it's an American term?
I hate to be, kind of putting Gregorius down and, limiting what his situation is, but I have a very hard time believing the yacht club would serve someone a human turd.
All right,
All right, give a little bit steam there, Dallas. You can.
But this is Disney we're talking
Turning
about.
bright red.
This is the place
All
of
right.
happiness. This is where everyone is happy. No one is going to be served a human turd
right.
at
No,
the yacht
at the
club.
theater
This is,
bar.
they have the
Let-
ale and
let
rum
go of
restaurant
his
shirt
where you can get
collar.
everything you want. They have
Come
lobster
on.
roll. There's in-room dining. You can go to the Yachtsman Steakhouse.
Fellas, this is getting a little bit.
You get a fresh prime rib. They're not serving you a
Guys
human
are
turd,
bickering.
Gregorius.
This isn't call her daddy. I mean, let's move along here. Like I said, there's a lot of other NBA players here visiting, kind of just hanging out, watching the guys practice and work out together every day. But I heard a rumor. What is this about Draymond Green getting stuck in a water slide for like 7 hours?
No, I've seen Draymond around a lot. People are like, his team's not playing, but he got in, right? And once he's in, right?
I mean, he's here.
What are you gonna do? Kick him out? So it's like he took over one of the rooms. I don't know where.
I mean, there's pictures going around of him puking off that balcony with J.R. Smith. They're both puking.
Yeah, he's having.
I'm wondering, this, like, did
No.
J.R. bring him in? I don't know.
It's a weird difference in like kind of the older players, the guys that are more established and whatnot. Because us young guys are just having a good time. We're sitting in pools, and we're drinking beer, and we're like catching fish, and it's basically like summer camp for like the 19 through like 25-year-old guys. Then you got guys like Draymond, who he's here and he's drinking and he's partying, but he's just pissed off the entire time. I don't know what's going on with him.
Hey, but you got guys like Dallas who are just getting up at 5 a.m. to go get their faces
Buddy
painted.
Hield was fishing, and he was just doing. And Draymond just pushed him right in the water with his cell phone in his pocket and everything. And everybody was like,
Journalist,
"Is it funny? Is it rude?
Is this is all secret, right?"
I'm sorry.
We're telling
it's
secrets,
secret.
Mr.
Go ahead, say
Journalist.
whatever you want. It's secret.
I owe Draymond Green favor, right? And I sneak him into Bubble. And he gained a lot of weight very quickly. He likes the Disney food.
Put on like 15, 17 pounds in like a
You should
week.
ask him to get you food instead of room service.
He's eating good, it sounds like.
I don't ask.
Him and Dallas.
Maybe he eats shit. I don't ask what Draymond Green. He want me give him favor. I get him in. He participate in gambling. He put lots of money up. He's a big man. Now he's an even bigger man. It's your pirate, kid.
Maybe you guys could gamble. You get a couple guys dressed up as Goofy and have a dog fight.
Hey, неплохая idea.
Hey, maybe you can get somebody dressed up like a cow.
Don't know what that means.
I'm not familiar with who Draymond Green is, but I did see Captain Hook and Jafar in the outside the castle, and that was pretty cool to see them. And I took a picture of them, and I said, "Captain Hook, look over here." And he looked at me. Granted, I was the only one in the park at that time, so he couldn't have seen anybody else. But that's been a pretty cool
And you're like
experience for me.
towering above these guys, like you're a massive human being, and you're yelling at them like you're a child. That's how exciting, and they get scared. I've seen it.
I saw a great video of
They get excited.
Russell Westbrook was playing one-on-one with Captain Jack Sparrow. Was that really Johnny Depp?
Oh, I don't.
I don't think it would be Johnny Depp.
Probably just an actor paid to look like Johnny Depp, right?
I don't know. It looked a lot like Johnny.
Just no going right.
Johnny's a big sports fan.
Can I ask Gregory real quick? I'm sorry.
That was just me. That was me.
He's kinda going off about Johnny.
kind of confused me for Captain Jack Sparrow.
In Tajikistan, did you see Pirates of the Caribbean?
Oh, Pirates of...
I'm testing something out here, guys. What was the plot?
We saw a movie called Pirates of Karabi.
What was the plot of that movie? I'm just testing something out, guys.
And that...
Hey, Gregory, you gotta keep your shirt on, bud. Can't keep taking that off.
No.
I know it's hot here.
Потому что я because I'm smoking. I can't take shirt off because I smoke.
You
Yeah,
smoke?
Just
You
let
take your
him
shirt
keep
off
the
to
shirt on,
smoke?
off. None
But
of the
it was
officials
just,
are here. We locked the door.
All right, could we get some drinks in here too? Could we get some drinks in here?
It is against Disney rules to have your shirt off, like on the park property, unless you're in your hotel room.
You think you're a big man, but you are actually tiny ребенок.
He's pretty tall. He's a pretty
child.
tall guy.
No, he's a
not-
tall child, but he's a tall child. Pirates of Caribbean. That is movie where pig kisses woman for an hour and a half on the boat. Very good
it's
movie.
on a boat.
Very good movie. Very good movie.
No.
It won Oscar in Tajikistan.
Oh wow, an Oscar. They're still called the Oscars over there?
Oscar. Tajikistan Oscar.
Oh,
He's with a K.
okay, yeah.
And P instead of
Oh,
R.
Dallas
at
is
the
joining
end.
in on the
Very
fun now.
confused.
He's starting to
Yeah.
joke around.
There
He's
we
coming
go.
around. Calm down a little bit. That's
Really?
great.
Yeah, eat some of that ice cream.
Get a couple of drinks of this
Eat some
guy.
of that
and
ice
yeah,
cream.
pour some natty seltzer in those dipping dots.
Oh no, I'm just licking a Mickey Mouse ice cream bar right now, and I'm just loving life. But more to what you said about me being small, sometimes as I learned from the movie Mulan and my favorite character Mushu, even the smallest characters can have big purposes, you know? So it doesn't matter my size.
Well, you're
like,
a
I can still
very
come out
large
big.
man. It
Well,
doesn't
also,
really work.
what's interesting is that Dallas has never, ever on record missed a free throw.
Yeah, what is your
Once.
form? Like, you just hit 100% of your free throws. Like, how do you do that, man?
You know, I kind of just close my eyes and toss it up there and hope for the best.
And you just
literally
hit
closes
it
his
every
eyes.
time.
He drains them.
What can I say? You know, it's just, I guess I'm just, it's my good attitude that's just helping me be such a success on the court.
Okay.
Well, you said you weren't really into basketball, but then you watched the Disney original film Luck of the Irish, which is a big basketball classic.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, it's just sort of been my purpose to watch every single Disney movie that they've ever put out. Over 100 times. And that's, if you go to my channel, Dallas Does Disney on youtube.com, you can see that in my reviews for all the movies. There's some reviews I had to take down. You know, we kind of don't want to talk about them. They took the movies down from Disney Plus. So we can sort of gloss over that. I will say I'm going to miss Splash Mountain. It's one of my favorite rides in the history of Disney, but you know, due to some circumstances,
Wait, what
we got to
happened
move
at
on.
Splash Mountain?
What happened at Splash Mountain? You're the historian here, Dallas.
Well, as it's based off of Song of the South, they're taking it away.
I don't remember that part of Song of the South.
Not sure. Not
Oh,
sure I know
Dallas,
what
Was
that
I
is.
part of Song of the South?
Well, the Briar Rabbit is on the ride,
Oh.
and there's several different characters that some of the characters in Song of the South talk
I feel
about.
like they could just make it a different theme. They have to tear the whole thing down because it's
Well,
just says-
they're going to retheme it within 5 to 10 years. So in the meantime, get your your Splash Mountain merchandise while you can.
Dallas,
Head to the Disney stores. Hey there, buddy.
Гипотетически, как сказать, how many, would you want to, how many cigarettes could you smoke in basketball game at once?
I don't think I could smoke one in a basketball game. Those are pretty unhealthy.
But if you had to do with gun pointed at your head, how many cigarette you smoke in game?
I would say they gave me a cigar when I got signed to the team, and I kind of choked just from the smell of it. I couldn't even put it to my lips. I started choking and I threw
Grigori,
up from it. So I
let
don't
me
think
phrase
one.
it in a way I think he's going to be more receptive to. So let's say that Tony Stark, the Iron Man himself, and
Of course.
Look at him light up. Look at when you said Tony Stark.
The head of
It's
Stark
like
Industries.
you said Michael
and
Jordan.
Captain America said, Dallas,
Those are two of my favorites.
we know you're a good
Who-
guy. We know
Kato at Captain America.
Captain America is he's a guy that. Well, you might have had a Captain America movie in Tajikistan. Did you
He's
have a
like
Captain
Spider-Man,
Tajikistan where perhaps I'm gonna guess a dog makes out with a woman for an hour and a half? Okay.
No, you've
I've
seen
seen
the
it.
movie.
Okay,
It's
I
a
guessed
good
it,
movie.
but it's pretty close, I'm guessing. That's what he's talking about. But Dallas, pretend you didn't hear that, and then just answer. Captain America and Tony Stark say, Dallas, we know you're a good guy, but we need you to smoke as many cigarettes as you can during the game because it's going to distract. I want to say Cobra. Is that the bad guys or is that G.I. Joe?
Voldemort.
That is G.I. Joe, and that is Harry Potter. You could say Red Skull.
Let's say
You
Red
could say,
Skull.
the Mandarin.
Red Skull.
Wait a second. Harry Potter, Avengers, Star Wars, and Mickey are all they're all Disney.
No, Harry Potter is Universal. Another great theme park, but we are not.
Well, let's say
staying
the
there.
Red Skull.
I thought Harry Potter is
Reds-
Disney. I think it's
No,
here.
it is not. It is not Disney.
I'm pretty
speak
sure when I
of-
was coming through here, I saw the Harry Potter park here at Disney.
You speak of good friend of mine, Gary Potter.
Oh, yeah, Gary Potter?
Gary
Pekovich?
Potter. Gary Potter also here in Bubble.
Oh, Gary Potter's in the bubble. Oh. I'm gonna.
Duh.
Oh,
he
wait. Oh, my.
he plays small forward for Orlando Magic.
Hold on
Gary
a sec-
Potter.
hold on a second here. I'm just getting an email here. I think they're gonna have to crack down on these visiting players. Apparently, Kevin Love died in the It's a Small World After All ride.
Oh no.
Oh.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
Oh, Grigori, don't laugh at that.
They're gonna have to shut it down.
No,
I mean, they're gonna have to shut that
no.
right down. Kevin
Oh wait,
is
I'm sorry. Grigori
gone.
was looking at his phone. He was watching
no,
Captain
no,
Tajikistan
no.
on his phone.
No, это неправда. I just made $1,000 off Kevin Love dying.
Wait, you only bet $1,000 on it? How much did you put down?
$1,000.
You did a 50-50 bet on Kevin Love.
50-50.
Those odds were terrible.
Kevin Love.
Hey,
Love would
don't
die.
deny the master gambler. He knows
Well,
what
he
he's
runs a
doing.
gambling
I knew
racket,
Kevin
so he
Love.
can afford to make bad bets. It's an awful bet.
I made $1,000. You do not know good.
No
bet,
one
a
even knew
bad
Kevin
bet.
Love was here. Wait, you probably let him in too.
Oh, yeah, I owe Kevin Love big favor.
Well, not anymore, it sounds like.
Whoa,
no.
Dallas, he's coming around. I told you. All right.
Well, he's got
all
some of that
right.
ice cream in his system. He perked up a little bit. But let's say, Dallas, Captain
So what if-
America
yeah.
and Iron Man says Red Skull's going to attack the basketball game unless you smoke 20 cigarettes during the game. What would you do then? It's your chance to be a hero, Dallas.
At a loss for words.
Dallas, you want to be Avenger.
It would not
He
be in
calls us
character.
Avenger.
It would not be in character for Captain America to ask me to smoke
Well,
cigarettes.
it's Red Skull's irrational demand. He says an NBA player has to smoke 20 cigarettes, and they already asked all the other players, and they said no.
Duh.
Can't
It's
argue
Well,
with that.
and if you know anything about the Marvel Avengers, they do not give in to terrorist demands. You know, they find ways around it and they strike back.
I mean, all you have to do is smoke it. It's fine.
What if Yoda?
Have you seen the movies?
Not
what if
really.
Yoda said, "I will make you a Jedi and give you a lightsaber if you smoke 20 cigarettes during a basketball game"?
I think you guys are confusing the movies with something else because Yoda would never expect someone to do
You
this.
don't know that.
Being a
He's-
Jedi is not about doing things and expecting things back.
Yoda
in
knows
return.
Gandalf,
It's a
and they
balance of the
smoke
force.
together.
Is Yoda
Have
the
you
guy
seen the
that
last movie?
had
Have you seen-
Princess Leia tied up and making her wear a metal bikini?
That is Jabba the Hutt.
Dallas, the cautious lightsaber.
But that's also
duh.
that was pre Disney Star Wars.
Why
so
would
I'm
they
not as
name a
familiar with
lady
that.
in a bikini Jabba the Hutt?
That was pre Disney Star Wars, so I'm not as familiar with that. But if you want to talk about these newest movies, I'd be happy to.
Hey, what about
Dallas.
that guy? Yeah, the new movies. That guy Kylo Ren. He could probably.
I don't
hoop. He's
really give a
big
shit
guy.
about these movies if there's no Darth Maul in it.
Duh. Это очень, duh. Я
I'm
согласен.
just going to ask something completely random here, Grigori. Did Darth Maul get his own movie in Tajikistan? Can you tell me what it's about?
It is called the name of movie was Darth Maul versus World. Right? It's hour and a half. Darth Maul making out with most beautiful women in Tajikistan.
That's a really, really brave movie. In
So the women
Tajikistan.
go for Darth Maul. So they probably go for Tick Montana over there.
So in America,
he's a Darth
No one
Maul
believes
NBA.
in an
No,
NBA
no.
player, so nobody ever goes for me.
very confused in America. I am, потому что in America, women wear makeup. In my country, we dress up like Darth Maul to get made out with. Right? It's the good way that a man looks.
Dallas likes dress up. He'd probably like going over there. But I don't know if you want to be the villain.
The villain.
Like
Well,
Darth
you know,
Maul
Darth
is a
Maul
villain.
is a little bit
He's a
better
dark
there.
Jedi. Or
No,
he's
Darth
a
Maul
Sith.
Geroi Mira.
Darth
I'm
Maul's
not
a
sure what he's
beautiful
saying.
woman?
I said Darth Maul, hero of world.
Oh.
Geroi Mira.
I'm not sure what he's saying.
Yeah, he does that.
No, at
So
the
Dallas, you never answered me. You
Okay,
don't
let me ask some questions. Top 5 Disney rides. All right, I'll start. I want to talk about Exhibition Everest, Legend of Forbidden Mountain. That's probably my number 5. Really great ride, very exciting. Then you have the Haunted Mansion, that would be number 2. Just wonderful, really nice little exploration to the little caverns. Peter Pan's Flight, number 3, one of my top rides. Number 4, this one, brand new, Star Wars Rise of the Resistance. It's an exciting experience. It's about 30 minutes long, and you stand there and you just get to watch as things happen in front of you. And then number 5, the top most exciting ride at all of Disney, Space Mountain. Now, what's your guys' top 5 Disney rides?
Have you been on Dark Basement with men without shirts smoking?
I can't say I know I'm familiar with that ride.
It's good, right, Dallas? You come down sometime, I introduce you. It'll be good.
I will say I'm frightened of you. You terrify me. Your mere existence here has me hiding in my room.
Is it my prison tattoos and my shirtless nature?
It's just sort of the way you speak. It
Dallas, are there
me.
any cast members that dress up like Leia when she's Jabba's slave? I'd like to see that. Get a picture with her.
Go on.
These are cast members, and they're not there to be ogled. They're there to be appreciated.
Yes, they are.
I don't know about all the Disney stuff, but I did some research on Orlando, and I would say my favorite ride is probably just outside of Disney. It's called Dancers Royale. I'm a pretty big fan of Dancers Royale. And then there's the Stars Men's Club.
These are all classic spots.
Cleo's Gentlemen's Club, Les Palace, the Woodshed, the Diamond Club, the Dollhouse.
These are all the old stomping
Crazy
grounds
Horse Gentlemen's Club, the Rock Hard Review, Flash Dancers, Love Boutique, Desires, Club 27 Cabaret, all just like probably my favorite rides here at Disney.
I've never heard of those.
Have you been on
Those are all. Hold on, fellas.
you-
Those are all the old stomping grounds of probably the smartest player to ever grace the league. You all know who I'm going to say. Dwight Howard.
Oh yeah, what a smart guy. If
Dwight Howard owe me lots of money.
If you let him
Mnogo
bend
денег.
your ear for about 5 minutes, Dwight Howard's got a lot of very smart, succinct, and quick-witted things to say. He definitely isn't the type of guy that like gets peanut butter caught on the top of his mouth so that his agent will put it there so he doesn't talk to the media that much. He's not the type of guy that will watch a bumblebee land on his nose and go cross-eyed. Just a real smart genius who knows when to be quiet.
Dwight Howard это, господин, he owe me money, потому что he said, I smoke 30 cigarettes in 1 minute. I said, no. He said, I smoke 30 cigarettes and drink 40-ounce beer in middle of game with Orlando Magic. I said, no. He did it, but it was 59 seconds.
Took too long.
Took
Classic
too long?
mistake.
Not minute. He said minute, 59 seconds.
I want to...
Well, he also killed Rajon Rondo. A lot of
He
people
did
don't know
kill
that.
Rajon Rondo, but
A lot of people say, like, they go, hey, if you were to ask them, hey, whatever happened to Rondo? It's like, oh, he died. He was murdered by Dwight Howard. But the whole case got blown over by other shit in the news. And he walked.
That also part of gambling mistake, but just because Rajon Rondo said he could eat an entire boot.
A lot of prop bets in the NBA. You wouldn't really think that.
It's how
I feel like you kind of rub
really
off on these guys. How long have you been around? You haven't been in the league that
you're
long,
like,
but
what?
you've known these guys for a
I've been
while.
in league for 20 years.
Oh, but like, how old are you?
45.
Oh, wow. You're just sit in the corner and shoot three guys, huh?
A sleeper. Was one of those
Young-
sleepers. He's one of those guys who's been in the league
No,
for
I
20
watched
years.
tape on
and then in his 21st year, he has like an MVP year somehow. He's one of those guys.
You watch Grigori on tape, and he just runs on offense, runs down to the corner, and he waits there with his hands out. And if that
he just knows he's going to get a point.
If that ball gets to him, he shoots. He doesn't
вручу.
care.
Да.
If the ball hits his hands, he shoots it.
Well, they also called him, Mr. Hollywood, the movie star, the big screen, because he's probably the biggest screener of all time.
But easy set screen when you have knife.
I remember being a freshman at Appalachian State, and I was watching tape on Grigori. And my coach at the time said, "Did you ever see his dieting regimen?" And it's insane. I remember watching it, and Grigori's talking about what he does every day. And it's a very, very European style. He wakes up, he has a cigarette, he has an espresso. He goes, he takes a shit.
A lot of fats.
He has another espresso. He drinks a cup of olive oil with his coffee, and he goes and has a bathroom. For lunch, he has a pack of cigarettes and 3 coffees, right? Drinks another cup of olive oil and takes a second cup and pours it all in his hair. And then he goes and he dips his head in the sink. And then he just starts shooting basketballs for 4 or 5 hours. Then he takes a nap. Then he has a dinner. Then he takes a nap. Then he has a second dinner. And then he drinks 4 bottles of wine until he throws up. And that's just like every day.
Well, Tick and Dallas, I want to hear both of yours. Tick, why don't you tell me about your morning regimen, and we'll pull it over to Dallas, because I have a feeling his is going to take the longest.
I want to tell you, it's actually going to be really quick. I have about 4 or 5 kind bars for lunch. I have about 4 or 5 kind bars for breakfast. I have about 4 or 5 kind bars for dinner. And then usually I just kind of go up and down the hall looking for what's left on those room service carts. I'm a rookie. What can I say? I don't get a...
The rookie treatment, I get it.
There's other rookies on the team that don't get it quite as bad as me. But when I'm the veteran,
and you get pile of shit on plate.
No, I get actual food. I'm sorry, maybe
Grigori, you don't even want to eat anyway. You just ask for cigarettes.
Well, it's nice to get food rather than shit.
Maybe the cook is who's the biggest enemy of Tajikistan right now.
Oh, that's a good point. I don't even know anymore.
You've been out of the country for a while.
Probably the whole world. World.
I've been gone too long. Ugh. Grigori got something to think about now.
Dallas, what do you do in the morning? What time do you wake up?
I get up at 5 a.m.
Oh, okay. All right.
5 a.m. every morning. Then I go down to the concierge at the yacht club, and I ordered a nice big breakfast of a Dole Whip, and I scarf that down. Then I go straight to Magic Kingdom, and I go to Frontierland, go watch the Country Bear Jamboree, watch the Country Bears play for about 20 to 30 minutes, then head over to Big Thunder Mountain Railroad, and I'm riding that 2 or 3 more times. Then I'm headed over to the Pirates of the Caribbean ride, and I go through that. You get to point out Johnny Depp, and you say, oh, they added Johnny Depp, and you hear all the fun songs, and it's wonderful. Then you go back to Frontierland, and you go watch the Country Bears Jamboree again. By that time, you're around noon. Then you head to Be Our Guest, and you can get all the wonderful food they have there.
Oh my
and then you
God.
get to see Gaston sing. You get to see all the people from the movie sing, and it's really great. It's wonderful. Then you head back, watch the Country Bears play again. Then you go to Liberty Square Tavern, and you have the all beef hot dog, and you have the turkey leg, and you know what? You're probably good until about 9 p.m.
Grigori, you kind of lit up.
And then you watch the fireworks, huh? You watch the fireworks?
Oh yeah, fireworks every single night. They close down the park at 8, and then you stand there for an hour. At 9 p.m., all the fireworks go off, and then you're good to go at 11 p.m. It's just the perfect day. This is the perfect life. This is what I want every single day. Living at Disney
Grigori got
World.
really excited when you said Country Bear Jamboree. Grigori, real quick, is that a movie in Tajikistan?
Это очень популярный film.
What's the plot of it, Grigori?
It's a popular film here too.
Country Bear is a plot where Donald Trump he makes out with duck for an hour and a half.
Pretty good. I can see that that'd be popular.
I
would say that our cultures have a lot to learn from each other, but I don't think that's true.
I would call movie trite. I would call it trite and a little bit
film critic
shallow.
Grigori.
Well,
personally, no.
I think you should give ours a chance. It was made in 2002, and it's about the Country Bears after they'd broken up, and they get back together, and they start traveling the U.S. and trying to get a record contract. I think you'd like it.
Dallas, that mouth, you could fit lots of cigarettes in that mouth.
I'm not sure what that means.
I think it's pretty literal.
You could fit many cigarettes.
I'd like to remind everyone that Dallas has a perfect shooting average. Just reminding everyone.
But he could smoke a lot of cigarette while maintaining perfect shooting average.
He doesn't get a lot of playing time because he keeps skipping practice, is what I heard.
And they just let him get away with it because when he shows up to the games to actual play or to shoot, he doesn't miss. So they're like, well, he says, well, I don't really need to practice, and he doesn't.
Well, what I said is, Mr. Pop, practice. We're talking about practice? Not a game, but practice?
so
but I've got Disney right here. Why would I want to go to practice?
he obviously doesn't know who Allen Iverson is. So
No.
I'm just trying to remember if this was ever referenced in a Disney movie.
Это ужасно.
Who is Alan?
Can I bring something up? Because I know, like, I know Aaron would kill me. I know Holiday would kill me. I know Miles would kill me if I didn't bring it up. Everybody's been making fun of the NBA snitch line, and from what every player has told me is no one's been using it. But Dallas, there's a lot of fingers pointed at you that you're calling the NBA snitch line and you're selling out a lot of the players.
Before
Grigori,
you begin, NBA snitch line real. I hear everything on NBA snitch line.
Oh,
So go on, Dallas. Speak.
well,
Скажи
You know-
меня.
if you know it's real, then you know that I have been using it liberally. I've noticed a lot of players aren't following the rules.
Знаю
I
я,
see,
да.
I see them sneaking out,
Да.
and I see strange women coming in, and it's like, what? I just don't understand
Listen.
it. There's a set of rules that we get to live in Disney World. Why are we trying to jeopardize that?
well, there's a set of rules we have to live by as NBA players as well. Like me as a rookie, you know, that I don't necessarily like, but you're making it, you know, I don't necessarily like, you know, going to the dollhouse. I don't like going to Rachel's or Crazy Horse. And I don't like, you know, having to pull up Wikipedia to convince women that I'm in the NBA and then getting them back here and then bringing them outside to where Grigori was supposed to meet me. And then for some reason, after Grigori gets the girls inside, he wants me to smoke cigarettes during a game. And I don't know why. And apparently it's a prop bet. Like, we don't like doing this stuff, but you are being insanely unfair by calling us. Well, hypothetically, if you have called it on me.
Hypothetically speaking, let's say I've called it on you. We've been here for 3 days, and I might have done it, let's say 100 times. I've called about you and Gregorius and various other players.
Grigori, not Gregorius. You've called him that this entire. Anyway,
It's Gregorius. That's the best way I can learn it.
fellas,
It's fine.
thank you so much for coming on. It's been a pleasure. It's been awesome, kind of breaking it down, kind of getting a little bit dirty with it, as
Well-
you guys kind of like to throw elbows on the court.
Mr. Journalist, how many cigarettes you fit in that mouth? How many? You think 30 cigarettes?
I
You
don't
have
think
big
enough
mouth.
would be enough for you, Grigori. But I want to close this out. You guys have anything else left to say before we shut this thing down? We have the talent show coming up, which we'll get to in a second.
Well,
but Tick, you look like you got a little bit of something you want to say. What was that?
Well, you know, there's been a lot of talk about, you know, we do the bubble because we can do it the right way and we can raise our voice about all these social justice issues going on in America. And, you know, there's been a lot of stuff about, you know, what are people going to wear on the back of their jersey, you know? And I thought, you know, as a white NBA player, you know, who gets more attention than I should.
Wait, most NBA is white, right?
No,
Oh.
Grigori. I think you just sit on the bench where it's mostly white.
Damn.
You know, to talk about these important social movements, and I came to the NBA, you know, saying, you know, I want the back of my jersey to say the name of somebody who has died from police violence. And they're like, no. And they're like, how about, you know, anything else? How about a more generic statement? And we went back and forth, and I'm proud to say, and I want to announce it here, that the back of my jersey is going to say, nobody has done more for black guys than Gatorade. That was the only one I could get through, is the only one they accepted. So that's what the back of my jersey is going to say.
Entire statement. Entire
they
word.
said white guys cannot wear Black Lives Matter on the back of their jerseys because of 4chan and irony. And I said, what's 4chan? And then they just left the room.
Entire sentence. Black
Gatorade done more? That on back of jersey.
Nobody has done more for black guys than Gatorade, is what
Long
the back of my
name.
jersey says.
Long name.
It's the only one they let me have. I couldn't do any names. I couldn't say anything about police violence. They kept suggesting, you know, you can say anything you want about how troops are good. And I'm like, I don't want to say that. And they're saying, you cannot say anything about Hong Kong. And I said, that's racist. No Chinese person would ever name a city Hong Kong. That's racist. It rhymes. That's an old Jerry Lewis joke. Hong Kong doesn't exist. That's not a real city. And they said it is. And I'm like, you're being so racist right now. And then I left the room. So we really never got anything done because in both meetings, within 2 minutes, one of us has left the room.
You got name you want. Dallas, you have name?
Yeah, you know, sort of the same thing. I was thinking, like, how can I honor someone? How can I honor a forgotten soul? And so luckily I came up on the back of my jersey is Oswald the Rabbit. Walt's first character that's much forgotten about. Came way before Mickey Mouse. But he sometimes just gets swept under the rug, and people don't think about him and realize like how important he is to sort of the Disney universe. So I kind of want to bring an awareness to everyone that Oswald is out there, and Oswald exists.
Grigori, was there a movie based on Oswald the Rabbit in Tajikistan?
There was very очень popularny.
I know how long it
film.
is.
It's
been
an
pretty
hour and a
consistent.
half long.
You're right.
It is bunny kissing cow.
Oh, pretty saucy.
#1 comedy of year. Do you want to know what I have on back of my
Yeah,
jersey?
I'd love to. I'd love to.
GoldenPalace.com, baby. That is it.
Wait, the league approved you for Golden Palace?
GoldenPalace.com. Well, the league owes me some favors from Bad Bet.
The league's betting?
Well-
like collectively, not like Adam Silver?
Adam Silver owes me many favor.
Oh, okay.
All right. He said he could smoke
Wait,
many.
his family's from a little bit close, right? Transylvania, right?
Right, near Romania, da. But he
Yeah.
said he could smoke many cigarettes. He cannot smoke many cigarettes. So
Oh, he doesn't look like. He looks
so
like
he
a
said,
couple would do
He
him
said,
in.
okay, GoldenPalace.com on back of jersey.
And are Golden Palace paying you, or do you just enjoy their
I don't
product?
think it's gonna really
think it's
matter.
a
I don't
good
think it's gonna
product.
really matter because Grigori
Wait,
takes
they're
off
not-
his jersey 3-5 minutes into the game, and the refs they fine him every game, but he says, "I'll take the hit." You know. Well, I mean,
can
you're
handle
clearly
it.
making a lot of money from bets, including
Well,
the
not
league.
so much
How
the-
much does
the-
Adam Silver owe you?
Well, you know,
Cigarette-based bets.
Does Mark
from
Cuban
NBA
owe you a lot?
players
What
and
about Mark
commissioners.
Cuban?
I take
Or
off-
Dirk?
I take
what about
off-
Dirk? I bet he can smoke a lot of cigarettes.
I take off. Oh, no, Dirk is untouchable. I take off jersey only because I have bet to put cigarette out on my chest during game. Pretty easy deal. Make lots of money, more money than I make in NBA.
Well,
Easy.
you have that large tattoo on your back that says GoldenPalace.com. I thought you were always taking off your jersey to show that, but if your jersey says GoldenPalace.com,
It's both.
I guess
I
we'll
just
have to
like
see
I
the
how
guess
this
some
product
people would
they
expect
But
to see
gentlemen,
something
like I
different.
said, thank you for coming on. We're gonna have to wrap this up. We are on time. We're gonna be going to the NBA talent show, which I think is gonna be a shit show. It's gonna be awesome.
Oh, yeah.
But a lot of cool
There's gonna
stuff.
be a lot of drama there. Draymond is gonna throw
but
a
also
fit
like
if he
I mean,
doesn't win.
you know, James Harden has apparently prepared quote a cool rap. So I'm curious to see what that's gonna be like. And
Draymond's gonna whistle. I think.
well,
he
I mean,
just
I don't
says
know if he's
gonna
gonna be able
whistle.
to after they got him out of that water slide. So
I'm very
I mean, he's probably just gonna end up fighting someone.
Oh,
I'm,
yeah.
I'm very excited about singing my top 5 favorite Disney songs for karaoke. And if you don't mind, I'm going to list them here for you. You got Kiss the Girl from The Little Mermaid.
All right, thank you for listening,
Yeah, can you feel
everyone.
the love
My
tonight?
name is Ram Hendricks with Barstool Sports. I want to thank Grigori Basketballovsky
Duh.
of the Sacramento Kings, Tick Montana of the Indiana Pacers, and Dallas Euchre with the San Antonio Spurs. Thank you for so much listening, and we'll see you next time.
It's been a pleasure.
До свидания.
This is not a bit. I'm not doing a bit. It's exhausting to suggest I'm doing a bit. If you still want to suggest I'm doing a bit, it's not a bit. So listen up, you slack-jawed podcast fans. My name is Alex Branson. I'm one of the hosts of E1, and I have written a novel. It's going to be published by Rare Bird on November 10th. It is called Water Wasted. It is set in rural Missouri, and it's about a divorced couple who has a bunch of otherworldly things happen after they locate and begin to read their deceased daughter's self-published internet novels. I've been writing this sucker for a long time, and I'm very, very proud of it. And while it's not exactly a comedy novel, I think you'll find a lot of parallels and inspiration of stuff we draw from on E1. And if you can't wait till November 10th, they are selling signed copies at rarebirdlit.com. Those signed books will ship in early October. So that'll be available about a month earlier than the official release will be on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and in independent bookstores. Yeah, so I got a couple months till it is officially out, and you're going to hear me talk about this and push this shit a lot. So if you're going to get used to us putting this at the beginning of episodes, we're going to switch it to the middle, maybe switch it to the end, try to catch you off guard so you can't fast forward through this part. Because I really, 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 really want to make $1 million. All right. What's this episode about? What's this one? I mean, if chips worked, why can't... All right, on to the show.
The following is an archived podcast presented by the Branson and Hudson Foundation for Podcast Recovery. This podcast is entitled Barflies. It is the first and only episode of the podcast. Welcome to episode 1.
Yeah, no. Just talking to the thing right there. Yeah,
You just set it on the counter. Just set it on the bar.
it's recording. It's like
the
recording
red light,
right now.
The red light means it's going.
Yeah.
Why-
We're recording. We're
so
rolling.
why you-
That's how we do it.
So why are you recording this thing?
Well, I had it's telling you about my nephew, right?
Yeah. How
Anyway,
is he?
he's not. I don't know. He's not responding to my messages, right?
Oh.
But I can go on Facebook and I can look through his likes, and his. I saw that he liked something called The Office Ladies. I know you hear ladies, but you remember The Office, the TV show?
Oh yeah.
Well, they had a podcast, and I'm like, "What's a
They play it.
podcast?"
They play it
And I
on the
saw-
TVs at some of the younger people places that we visit sometimes.
And my nephew likes it on Facebook. And
Yeah.
I listened to it, and I'm like, it's a podcast. They just talk. I said, well, I can just talk. And so here we are. We're making
Well,
a
you and
a
I talk all the
podcast.
time. It's kind of all we do
Yeah,
besides drinking.
Well, yeah. Oh. Thanks, Goose.
Oh. All right. Well,
All right, now we got our beer. We're rolling. Hello, everyone. My name is
if it foams,
Pussy Wallace.
you know it's a good one.
Well, they cracks it right in front of you. He's got the little thing to do it, and he's just the man with all that. Anyway, what was I saying? No, this is Dog Eyes, and I'm Pussy Wallace.
Thank you, Goose. Skull.
Welcome to Barflies. And we're just gonna basically.
Wow, you have a name too.
Oh yeah, I had the whole thing. I was looking at the
Got
whole
this
thing.
whole
You gotta
thing
have
mapped
a
out in
podcast.
your old noggin, huh?
Well, you gotta have You gotta have a name for the podcast if you're gonna start it. If you want to compete with the Office Ladies, with those two.
So we're gonna talk
ladies that
about
are-
The Office. I've only seen it with the sound
No.
off.
Well, I just thought, we're just gonna keep saying what we say basically every day, and we're just gonna say whatever we want about like drinking and hanging out in bars and like bars that we like and like drinks that we like.
Talk
like,
about the local high school football games.
We're drinking these Princess Swishes here and a pretty good beer.
No, it's one of the best, one of my favorites. But there's
It's a go.
the
You can get them for $2.50. You get a 16 ounce for $2.50 here at Lucky's Fold. It's a great deal. People come in, right? And me and you, we're always like, listen, if you're new here, Princess Swish is $2.50.
well
And either they listen to us or they don't. But it gets the conversation started in a bar.
here's the crazy thing, Pussy. The crazy thing is that there's so many kinds of beer. There's so many ones. Budweiser Light, or AKA Bud Light.
They got a Budweiser Orange now.
Oh yeah, they got Bud Light Lime. They got water Bud Light, and you got
The seltzer.
You got Miller Lite. You got Miller High Life. You got
He doesn't get what a seltzer is.
Genuine Draft. You got your foreign beers. You got your Corona,
You got your
Modelo,
Old Milwaukee.
Oh
You got your special export, right? I used to drink a lot of special export.
Heineken. It tastes all skunky. It stinks.
Drank a lot of Night Train in my day. A lot of Mad Dog.
Oh yeah.
You just kind of, now that I'm kind of saying it out loud, it's just kind of everything I could get my hands on. I've really been drinking for about, well, I guess 55 years now. I guess I had my first drink.
You come in a
when I
place
was...
to go, oh, Pussy Wallace is here. Time to get another keg.
Oh, yeah. Well, get another keg or get a body bag, because I might be getting my ass kicked that night.
Oh, they've sent you off in body bags multiple times. Turns out you weren't dead, but you were, yeah. Oh, man.
Paramedics didn't think I have a chance, but my body does this thing where it just goes completely limp.
Put you in
a
coma.
I'm lifeless.
Put you in a coma multiple times. They had to pour a beer on your face to wake you up, and you didn't mind that at all.
I'm so limp, right, that it looks like I'm dead. But you can't damage any of my bones when I'm that limp, because the muscles just kind of slide around like oyster meat, and they prevent the bones from getting hurt. So that's like that's why I can get my ass kicked so much.
Yeah.
So, dog, we're getting a little off track, dog. Let's tell everybody tell the office ladies who you are.
Well, people know me as Dog Eyes.
Why do you call you Dog Eyes?
Oh, well, there's a lot of stories why people think that's my name, but really the truth of it is I got it right here in Lucky's Fold, and well, this was about 30 years ago, and I would be enjoying my drink at the bar, and someone would get into an argument or someone would be talking, and I wouldn't pay too much mind, but I kind of give a side-eyed over there. And, the bartender at the time, he's gone now, Mellon. He's dead.
Yeah, Mellon.
Rest his soul.
Yeah.
And
couple years back,
people said that it looked like I had kind of like when a dog looks to the side, my eyes look like dog eyes, so they call me that.
It works. It's also when you're getting yelled at, you don't make eye contact with who's ever yelling at you.
My real name's Llewellyn.
Really? I've known you for 25 years? I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah, you did. You're just drunk every time I tell you.
I'll probably do. What do you do for a living, Dog Eyes?
I work for the United States Postal Service, pussy. Well, you know that. You know that.
I know. You're wearing the uniform now, but they can't see that.
I finish up my route early every day so I could rush over wherever we're meeting and I could drink with my best friend, Pussy, here.
Well, it's usually at Lucky's Fold here. We've been settling down. We're regulars now.
We're regulars everywhere.
Well, yeah, that's true.
There's been legends about us being at, 7 different bars simultaneously. Some translocation kind of stuff, like a famous saint or something.
We're like a bachelorette party. We'll go to 7 different bars in one night.
Some of those bachelor parties, they have little penis straws they drink their drinks with.
You don't get a lot of bachelorette parties in Lucky's Fold, but we did get every once in a while. They'll wash in at around 1:30, right before close, right? Because Lucky's is the only place that really stays open that late on the block here. And they'll come in and they'll generally kind of look at the scene.
They're a fun time, but those girls, because they're usually. There's usually some that are just desperate because they're not getting married, so they have, what else do I have to lose?
Right, and they've been eating penis lollipops all night, and they've been wearing, outfits that say number 1 slut or last trip.
They're
for
not
this
always
slut,
sluts, but they like to just kind of pretend. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, this slut has one last go before she's got to do her man right. And it's a lot of words on a t-shirt. At the end of the night, really all you can read is slut because your eyes kind of fixate on that. And we like to, when they come in, you know, we kind of consider ourselves ambassadors of the bar. You know, we'll show them where the cigarette vending machine is at. We'll wipe down a lot of the kind of stickiness, you know, like the rum sticky kind of sticks to the jukebox. We'll wipe that down for them. You know, I kind of consider, you know, being a regular here as like my full-time job, you know.
Well, you sleep here most nights. You got your chair here. A lot of times I'll just sleep in my truck on a bunch of mail, but sometimes I'll crash here on a booth or something.
I got the Murphy chair. I can just slide off right there. They have it specially built for me. I can just slide that Murphy chair down and go.
Yeah, and if you oversleep, they'll just put it back up in the wall with you in it. They know you'll just sleep soundly in there.
I'll be snapped up in there, and you know, and that Murphy chair. People don't know a lot about Murphy stuff, but it's a very violent snap. So if you're inside of one, it'll really rock your melon and stuff, and you'll get disoriented, confused.
It's like a switchblade, but for like a chair.
If you go to sleep, there's no long-term damage. So whenever, you know, I'll get whipped up in that Murphy chair, and I can tell it's around 8 a.m., and they're probably not going to let me out till around 10. I'll just go back to sleep, because if you go back to sleep, you don't get any brain damage from being whipped around in there like a little peanut in a jar that somebody's shaking, you know?
Well, there's one time you fell asleep in the keg room, and it was locked, and you
in the basement.
You got hypothermia. Yeah.
Well, it's just a little bit of flooding that it does down there. What Goose says it keeps the beer colder, but you know, you watch all the bartenders here, right? They all do this thing when they got to go down to the keg cooler in the basement. They all take their shoes and their socks off and they roll up their pants. And otherwise, it comes up smelling like mildew. We got a mildewy keg.
I could see you rolling around down there in a rowboat. Maybe some cans of Swish, or yeah.
My days of working are behind me.
Oh yeah.
I'm not doing any of that. You're the working man around here, so I'll let you go down there. And you know I'm retired.
Well, they need more help ever since Sharon hasn't been here now, and
well, ever since we started drinking here, they need a lot more help. There's a lot more. Well, he's
a kidder. We don't bug nobody. They all love us here.
Well, I like to get a clean glass, and if I make it a little dirty, I should have the right to ask for a new one. And
they don't
Goose
mind
says,
if we just step behind the bar and refill our glass ourselves, that kind of thing.
Yeah, well, Goose has a temper, ain't that right, Goose? Well, I mean, he says he doesn't, but
Goose, hold on. Goose, he doesn't mind us hanging out till close. He'll be mopping the floor and squeezing out all the spilled stuff into the bucket, and then we'll dare each other to drink a glass each.
We'll take a drink.
And then we end up drinking about 5 of those glasses because it gets you drunk, but it also doesn't taste too bad. It's kind of a mishmash.
By the end of it, we're drinking basically Fabuloso.
Oh yeah.
As he's getting the mop and stuff ready like that. And I know you've been disciplined at work a few times coming into work and delivering your mail, and the people saying, this guy delivering the mail, he smells like Fabuloso and Princess Swish.
Basically, he smells like craft beer.
And I don't like those little craft beer things, man, with the young guys.
Oh, yeah.
I remember I first heard about that stuff like 10 years ago, and Goose was a little younger then, a little wild with the ladies then, but he came in and I remember me and you were sitting here. He's like, I hope we don't get any hipsters in here. And we were like, what? Goose, what's a hipster? And he's like, oh, they're these awful people.
They wear skinny jeans. They have man buns, and
they're dressed like ringmasters, going around on their unicycles.
They're in the gay parades, which is
but they're straight,
okay,
and
but
they're bringing in some girls with the ear gauges, right? And that's not good. That's not kind of the scene we want around here.
I saw one of those girls. They had a cool tattoo on her leg.
What was the tattoo?
Well, it was like Betty Boop, but she was a skeleton. She was like a.
Oh, that sounds scary, but also sexy. Was she one of the rockabilly girls? Is that what it was? Because I remember.
Yeah, I mean, she could have been.
Because Goose said that he loves the rockabilly girls, and I said that sounds a lot like the hipster girls. And Goose,
He got
back.
mad. He got.
He pulled back and he laid me out good. I've been laid out in bars a lot for seemingly innocuous comments.
Oh, he's got a
lot.
steamer of a hook. Oh yeah.
Oh my God! I didn't even see it coming. But my fight or flight reflex did kick in, and I immediately went limp, and I went to sleep so that I wouldn't get a concussion. And then he put, and Goose felt bad. You could tell he felt bad about it because he shoved me in that Murphy chair and put me into the wall. But he had a little bag of cheese nips. Yeah, they're like Cheez-Its but shittier. And he put me in the wall with some free cheese nips. So I could tell he that was his way of apologizing to me.
You can survive on, chips and peanuts.
Dog food.
Oh yeah.
No, what you said. No, I didn't say that. Not dog
Or
food. You
when
can't
people
survive on.
finish up their bar food that is just like fries and chili or some,
They got the good ranch here. That's the one they got that good ranch dressing
and
here.
You could go around finding
What was
people's
that?
leftover wings with
Goose.
some meat
Is
left
that
over on it. Finish their drinks up for them.
Hidden Valley? Is that Hidden Valley that they have, or they have a different type of?
It's a Hidden Valley.
Is it? They got craft beer. This stuff tastes like craft ranch.
It says on the menu
huh?
it's house made ranch, but I know they buy the ranch.
Dog Eyes. What do you think? They got craft ranch.
Oh yeah, that's what it's.
No. What if they had that?
Oh yeah.
No, it's trying to riff here. You say something. It's what they do on The Office. Never mind. We talked about a little bit about other bars we go to. And I'm a Lucky's man, but
I mean, we got a lot.
Where else you been
we got a lot
drinking?
of stomping grounds. I mean, it really depends
a lot
on
of
the
my
day,
favorite
the
bars
time
are
of the year.
closed.
Oh yeah.
You remember 20 years ago the Sonoma Toad? You remember drinking there? Wall-to-wall plastic furniture. You remember that?
Everything squeaked.
Oh, it was squeaky. And there's that patio furniture that they had inside. You could tell if you sat down on those chairs too hard and put too much pressure on one of the legs, you'd go flying right out the front door.
It was like
because the floor was always wet.
It was like all the tables and chairs were like those little tables they put in a pizza, like on a Domino's pizza. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
the Barbie table.
They got the hole in the middle, like they're supposed to have.
Hey, is this mouse gonna have? Is a mouse gonna have a pizza on this little table too?
See, that's what I was saying about the riffing.
Huh?
That's a good thing, dog. That's what they do on The Office Ladies.
I've only seen
And
it.
they got the-
I've only seen it without the sound.
They got the umbrella that's supposed to be in the center, but it's not there, and it's indoor furniture. I don't know where they put all the extra umbrellas, but we spent a lot of time at the Sonoma Toad, right? I love that place. Those tables were so sticky. You'd put your forearm down on them, right? And you'd try to lift it up a little bit,
yeah.
and the table would come up a little bit.
And then people's drinks would spill a little bit, and you have to race. Oh, drink it, slurp it up, and you stick a straw. If you have a straw on the table, suck it up,
that'll
or
stain.
you just lick it off the table.
Well, if you lick it off the table, then you gotta lick all the sticky.
Yeah. There's a lot.
Anyway, I drank there
of,
for about 20 years.
Yeah, till it burnt down.
Yeah,
it
burnt
smelled
down.
real bad because it was all plastic.
It was all plastic and
A
it was
lot of
all
people
sugar.
got
So
sick.
like, actually, a lot of it was weird because it was a unique chemical that came in the air because a lot of the plastic caramelized because there was so much sugar still on them and like interred within the table.
Oh man,
I remember that was on the news.
Yeah, we were on the news.
That was a huge relief because I was
It
supposed to get
burned
my
off
ass
our
kicked
eyebrows,
tonight.
both of us.
Well, that's what I was telling the news lady, but they didn't put that on TV. I'm like, they said, what do you think happened? I'm like, I'm glad it burned down, because I was supposed to get my ass kicked here. if I came in, the bartender. What was the bartender's name? He was a real hothead. Swirly. Yeah, Swirly said, listen here, Pussy Wallace, if you come to my bar again and put your forearm on the table and try to lift it into the air, I'm kicking your ass. I'm going to say, I'm going to do it. I'm the scorpion and the frog. He's got to do what he's got to do. And he said, I'm going to kick your ass tonight. And then, you know, we show up, right? There's a camera crew there. It's on fire. And I just started saying, good. Police actually investigated me because of that one, too. But just got a couple free meals out of it.
Oh, yeah.
What about you? What are the other bars you go to, Dog Eyes?
Oh man, I mean, you go to all of them with me. You know, we got.
Yeah, I don't want to be rude.
We got Al's Hole.
Love Al's Hole.
We got Lucy's.
Oh yeah.
We got the Wet Head.
Ooh yeah, it's right next to McPolish's pub.
Oh yeah.
Love.
I don't go there no more.
Wait,
no, I don't.
What happened to you and McPolish's?
No, you know the manager, Terry the rapist. I don't like all that stuff came out no more.
Something's off about that guy.
All right, so we got Cranny Dunwich. They got a real good pizza they do there. Most bar pizza is just okay. It's passable, but they got a real nice. They put all kinds of stuff on there, and you can get.
They got one of the pizza ovens, right? It's not just like they're doing it on they're not boiling it or nothing. They got one of the actual pizza
They put
ovens.
ramen noodles on top of this pizza.
That's wild. That sounds disgusting. But, you know, whatever.
It looks like
it's a bar.
worms. We got,
and
speaking of worms, we got the garbage can, and they have a nice deal where you could get a whole pint, and you could get a hot dog, and you could get a shot of Evan Williams.
Oh wow, yeah, that was good. If you're hungry
and you could get a game of pool, and you could get peanuts, and
the peanuts are free. That's not part of the deal. They just have the peanuts.
And the bartender will wink at you, and it's all 59 cents.
Wait, Craig? Craig never winked at me when I got that.
No?
No, I think. I wonder why.
We got Orleans.
You know what?
We got Orleans.
We'll head there after. We'll talk to Craig, and I'll say, Craig, I heard you're winking.
We got
heard you're winking now, Craig.
Orleans is where they got. Well, that's a big pool place, and Pussy and I don't play too much because we just get hustled and we lose all of our money.
Well, I got shit hands. It's a medical condition. The doctor said, you got shit hands. And I said, I got shit hands. He goes, you got shit hands. And he goes, look at your hands. They're all shit. They're all bent around.
Every time we go there, some guy plays us in pool, and we school him for a game or two. And then all of a sudden, he's, you know, Tiger Woods kicking our ass.
You got Tick's Garage, like hanging out at Tick's Garage. Yeah, they got those nice stools that are high up, so you're not like kicking around all the. You can put your feet on top of the thing, so you can just really post up.
Oh yeah, and he sells some. I mean, I was talking about Lucy's earlier, but he actually sells Lucy's in the bar.
Oh yeah, he'll sell you just individual cigarettes. He has them on like a platter.
He makes his own too. They're real good.
Yeah, he says he sold them to kids before.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
like, Tick, you can't sell cigarettes to kids. And he goes, well, the kids shouldn't be in a bar. And I had nothing to say.
Well, they do that. They do that too at the Rash. They don't card at the Rash.
Oh yeah, that's right next to the Stink House there, right?
Yeah.
At the Stink House, they card, but they don't look at the card. They just hold it. Like the guy's got a flashlight, and he's really just pointing at your eyes to kind of mess with you.
Oh yeah.
Oh, have you been to that new that new place, Mr. Daddy's Tap, where it's that big fat guy with slick back hair who runs it, and he's got all these college girls in lingerie, and they have to talk to us.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
The beers are $9 for a Princess Swish there, but
they
every
put
once
an
in a while,
orange slice on the Princess Swish.
Oh yeah, I don't know what all that is. I'm no fancy guy. Oh, I'm no doctor of industry. Hello, sir. This is my railroad. I'm not one of those types of guys. No orange for me, please.
No, I'll pass. I'll go to Nasty Janet's.
Oh yeah. And you know what? The girls may not be as nice looking at Nasty Janet's.
They let
but
you drink from the tap.
They let you drink from the tap. You know, for $5, they'll take a picture with you where they kiss you on the cheek. And you just can't beat that kind of stuff nowadays. And you know what? And even at Mr. Daddy's where they got to wear the lingerie, right? It's a health code violation if their nipples or their vaginas are sticking out or whatever. So they got to wear the real rigid underwear underneath the lingerie, which just is fucking bizarre. And you know, I have not been blessed with the touch of a woman like I was in the past, where I might have been a little more, you know, raunchy in my days in my 20s, where I was scooting around Shooters Sports Bar. I was crushing it at Shooters. All types of girls every night, finger stuff, you know, foot stuff.
No, man.
You know, kissing.
Yeah.
Kissing cousins, kissing sisters, getting two girls and making them kiss, and then going home alone.
Oh,
I could do all the moves
geez.
back in my old Pussy Wallace before my shit hands got turned to shit for you know, by all those bartenders who kept smashing my hands.
Yeah.
And fights and whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, back in the day, I think that was before I met you, Dog Eyes. You never saw old Pussy Wallace, you know, putting his
I
nose
heard
to
about him. I mean, I heard stories. People would talk in the bar. Oh, this guy, he goes to every bar. He gets his ass kicked up and down the bar. They drag him by the shirt down the bar through all the glasses and smash his head.
Oh, yeah. They slide me down the bar, and I'm hitting drink after drink after drink.
They slam him down on the pool table, and they break onto his nuts.
Oh, yeah, they're breaking pool cues all over me. They're pushing me into the bathroom. They're pushing me into that sticky fly paper, and I got it around my neck, and I can't breathe. And they're dunking my head in the toilet, you know, and the whole time I'm, you know, just trying to say, like, hey, are you two related to these girls? And they're not into me, and I'm still going for it. And, you know, eventually they figure out which truck was mine and, you know, dent it on the side with my forehead and then throw me in the back to rot.
Yeah.
But yeah, every once in a while that wouldn't happen, and I would be able to talk to
You know, the best
woman.
way to tell if a bar is a great place to sit around and just drink with your pals is go to the bathroom. The shittier that bathroom is, you know it's the place. Like, oh, it's covered in stickers and
sawdust,
graffiti.
you need some sawdust.
The
on
toilet
there.
doesn't work. There's no lock on the door. It just stays open. And
The toilet, the door to the toilet is ripped off, and there's a sign that says "shit at home."
there's a little drawing of a guy getting his thing sucked on by a goblin, and it says Dan equals gay.
Yeah, that's the sign of a good. If the mirror is so covered in stickers that you can't even see the moles or the zits on your own face, that's a good bar.
Oh, yeah.
If it's a bunch of old guys watching Wheel of Fortune and saying racial slurs that don't even match the race of the participant, that's a good bar.
Or my favorite is when they have the little, you know me, you're already smiling because you know what I'm going to say. They got the little electronic games on the corner where you can sit there and play. They got a big, it's like the Olympics. They got a bunch of games you can play.
I've seen you dump $30, $40.
They got
into
those little
things.
games to spot the difference between the pictures. And then you got like a woman and a construction hat and boots on.
They get sexy.
You got a woman on a mound of dirt and a construction hat and her boots
a sexy
on,
picture.
but her cans are out. See,
It's a sexy
what
picture.
You
love
here's
looking.
the trick, though, pussy. What you can do is when people see you playing it, they know it's a spot the difference game. It's kind of like a search and find, like where's Waldo kind of thing. But you got to figure out what's different and click it. So you could pretend to be taking along. I'm good at it. I spot them all immediately. But you could pretend to not be able to see the differences for a long time. So then you could look at her cans longer.
Or you gonna ask if
Don't tell it to
if
my
they're-
girlfriend though, Cindy.
Oh, wait, you and Cindy
Cindy
or what?
O'Hara. She owns a salon. Shout
You're
out
still
to her.
together?
Oh yeah.
When was last? I didn't think you guys were still together.
Why not?
I mean, I haven't seen her around. In
Well,
like
she
probably...
does when she knows I'm hanging out with you. She doesn't want to bother us, so she just lets us.
Well, we pretty much hang out almost every. Well, this week every single night.
Oh yeah.
And so I guess I'm confused because I've seen you every night for the last 2 years and I haven't seen her. Is she your girl? Did you just meet her during the day or?
Oh yeah.
Cooter's Garage, that's another bar I've been knocked out at and had some good times at. It used to be an old mechanic place, right? And they still have the old mechanic door.
There's the pits. They sell the pits down there to do, oil changes and stuff in the floor. So, you can go down there. You can go down there and sit down there and drink if you want. It's kind of
if you need a minute.
Yeah.
If you got
well,
too
one of them is a
involved in your
bathroom though.
feelings.
The other one on the back side is a bathroom. So you can go down there and they got the trough. They fill it up with ice.
And if that place is too full of college kids, you can go to the touchy-feely room. That bar's been open for 50 years, old like 50s thing. But I love drinking at the touchy-feely room. They got the Christmas decorations up all year long.
Oh, they never take them down. They said, well, we're just going to put them back up anyway. What's the point, right?
And they got that bartender. What's her name? Is it Debbie? She's a real spark plug. I tell you, I wouldn't mind being knocked out by her.
Or she doesn't
for
put up
having
with
too many.
anything.
Oh, no,
man.
no.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like if I had to taste her wrath, she'd come down on me like Serena Williams.
Right across the street, they got Guster Gimbley's. Guster Gimbley's is a great place if you want a nice, clean. If you're feeling fancy, you want a nice old fashioned. They use those cherries that are from the jar.
Oh wow!
Oh yeah,
Cherry cherries.
They're real fancy, but it's like $3 is all.
And you know what? And a lot of people get on me about this and say, "Pussy Wallace, it's not a bar. There's not a bar." If it don't get too snooty, a great place to drink is the Payday Loans, right there on the corner, right? Yeah. You can just go there. You can crack a few. They're all behind glass, right? Because they don't want to get shot for the payday loan money, right? So they can't come out and tell you not to drink in there. And you can get out of the elements. You can get out of the cold. You can drink your beer in a bag. And, they call the police, but the police aren't coming to the payday loans. They don't want to deal with that mess, right? So that's a great place to drink if you have in the mood for it.
Oh, yeah. You got Toadies. Toadies is great.
Did you know they... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I really like the stools there.
Oh yeah, they got the.
They look like
indented.
Yeah. Oh yeah. A bit of a toadstool. I'm just kidding.
I don't get it.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, I don't get what the kidding was.
You got Ape Bar. You got Pussies. Oh man, I haven't been to Pussies in forever.
Oh yeah. There's the dump right around the corner there. And there is not the garbage dump. There's a bar called the Dump, which is across the street from the garbage dump.
Oh, it smells so bad.
And you can drink at both, right?
Well, the Dump you could drink for free there because it smells so bad there.
The bar or the actual dump?
The bar.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Cause what's that bartender's name? I think it's Dovid, and he likes the smell of the trash, so he whips that door wide open, and he goes, "Does anybody have a problem with it?" And this guy's at least
their
7,
happy
3,
hour
4,
is all free drinks.
Yeah, I mean,
their happy hour lasts 12 hours.
It's a rough place, and if
about
you get
7
a little tired,
7,
you go straight
7
to the
a.m.
dump.
to 7 p.m. is happy hour. You could go there and drink for free all day. So, I'll take a day off of work and I'll meet Pussy over there at the dump.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll get tanked till about 7 p.m. And then we'll head down the street. We'll go to the sticky floor. And the sticky floor, they have the games I like. And there's this one girl, she's dressed like a devil. And her cans are out. And this is a hard game because sometimes you can't see when her tail disappears. I know it disappears now, but some people can't spot it right away.
If you go to the sticky floor, you got to make sure to not wear sandals. It's a classic rookie mistake.
Oh, you'll just trip.
They'll stay right there on that floor. And you'll keep walking, and then you might get stuck
like
to the floor.
how at a roadhouse, how they throw peanuts all over the floors, but there they encourage you to pour a little bit of your drink out.
Little bit, just a little bit. Don't get crazy. It's not supposed to be wet. It's supposed to be sticky. And a lot of the new people that come in, the college kids, they'll dump their whole sugary drink.
Well, Gecko, he always wears those goulashes while he's working.
I don't get how they don't stick. He's got to have them lacquered, enameled or something on the bottom there.
And then
I tell you what.
I
don't like a lot of the kind of hipster new stuff. But have you been to that new place, Planet Beer?
No.
Planet Beer. All right.
I
so
like
they
the
got
sound
that.
of it. I want to crash land there.
You go. that's good riffing, dog eyes.
That's one
this
small.
Is going just like the Office ladies.
Wait, hold on. That's one small sip for man. That's one giant gulp for mankind. Lance Armstrong.
And you took a gulp right after. That's pretty good, dog eyes. That's good stuff. This is going to be right up there with Office Ladies, where they're talking about the show they were on. But listen, they give you a card when you walk in, like a credit card. Like, ooh, look at me. I'm a limousine driver. I'm going to the Grand Ole Opry to bet on the horses, you know? And you go, oh, I'm waving around. I'm feeling good. I'm waving around my credit card. Never had one in my life, right? And they're like, no, you go to the beer tap of the beer you want, and you click it. And then it just pours out free.
Oh, wow.
And so I'm sucking them down, you know. I thought I hit a loophole in the system. I'm hitting the thing. I'm sucking them down, right? So I'm not knowing how much it's actually costing because they pay you. It's not like you order a beer. You just get however much beer that you go. See, I was paying in coins, trying to pay them back at the end in coins. I had all these coins in my pockets, dimes, nickels. You get the idea of what kind of coins I have. Sacagawea dollars. And so I'm trying to count it all out at the end, and I'm doing the thing, you know, where I'm trying to purposely confuse them by mixing piles and saying this. And it doesn't confuse them. They just feel bad for me and let me get away with it. What I'm trying to say is I had a great time at Planet Beer. Even though it is a little bit of like hipster nonsense.
Oh, they're probably drinking Starbucks in there instead of beer.
That's right. That's what they're probably doing, dog guys. They're probably drinking Starbucks there.
Oh, you got a real fun place to go to every now and then is Bunk's Bitch House. Because you're supposed to, you can, or you could rent them there as bring a sleeping bag. They got a lot. A lot of them they're all used, but they don't wash them, so you gotta
make sure the schneeze is working.
Yeah,
he'll hook you up.
Schneeze.
He'll put a couple of pepperonis in your beer for free.
Yeah,
he likes me.
If you go to Bunks and you gotta have a sleeping bag because you're gonna probably crash there. They got a big wide open floor for you to just set up, and it's a real cool place because it's safe and you can't get picked up by the cops because you're just staying there for the night. So when they close down, they stop sales at 4 a.m. and then they start them up again at 6 a.m.
It's very rude, I have to say. I don't like going there sometimes because it's very rude when people will like try to go to sleep on the floor at like 2 a.m. Like, come on. Like, we're all trying to have a good time here. You got to wait till the end.
Yeah.
Right? That's what we're doing. We're waiting till the end.
That's the idea.
And then we're going to... That's the whole concept. And if you're just trying... Oh, you just want a free hotel. No, this is a bar.
Well, they have
the Schneeze
TVs.
Was nice enough to put in pepperonis in your Princess Swish for free. And you get to chew them all and have a good time. And you know what? I can't say this about a lot of bartenders, but the Schneeze has never knocked me out. One of the few guys that has never completely kicked my ass. tossed me around. I could tell I challenged him sometimes. He was getting quite mad at me. In fact, the other night before there, I was talking about office ladies with him for about 2-3 hours. And he got incensed. He goes, stop talking about those office ladies. I don't want to hear about... So all they do is talk about the office. That sounds boring. And I go, aha. It's not so boring if they were on the show. Because they used to be the ladies. And then he He pulled back. He pulled back. He's a Buddhist, but he pulled back. And he almost knocked my ass out, sent my ass to hell where I belong, but he didn't. You know, he remembered what the Buddha said. Don't disrespect the office ladies, is what, I don't know.
I was riding my bike, and I saw this new place closer to downtown that's kind of hip that was, like, called Helm's Deep or something. And it's all,
Helm's Deep?
You ever read that?
Read what?
The Frodo Baggins.
I saw the film. I saw the feature-length film. They play it with the sound off.
Oh yeah,
because they were playing.
What? They just have wine there? Do they have beer? I saw the meals were like, you know, like $17, $24. I was like, no way.
That king, he eats a chicken. I remember that part. He eats a chicken with his hands. He doesn't have plates. It's just like a stone platform he's eating on. And the music that was playing, I think, was The Clash. That wasn't part of the movie.
The tomato
he
eats a tomato. It looks like blood.
Yeah, he just sucks them all down. He spits it everywhere. He looks like, you know.
Yeah.
Looks like us when we eat.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Except mine's like tater tots. I'm dipping
well, you eat a lot of tater tots.
I'm dipping in the ranch.
You know what? Maybe we should get some ranch over here. They got the Kraft Ranch.
Well, tater tots
here.
are great for you because they're made with potatoes and fish.
Wait, tater tots don't have fish in them. Where'd you get
I
that
do.
idea? Yeah, what do you mean?
You know how you get like we go to the Knights of Columbus fish fry.
Thanks, Goose.
Thank you, Goose. We go to the Knights of Columbus fish fry in the spring.
Right, and we pretend to be injured to
when
get
all
more
the
fish.
Catholics are getting their Lent, and we get to the fish fry. When you get the fried fish and you open it up, it's white inside and kind of flaky, and so are tater tots. So that's got to be fish and potatoes, right?
You know what? I think you're wrong, but I don't know.
I dip my tater tots in tartar sauce.
I can't take you on this one. I can't contest you. You win. Dog eyes, you win. I can't contest on this one. I just don't know.
You got Captain Willie's. You got the Trench. You got Rusty Radish.
Can I tell you what my favorite bar? I think, you know, other than Lucky's Fold, if this place burned down...
Oh, let me guess. Stinkman's.
Now, I like Stinkman's. Don't get me wrong. Stinkman is an old friend of mine.
Pipe Layers.
Pipe Layers is good. I like Pipe Layers, right? But it gets a little pricey.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
That's a happy hour place only.
Well, if you're on a budget, which is all the time, you know.
Yeah, I'm retired, so every dollar matters, you know.
Oh yeah.
You already cut out most food. You know, living, like places to live, like good on that. I would say my favorite place to drink, though. Me and you were here the other night. The Velvet Gremlin. It's my favorite bar.
Oh man,
I love the Velvet Gremlin.
Oh yeah.
They got all the popcorn there and little paper bowls, little square shaped paper
Lexi,
bowls.
she's a sweetheart, man.
Oh, she's a sweetheart. She gave us
our first round on
her boyfriend, though.
Oh, he's a nice guy.
He's gonna kick my ass if I keep touching her hands.
Nice guy.
She tells
don't touch her hand, man. I told you.
She tells me not
man.
to touch her hands. She puts her hands out there. I just touch them. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying not to. It's something happens. I touch the hands, and yeah, he's gonna kick my ass.
Reason to be.
And I wouldn't blame him.
Getting back to your old days, your youth, you're hunting your youth, pussy. I told you got to just.
The first time he kicked my ass. What's his name? Brian. The first time he kicked my ass, he reared back, and he's got like
Brian Calabasas. He's a great guy.
He's got like Calabasas.
He's real nice.
He's got like calcified knuckles, right? Because he's always punching walls.
Well, he's a fighter.
Punching studs in the wall.
He's like a mixed martial artist.
Yeah. He's got those calcified knuckles, right? And he was like, "All right, pussy, me and you outside."
He has a Star
And
Wars.
he
ear.
didn't know my name. He was. I was surprised he knew my. It turns out he was insulting me. But he said, "You can't touch your hands. I warned you once. I'm gonna kick your ass." And he reared back, and I just said, "I don't blame you. I would do the same thing," is what I said. And mid sentence just came down like a wrath of God. And I was out 2-3 days in that one. You would have dragged me back here and put me in the Murphy chair because you thought it was like some kind of healing chamber for me.
Yeah, we put you in there so many times, you come out same old pussy walnut. So.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I came back the next night and he kicked my ass again while I was trying to apologize. But the third night he listened to what I had to say, and I said, "I'm sorry. I don't know what it is about the hands," and he laid me out again. But 2 days later.
Well, you kept crawling back into the bar. He would toss you out, and you'd crawl back in.
Because I
and
forgot
go take
my
another sip of your
popcorn. I
drink.
forgot the popcorn. I wanted to take it with me because I was going to go to the payday loans and drink.
Every time he knocked you out, your shoes went flying.
And I
like
gotta
30 feet.
find them, and even the socks come off. It's a whole. I don't know why I keep wearing glasses because they got taped up down the middle here, and they just get knocked in half, and I gotta tape them up again, and then they get knocked in half, and I gotta tape them up again. It's a mess. I don't think the office ladies ever had to deal with that. I don't think they had to deal with that at all. No.
Oh.
But yeah, I love the Velvet Gremlin. They got all the red lighting, all those red light bulbs.
They're playing a movie in there the other night. No, it was crazy.
Well, you just, what's the movie? You can't just say they.
I don't know what it's called.
Well, what happened in it?
Well, there's like a guy with sunglasses. There's guns. And there's computers.
What music were they playing while this movie was going on?
Well, it was like some Seeger, man.
Oh yeah. I'm doing the air guitar right now. I love my Seeger.
He invented the goatee.
Oh, the goatee. Holding that guitar and 1 foot on the railroad tracks like he could go anywhere and be anybody. That's Pussy Wallace, baby.
In the movie, they were just like, they had black coats.
They had guns, black coats, and computers. This is it. Were they wearing sunglasses?
Yeah, I said they were, man.
Oh, okay.
There's these two sisters. They're twins.
Oh, yeah?
And they had all white hair. Yeah.
Twins, huh? 2 twins. I like the sound of that.
They're a couple cute chicks, but they were the villains, I believe.
Sometimes. Because sexuality is a weapon, and that's the narrative of the main thing when they say stuff like that.
They're chasing them on the freeway, and these twin girls dressed in all white instead of all black. And
like a wedding
white,
day.
You think white is, like a bride or an angel, but the good guys were wearing the black, and the bad guys were wearing the white. That was the twins.
I had a couple of twins back in my day, dog eyes. Could you believe? Looking at me now.
Oh, man.
Look at all this in these tattered clothes with this soup on my lapel and this, uncut toenails. I was quite a ladies' man. I had a set of twins. I tried to make them kiss each other, and they wouldn't. And I said, that's a deal breaker for me. They're like, please let us sleep with you. We want to have sex with you, but we can't touch because that's incest. And I said, deal breaker. Get out of my condo. Because back in those days, I had quite a nice condo that I was
squatting
in.
Right?
Yeah, it wasn't legally mine, but the guy went on vacation. Man. He only used the thing like 4 weeks a year, and the combo to the door code was 1111, which I just try door codes. It's just like my thing. I'm not trying to like break into anything. It's just kind of, I bet I can guess this one. 6969. Did I get it? Oh no, it's just fun for me.
You used to call it your no condoms condo because you said that condoms were banned from being used there.
The Pope said no.
Well, you show everyone how to bust into the condom machines in the bathroom.
Yeah, because I want to, I want everyone
like a safe cracker.
Yeah, they got the loose screw, and you got to jiggle it for 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
You're like James Caan in Thief.
Yeah, in the heat of the night, that's when I strike.
Yeah, But you don't use those condoms. You just pass them out, even though they're all 2 years expired.
Well, you know, it's fun to be the man and pass out the condoms. Everyone's like, "Oh, Pussy Wallace is generous today with this."
He gives them all away because he doesn't use them.
I don't need them. I don't like them. I don't like the way they make me feel. They make me feel trapped, and I start breathing too hard.
What if you get something like crabs or something?
Well, then you know what? I'm 67 years old, dog eyes. You know.
Oh, wow.
I know I don't.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh,
I know
wow. I'm only 51. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Really?
I'm but.
Damn, man.
We both look around the same age because our hobbies.
Oh,
we
yeah.
both look about like 75. You know, I remember you telling me stories about all your post office buddies are like, "Oh, you know, when are you thinking about retiring?" You're like, "I'm 51."
No, well, I still work. I mean, you know, you could do a lot. You could do your route early, like I said. Some days you might want to drink. You just hide a flask in an envelope, and you carry around the envelope, and no one knows.
That's pretty smart. That's pretty smart there.
Or you could fill up a box, then you could line it with plastic, and you could fill up the box with beer.
When I used to teach those kids,
then you could cut a corner in the box and take little sips out of that box.
I was subbing in my 30s, right? And I was teaching. And I taught.
Wow. You're a teacher.
I taught the driving one. Forgot what it's called. It was so long. Yeah, I drove cars, right? If you mix in just like half of the drink is milk, they're not going to smell anything but the milk, and that milk's going to get hot, and they're just going to smell milk. They won't smell any of the whiskey. They won't smell any of the gin.
That's the old trick, by the way. People don't know. Your first drink, you pour some milk in there, it coats the stomach, and then you won't have to eat
Pussy
later.
Wallace with his famous milk trick, right? And I was drinking all day, driving those kids around. They were driving me around. We had a great time. But all good things.
Oh, man, you're teaching kids how to drive. You drive with both feet, though.
Well, you know,
you teaching kids how to drive?
Yeah,
that way?
I said you gotta follow the teacher says, and the right foot goes on the accelerator, the left foot goes on the brake, because you don't want to get confused and hit the wrong one.
Isn't the brake on the right side, man?
Well, whatever. You touch it, and then you...
I know I drive a mail truck, and the wheel's on the wrong side, but it's still not that...
You know, you just touch a thing, and if it goes, that's the go one. And you just, okay, I'll remember that. And that's all you have to do. And I would tell the kids that, and they'd write it down in their notebooks. You got any more bars? Did we leave anything out?
Oh, man, probably.
There was Mickey's Hole in the Wall, you know, which was not a bar. It was just our friend Mickey knocked his way into this building.
Tropic Joe's.
Oh, yeah.
Tropic Joe's.
They got the little...
Oh, that's the one place I'll go where they have the little fruity drinks, the kind of girly stuff, and I'll drink that because it's like being on vacation.
Well, they make everyone there wear the Hawaiian shirt.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the girls will wear the
hula girls.
Yeah.
Or hula baby. Yeah, man. Oh, wow. You could get laid easy.
That's with the Hawaiian spelling, right?
With the flower necklace.
Yeah, that's... You know, back in my day, I used to get laid quite a lot. I don't know if I told you.
Oh, yeah. You told me about how you got laid.
I used to be at the Oysters Goiter. They closed that. The Bearded Bastard, I'd be there. When Scooter's Sports Bar closed, they opened Shooter's Sports Bar, and then that closed, and there was Snooter's Sports Bar. All in the same building with the same owners. It was a very bizarre process. I'm not quite sure what was going on, but, you know, I was famous for my hand touches back then. And the girls don't like it now, but, you know, if you're a much younger man... You know, I just come into all that cash because that bus ran over my legs and my feet. So I was on cloud 9. My feet were messed up, and I needed help getting around. But the girls were very receptive to the kind of wads I was throwing around.
Do you remember Dick's? It was a bar that only had 3 seats inside.
Yeah, it was tight. It was very closed quarters in there.
Man, he had one beer. You know what the beer was?
Was it that beer that just said beer on it in like an aluminum thin can? And it had in cursive marker, in black permanent marker, beer was written on the can.
Yeah, and he wore a tuxedo. He was always drying the glasses with the clean white cloth.
And he had
3 seats. and we take up both of them.
Well, we sat one cheek on each one.
Oh, it was tight.
Because he said, who's gonna come in here alone? And he had that gun, right? God, that gun tasted weird.
He always played the same music.
It was always Sinatra. That's life.
Oh, yeah.
Every time you walked into that 3-person bar, that's life.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's either cleaning the glass or the gun. And, you know.
And the beer, it said on the menu, beer $1, and that just counted for all the beer you drink.
Do you know what Tick actually told me?
I think that might have been the devil.
Tick told me that place, right?
I think that was Satan, man.
He told us, all right, so Tick told me, because I believed it was Satan too. Me and you talked about it. We asked him, the guy in the tuxedo, and he just laughed every time and said he's from the Deep South, and I thought that answered that. But Tick said that that place was CIA run, and they were doing chemical experiments on people through free beer. And it turns out it was just mashing our brains up.
I think it was.
There was something in the beer. It was like a chemical cocktail, not the fun type of cocktail.
Well, one day it just vanished.
Yeah, like
wow. There was rumors going around that it was the whole bar was a prominence from the giant beast, some kind of strange creature.
I said, I don't have time for this magical realism bar. I'm not, go crying over my spilt milk to drink out of. And
the beer was good, though.
It was very good. It had a nice tautness.
A great
to it.
deal.
Yeah.
He never wanted us to leave. They never closed.
I never actually paid, ever.
Oh, wow. Oh, man. That makes you feel bad. He was so nice.
Oh, well, I think he had a poor business model.
He had two different colored eyes, man.
You
ever notice that?
I wanted to mention on this because the office ladies talked about a sandwich that was named after them in the most recent episode. Dog Eyes, did you know that I have a drink? I have a couple drinks that I invented.
Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, I've tried them. Well, I've already heard about them.
At the Velvet Gremlin. Right? They got the Pussy Wallace.
Yeah, I know about them already.
You can order the Pussy Wallace, right? It's 2 parts vodka, 2 parts gin, 2 parts insulin medication, a big pickled egg that you mash in with a fork, and like 10 straws so you can drink it faster. That's my trick. It's not a Pussy Wallace if it has 1 straw. And then you fill it with the Metamucil water to cover. And that one cleans you out and it makes you healthy. That's a night starter for me. Dog Eyes.
Oh, they're throwing this game right now, man. Look at this.
And you're not even listening to me. We're doing a podcast, Dog Eyes. Who's that right there? Are they?
Oh, yeah.
I don't even want to see it. Are they dribbling between their legs? I don't want to see it.
No, he just fouled, man. He was carrying.
I don't want to see them dribble between the legs, holding the ball.
No, he's doing the opposite. He's traveling.
And a jump shot is traveling. Back in my day, if you would jump up with 2 hands on the ball, that's a travel. Where are you going? Shoot it from your feet.
Well, okay. There's nothing else, no other sports. What do you want to watch?
I want to, let's listen to Bob Seger and watch a movie. That's the experience to me. Goose, can I get a stinky flamingo? You never heard of it?
A little bit late to be going for that, huh?
I want a stink. All right, it's 2 parts vodka, 2 parts rum.
He's gonna be closing up in.
It's fine. Minutes. He's fine. He would have told me if there was a problem, right, Goose? Hey, don't cock back yet, Goose. All right, that's pink limoncello. That's the yellow stuff. I need the pink limoncello, or it's not a stinky flamingo, it's a stinky canary. And I know you're eyeing one of those big pickled eggs. You're going to go ahead and put that in there and mash it for me, all right? Thank you. See, that wasn't so bad, right? I know he's closing up, but good Lord, man, come on. We could always get one for the road, Is it coming up at what? It's about 2 a.m. here?
Oh, wow, another foul. Come on.
So who's going to be open after this? Because I haven't had enough to sleep in the Murphy chair yet. Or I got to go somewhere and get knocked out. Otherwise, I'm going to be up all night, listening to Office Ladies. And I want that to kind of last for a little bit. I don't understand how you're watching the basketball game at the same time you're doing the search and find. And I swear to God, your eyes are going cross-eyed looking at this naked lady with the tail and looking at the other part. Look at the basketball shooters dribbling between their legs and behind their backs and showing off for the whole world.
Oh, and they're Shitty Steve's. They're open 24 hours.
I guess we'll go to Shitty Steve's, but, well, he'll knock me out.
Their bathroom is so clean, though.
It's really weird. It's like, you know, I don't even want to wash my hands because it's like, what the point? You know, I'm the dirtiest thing in here. I'll just mess everything up.
You might as well, you just walk in. You might as well just pee your pants, man.
Oh, that went down real good. All right, Goose, can I get a light lunch? We're about to get out of your hair. Can I get a light lunch? I know you packed up some of this. It's all, just, all right, come. All right, it's 2 parts vodka, 1 part whiskey, 1 part gin. Just do another part gin. What else? Do you have a big styrofoam cup? All right, good. Some peppermint schnapps, add that in there.
I'm going to hit the jukebox before we're walking out.
A little creme Yvette, right? You got that? You have creme Yvette? Some wildflower liqueur. Do you have anything close to it? All right, just add some amaretto. I'm not driving.
Hey, Pussy, how about The Wait by the band?
Oh, that sounds pretty good. I like the band. Do they have any Boston?
Right.
I'd listen to some Boston.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Goose, I need you to crush up some medicine. It doesn't matter what kind of medicine. Any medicine is fine. All right, can you spit in it? All right, spit in it? All right, that's good right there. Oh, a lot of blood in your spit. What you doing back there, Goose? I'm just playing. All right, point your gun at the drink. I know you have a gun. Just point a gun at it. All right, yeah, take the drink down and point a gun so I don't see the gun. That's fine. All right, add some tepid water. All right, a shot of coffee. Just throw that in there. Oh, that's a big cup. Oh, that cup's looking weird now. All right, concentrate on the drink, all right? This is crucial to make this drink right. I want you to think about all the women in the world that want nothing from you but to betray you. All right? Think about that for at least 5 seconds and stare at it with malice. All right, and I'm going to need you. Here's my car keys. Just add that in the drink, and I'll puke them up in the morning when I got to go. All right, put a little bit of clothing in it. Anything will do. And, oh, what else am I missing? Oh, somebody needs to dip their hand in it. Dog Eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, dip your hand in this drink for me real quick. Just dip, like a tea bag. Just dip it in there.
Oh, I remember this one. Here, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, there. Ish. Yeah, see how wet it is? That's how you can tell it's a good drink. All right. And then Goose, what's left? Just the garnish. Throw a hypodermic needle on the top. Perfect. All right, that's a light lunch. Got this all backed up. I guess I can't bother you for a top, so if any cop smells this, we'll probably get shot tonight.
Well, why the schoolyards across the street where they park all the buses? Let's just go sleep in one of those.
Ooh, we can lay under it if they're all locked. That's a good idea. All right, well, this is the first episode of The Office Ladies. Well, what do we call it? Barflies, right?
Office bar.
The Office Ladies.
Oh, right. Yeah, we're flies. We buzz around the.
We're barflies, right?
All right.
We're just lowly pieces of shit barflies, and they're like these regal, elegant ladies that have works in offices and have never gotten fired from a driver's ed job because of milk puke. We're dirt to them. You know, it's fine. I've gotten used to such contempt in my life, but that's the first episode of The Office Ladies here. I guess we're gonna go drink under the school bus.
All right, Goose, we'll get out of here, buddy. All right,
all right, love you, Goose. All right, don't flip me off. He's just playing. This is the first episode. I'm gonna go pawn this recording equipment now so that we can probably find some stuff to drink under the buses. This is Pussy Wallace here with Dog Eyes. Have a good night, everyone. This is not a bit. I'm not doing a bit. It's exhausting to suggest I'm doing a bit. If you still want to suggest I'm doing a bit, it's not a bit. So listen up, you slack-jawed podcast fans. My name is Alex Branson. I'm one of the hosts of E1, and I have written a novel. It's going to be published by Rare Bird on November 10th. It is called Water Wasted. And if you can't wait till November 10th, they are selling signed copies at rarebirdlit.com. Those signed books will ship in early October. So that'll be available about a month earlier than the official release will be on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and in independent bookstores. All right. What's this episode about? What's this one? I mean, if chips worked, why can't... All right, on to the show.
The following is an archived podcast presented by the Branson and Hudson Foundation for Podcast Recovery. This podcast is entitled Demystification of the Greek Gods Through Performance Art and American Patriotism. It is the first and only episode of the podcast. Welcome to episode 1. All right, just turning on my recorder here before class starts. I mean, even though the teacher seems like he's late. Hey man, I'm Gus Augusta. I'm kind of new here at Harvard Tech Terre Haute campus. Are you new here too, or you been here?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's your name?
Thomas.
All right, well, I don't know, man. I guess this is a 6 a.m. Saturday class, so I'm not surprised the professor's late.
Oh.
Wait. Oh, maybe that's him. Here. I was kind of wondering why there's that 2.5 foot tall doggy door over there. It looks like the professor's coming in through it. Like he's so old and hunched over. I guess it's just easier for him to come through the doggy door.
Almost there.
You need any help, man, or?
Is he dying?
He's dead. Oh no, he's still breathing. He's not moving much though.
I'm about halfway there now.
Maybe he'll do this the whole class. We'll be able to get out of here.
Excuse me. Hello. I believe you two gentlemen might be in the wrong classroom.
No, is this Rural Sociology 1104 Demystification of the Greek Gods Through Performance Art and American Patriotism?
Yes. I'm sorry. I didn't get anyone telling me anyone had signed up for the class. Hold on. Let me get it.
Well, I'm glad you showed up to the classroom at the right time, even though you assumed no one would be here.
Let me put down this bag here. It's an open bag. If any coupons go flying out, please grab them for me right there. I will be needing them. Have chairs gotten higher? Oh.
I just signed up for this because it's a quarter of a credit.
Well,
It's easy.
Have
Seemed
been
easy.
a professor for quite a long time. I'd like to introduce myself to you boys. I am Professor Eden Good. You can call me Weeby. Now, I suppose, look through my notes here. Oh, I did get a roster for this. Oh, Lord. Okay, well, let's do roll call, shall we? Then I will get to the syllabus, and I will let you all know exactly what this course will pertain. Are they still giving my classes descriptions when people sign up for them?
I mean, all I needed to see was Greek gods, and I was right here, you know?
Oh, that's interesting to you. Interesting. Huh. Well, all right.
I saw it was a quarter of a credit. Seemed like it
Well,
was easy. This is the only class I'm taking, so.
Well, okay. It's a 6 a.m. Saturday class, so quite a turnout for me with you two. Let me look here.
Can I drink my monster in
You
here?
can now, yes, I will go over this further in the syllabus, which I have somewhere around here. Hold on a second. I have all of this, if this is mostly Metamucil, and then you have the newspaper, and let's see here. Let's see. Okay. Thomas Ware? Is there a Thomas Ware here? Oh, okay. No Thomas Ware. All right, moving on to the next one. Gus Augusta.
Oh, yeah, sir, right here.
Oh well, I'm sorry, young man over there. What's your name? I appear to not have you on this.
Thom.
Thom?
Thom Weir.
Thom Weir. I said Thomas Weir. You didn't think that was you?
No, it's not my name.
So it's Thom. It's pronounced Thom. I've always like a is that? Are you from America or are you one of a more
Yes.
exotic locale? And they named you Thom instead of Thomas.
Yeah.
And you didn't think I meant you, and I just said it wrong in a class of 2 people.
I mean, maybe he was late. I don't know.
Well, that's fair. I can't really think of.
Can we record this?
I'm sorry. Record this.
Can we record the lecture?
Yeah. No one's ever asked me that before in all my years. Sure. Oh, does that mean I have to speak louder?
Did they have recorders in the 1930s?
They did, but they were typically a whole room affair. You had the kind of big boxy microphone to speak into and whatnot. Let's get to the syllabus. Let's not dilly-dally and waste any time, as we have a lot to go over, and I will cover the general questions any of you might have on this. I'm sorry, 1 second.
I mean, don't you want to know anything about us? We're going to spend the next semester together.
After the syllabus, excuse me. Is trapped wind still an ailment? Is that still a respected ailment?
I don't know what that means. Or
I have
is.
wind trapped in me. It's crude, but with my advanced age, it comes with the territory. And if I cough and particulate might fly out of me, I want you boys to not be worried. That's just something I have to deal with nowadays.
I mean, you're bent over at like a 90-degree angle, so if you cough, I think it's going right to the floor.
Well, that's
Your back's
great
seen better
news
days.
to handle this. That's great news. All right. Now, you may think you know a lot about the Greek gods and all those Roman guys and stuff with Hercules in the movie and his demon friends. And then you got Zeus. He turns into a goat. And then he had sex with stuff. And then there's the bestiality or implied divine bestiality. And then you got all the drawings of the men, or the statues of the men with the tiny penises in the marble and stuff. And then you got all the stories about the young girls who get turned into a tree for thinking about sex one time. But a lot of people don't know. A lot of these antiquated Greek gods and stories about them, it's still relevant today. Because you got stories like the river Styx, and there's a band there, and they dip their foot in it, and that was nuts. So we got a good bead on all that stuff and all the Greek stuff, and we're going to have some fun. Talk about the stuff, and then we have performance art, which I have here.
I have a question.
Which is the woman with the one at the marina, Sarah. I told her, not the tennis player in the white skirts. She had the marina performance artist, and she had her tits. And she would put them against like a canvas and others, and then you would have, kids, the kids at NYU who pulled a big long piece of paper out of their cooters, and it was a poem, and that was art. And then, well, what do we have here coming in through the reeds? Oh, that's American patriotism. And you got Hamburger, Hot Dog, and all Jeff Foxworthy, Jeff Dunham, all the Jeffs. And those guys, well, they got these 3 things, and people say they may not have anything to do with each other, but, guess what? They do.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what all the Jeff Foxworthy stuff's about, but I'm really glad to hear you say that Greek mythology is still important today, because, at my high school, all the girls were getting into, like, being witches on TikTok, and they were learning about, like, Leo and Aries and all that. And so like I wanted to find my old timey shit to be into, you know, and maybe like impress them. So like I just went online and like I think I believe in Zeus, dude, but I really wanted to find out. Like I'm glad to hear that he's still like important.
I have a question.
Yes, Thomas.
If we have a question, I've been raising my hand for 5 minutes, but I don't think you could see it. So should I just say I have a question?
Perhaps if you lowered your hand, it would be easier for me to see.
You're not even looking at us.
Should we just like lay down on the ground when we have a question so you can see us?
Well, there's a desk. There's some light under there. Put your hand on the floor. I'll see if I can see that.
I could start snapping, kind of like a poetry thing if I have a question.
For that frequency, I don't really
So I have
hear
another
that
question.
well in there anymore.
Do we need the book for this class?
Yes, I have some required reading. I will. I have.
Because I went to the bookstore and it's like over $1,000 for all the books.
Well, you know, there are some books that are more important than others.
You had the red badge of courage is like $200 in the bookstore.
Well,
do you really need that?
I just thought, you know, the drumming was important in the Civil War, metaphorically, and that's what that one is, right?
I mean, it's $200, but it's the collector's edition with the making of DVD, hardbound, autographed.
I will say the one book you absolutely have to get is the Hatchet Extended Edition by Bill Withers. It has all the deleted scenes from the book put into it. And one of those deleted scenes, he mentions hunting, in which there was a Greek god of.
Oh, which one was that?
That was he had the bow. You know.
Legolas?
Also in the requirements, it says must know Latin. Do we have to really know Latin for this class?
It helps, as they all spoke Latin in ancient Greece.
Also, Legolas, yeah. Why do we have to read the Lord of the Rings books?
That was just another...
Did that really happen?
That was the cross... You know, they have the Nordic gods, right? And you have Wednesday, Thursday, and then Odin, the big guy. And that's what they called him back then. You know? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Wait, so
all
is
the
Lord
Greek
of the Rings Norse or is it Greek?
It's a book written by a man who had some interesting ideas about what the past was like. Much like myself.
Wait, so are those little furry fat guys who like to eat, are they like Greek gods?
In
eating,
Rural
like, ambrosia?
Sociology 1104, we will explore these concepts and more. We're going to look at things, and we're going to combine our modern understanding of culture and arts in order to get a new, updated look about the insights of the Greek gods and goddesses provided to normal people. I
have a question.
Yes.
Are the tests open book?
There are no tests.
Oh, right.
Awesome.
There is one final paper. That will be the accumulation of your entire grade in this class. Now, it's quite a whopper, so I expect you to start working on it as we progress through these weeks. It is a 30-page minimum paper. It is self-graded. Me and you sit down. I ask you how you think it is, and you tell me what you think grade you should get, and I'll most likely agree.
All right.
Now, does that sound...
This shit's going to be easy. I probably don't need to come to this.
A 30-page paper, you know, that's quite a lot. So I understand if you want to drop out. If you guys are going to drop out, go ahead.
This shit seems easy.
Yeah. I actually want to learn this stuff, too. I'm interested.
Okay, so you...
I mean, I just need the credits. Doesn't really apply for my major, but...
Well,
I don't really have one yet.
I understand it's all over the place thematically. We got Greek gods, and then performance art, and then patriotism, right? So, you know, a lot of the wimps, they might like the idea, performance art, but then the patriotism scares them. And then some rednecks, they might like the idea... of patriotism, but performance art, they're right out the door.
Your Honor, I was wondering, why does this class count as physical education?
Uh,
Let's list it under phys ed.
Technically, because it's a sociology that has rural in front of it, they assume you're going to be doing some sort of work around the grounds or so. I don't know where they got that idea. I don't know. I don't
was
have
thinking
the
maybe
energy to correct
maybe it's for Professor Edengood, because it seems like he's gotten quite a workout just trying to like walk in the classroom.
Oh, yes, it's important to walk and get your steps in.
Yeah, if he makes it to the desk without breaking a hip, that's pretty impressive.
I have 2 completely rebuilt hips at this point. I don't think they can break, right? I think I just break around them at this point.
I don't know. I was born in 2001, man.
I assume that when I perish, all of the titanium that has been built around me in my bones, inlaid into my skeleton, will sort of keep existing as my flesh inevitably withers away. Imagine, if you will, if this building caught on fire, perhaps the crew, the firemen, women nowadays in that, they might come in and see my skeleton standing, inlaid with titanium as if nothing ever happened. As the soft flesh would boil and cook off of the expensive inlets I have in my body.
Yeah, man, I don't know what you're talking about either. I was born 9 months after George Bush did the mission accomplished thing.
Well, it's a lot. I understand if you want to drop out,
Oh, no. I mean, I got all the time in the world.
I mean,
Is there any math in this class?
no, mostly me, because I do the grading. So I'll do math.
Well, aren't we doing the grading? Because you said to grade the paper ourselves.
That's right.
Can you
yes, there will
Can we
be
like
math.
petition them to get a math credit too on this thing? Maybe
You
we can
can
finish college in this
petition
one
who-
class, dude.
You can petition them to do anything, what you want. Are you sure? You look like young gentlemen, right? Perhaps 6 a.m. on a Saturday, you won't get any partying in college, as children want to do in this. Maybe, if you miss a few classes, I will drop you. And then, you won't have to come in. So keep that in mind.
This seems easy, man. I'm going to stay out to the 4 a.m. bar. I got 2 hours to sober up, and I'll be here first thing.
If you're late twice, I can kick you from the class.
I mean, it seems like you were already late once, so you're one class away from getting kicked out.
Well, I don't have to be here on time. You do.
Well, if you're late, don't we get to just leave?
Yeah, the school
you're
charter
more than
says
5
5
minutes late?
minutes. Yeah.
Well, I'll just agree to disagree. Let me ask you this: what are you two looking for in this class?
A quarter of a credit.
What kind of stuff do you hate that professors do?
Well, I mean,
Give us homework.
I just want to learn.
We're going to have
This is the first
homework.
college class I've taken, though. This is the only one I'm taking this semester.
In the syllabus, I'm writing it in here. I will give you copies of it next week. I'm writing in homework every day, every morning.
well,
what
that's
do we
fine because
have
it sounds
here?
like you're not going to grade it. You said we're only getting graded on the
New
paper.
York
so.
Times crossword must be completed
Oh.
every morning.
But it
and
only
we're-
the crossword comes out in the morning paper, right?
Plenty of time. I mean, what time do young people wake up? 5:30?
10 a.m.
I get my start at a brisk 2. Read the paper.
So why were you late?
Well, so I live about a mile away, and I like my walking, and so I leave the house around 4, and typically get here around when I can.
In terms of like what you were saying about like what are we looking for in this class? I just want to say like, I believe in Zeus, but I'm not sure that he's just some guy living on a mountain, like swilling his nectar and ambrosia. Like Zeus might just be like a feeling, you know what I mean? Like the wind in the springtime, or the feeling of a guy who turns into like a goat so he can fuck a swan or whatever.
I
like,
will
that's what
say
I'm trying to
this.
like learn about, That's what I want to
Zeus
find
is
out.
not an actual man on a mountain hanging out.
That's what I'm saying. Like he might just be like the wind in the spring and stuff.
Oh, he's not the wind in any of the stories. Sometimes he's
Did Zeus know Jesus?
sometimes he's a goat. I do not I do not think they had crossed
think-
paths.
Zeus is the Greek name for Jesus. That's why it ends with like a US. It's like similar letters, you know.
I think you
What's your major?
I'm pretty sure you guys are talking about Baha'i. I think
I don't-
Zeus and Jesus met in Baha'i.
I don't know, man. I'm trying to think about my major. Like, did you like pick a major yet, or?
Kind of. I'm like undeclared still, but I'm gonna do criminal justice or just, well, business, I think.
Yeah, I was kind of like thinking, like I'm undecided too, you know, but I was considering like I could do astrology because to meet all the girls in it, or I could do astronomy because I heard it's real, or I could do accounting because I heard it's real and you could actually get a job with it. So I'm not really sure.
Yeah, can't get much jobs from this. If you guys hate homework and don't want jobs, I wouldn't be offended if you would just drop out of the class.
This is more like spiritual to me. Like I'm saying, like I just want to get in touch with like Zeus and like all that.
Well,
kind of...
I don't know. I think I might like learn like something that I didn't know because like, you know, like you got to go to college and like get a good job and stuff so you could get like a house and stuff and like get like a wife so you can have kids and a wife and a house and a car and cars and a house and a job.
I mean, I guess that's why I'm going to do like accounting or astrology so I can do that stuff too. But it's like you also need the spiritual side. And like when my parents made me go to church, it was like I never really thought like Jesus was real, you know? But then when I found out about like Zeus and like Apollo and these guys, I was like, I can relate to them because they hang out together.
That's
on their
mostly
mountain.
what they did. They like to hang out. They shot the shit. They had
That's
their
why they
own-
seem real, you know? Like they weren't preaching a sermon, they're just drinking some stuff.
It's juice. Ambrosia is just some kind of weird juice with like berries in it.
I have
or-
a question.
or something. Yes. Are you asking me how to drop out of this class?
No. Can we use highlighters in this class?
I have a lot of weird, archaic rules when it comes to my classroom. Highlighters are acceptable. You can do whatever you want there.
What about food? Can we bring in food?
I have a very particular, as you notice, my bag opens, I've been told the smell wafts. It's hard-boiled eggs. I like my eggs. I'm okay with you bringing food or breakfast, but no hot food. Only room temperature food.
We can't bring like a grill and grill our food.
No,
like George
no
Foreman?
warm food. If you
What
bring
if we
in,
grill outside before class?
it's hot, you can't bring it in here when it's hot. If you start grilling early and then maybe let it sit for 30 minutes, 20 minutes, then you could bring it in. If I see any steam or any kind of heat coming off of something, I will throw it in the garbage.
Is that just
Pickled
because your
eggs are
bones are so
good.
dry that the steam is going to just like cause you to disintegrate, or?
Hard-boiled eggs are good. Deviled eggs are good. Any kind of egg dish that's not fresh and pre-made, then you can do that.
What about omelets?
No, only if you've left them out.
Isn't that like unhealthy? You could get like sick.
It's not my problem. I said no hot food. I like running a tight ship in this classroom. People assume I'm all loopy and don't know where I am anymore because of my advanced age and my Crypt Keeper-like figure. But I assure you, I will run this classroom to how I want it to be run.
Can we go to the bathroom?
Oh, yes, but here's the thing. You must go to the restroom to do it.
That's what I meant.
Yes. Not there, not in your seat, but you can do it in other locations.
Okay, I think that like Thom already knew the answer to that question. He's just trying to kill time. But I actually want to learn about this stuff, you know?
Well, we'll get to that. Let me know. You seem pretty enthusiastic, Gus. Let me ask you. What could I do hypothetically that would make you less enthusiastic and perhaps more willing to drop this class?
Well, I don't know. I'm not really thinking so much about that right now. Like, I'm thinking we're kind of already on the clock here, and maybe you should start teaching.
I really thought this was foolproof, and really, I've taught this class for 7 years now. It's the only class I teach, and I have had 0 students for the last 6 years, and I'm going to be honest. I can't really shake you guys. I can't really get a read on you. can't really scare you off. Are you feminists? I could be misogynistic. How do you feel about antiquated racist terms? Maybe referencing old candy that perhaps was quite common thing to say, and now it is very racially insensitive thing to say if I bring up my favorite candy.
Well, if it's something that Greek people said, then I guess it would be okay. But if it's something like American, like racist, well, then we might have to
drop
get
out.
we're going to get a new teacher in here to monitor you and to sit in the corner and watch you to make sure you don't do anything wrong.
Oh no, we can't have that. Thom, anything you're scared by? Any fears? Anything I can do to make you uncomfortable? Or really, the combination of patriotism and performance art it's never failed.
I mean, we can skip that stuff if we want. I'm just saying, I want to know about these gods so I know what I believe.
Can't really shake. Well, let's get to it. Maybe you'll find something that will disagree with you. I do want you to know, though, that this is a real class, and we're going to do real work on it. And I know that universities have a lot going on right now, and they're saying with COVID-19, everybody can't go in, and you got to stay home and just go to your dorm room and stay there and eat the weird sandwiches. But listen, we're doing no online work. I will never accept any online work. I will not get on a computer. I'm not a Redditor. All right, I want to express that out there. I don't know how this stuff works. I've been trying to talk into this microphone here that they have at the front of the podium, but it appears it doesn't work. I'm not quite sure if we should call somebody for that, but
I think the problem is that you're about 3 feet beneath the microphone.
Well, I'm trying to peek around the side so I can still make eye contact to make sure you're not texting on your phones and... Oh, another thing, real quick. 3 hours, I know it's a long time for a class, but I want you to understand that 7 a.m. till 8 is going to be lunchtime. So if you bring your lunch, we can have it right after your breakfast that you eat from 6 to 7.
Can the lunch be warm?
It cannot be warm. Room temperature is the highest allowed to go. I have a food thermometer here. And you don't even want me to use it because I cook a lot of raw chicken.
Can we vape in here?
You can not vape in here. You can only smoke cigarettes.
Professor Edengood, I have a question. What do you think vaping is?
Vaping is when the Star Wars movie had the man with the crazy thing and he said he's smoking death stick. It's the same thing in my head.
Okay.
He's smoking death sticks to Anakin Skywalker.
Yo, can I ask you a question about the olden days of Greek times?
Yes.
Why did they have so many vases? You know, they would always draw the gods and stuff on the vase?
Oh, they were nuts about the stuff. They had all kinds of things to hold. Let me ask you this, young Gus Augustus. When you want some water, what do you do?
I guess I go drink from my vase. Is that what you're getting at?
That's what they did. Do you have a bunch of vases, or are you just saying that?
Oh, so it's like a cup.
Exactly.
But 700 times bigger.
With handles.
Okay.
And some of these Greek gods, they had vases that were bigger than the world.
Dude, the fucking frat parties must have been crazy, man.
I hope you guys all gain something from this class. You want to understand the Greek gods and Zeus and Ares and Athena, the apple one, the woman apple eater, Artemis,
Fiona
with the
Apple?
gun. She had the gun. You got Hootie. Hootie was there, right?
You're the teacher. You're telling me.
And you got the Aphrodite, which we'll go over a lot on Aphrodite. She's my favorite one. You got Dionysus.
She was the one with the labyrinth, right?
With the Minotaur, yes. And then you have Hades, which was Satan, and Hermes, and the Big Bopper, and...
Can I ask you another question? Was Socrates really smart? Because I found a story online that makes him look kind of stupid.
What story could you possibly have that makes Socrates look stupid?
All right, well, I got it on my phone here because I wanted to ask you about it, you know? It's kind of like one of the main reasons I wanted to come to class here.
Wait, was Thor around before the Avengers?
He was.
Yeah, he was on Mount Olympus. He was like Zeus's cousin. They both like lightning and shit.
He was to the north, and instead of a mountain, they had a tree, and his name was Thursday, which they named after him in honor of Thursday, the day.
Okay, Professor, but I want to read you this thing about Socrates, and you can tell me if he's like smart or if he's stupid.
Okay.
This one, I found it online. It said it's from the book of Socrates. You know how like in Greek myth, it's all the book of like, you know, Zeus and whatever. All right.
Probably.
An ancient Greek warrior of the seas named Tadrius was taking a college class from Socrates in between his various deployments in the Aegean Sea to go kill mermaids or drive his boat between rocks and hard places and the other missions they had in those days. His teacher Socrates was an atheist and a member of the ACLU. One day, he shocked the class by walking in and stating, "By Merlin's ghost, I do not believe in Zeus. If Zeus wants to do something about it, he can strike me down with his mighty lightning bolt right now, or at least sometime in the next 15 minutes. Several minutes ticked by in complete silence. Socrates kept checking his watch. The students didn't mind because his class was shit-ass boring and they wanted to run down the clock anyway. When 15 minutes was nearly up, the Greek warrior Tadrius stood up from his seat and picked up the lamp from on Socrates' desk and smashed it over his head, breaking the light bulb and electrocuting the wizened philosopher whom was so famous in those ancient days. Then Tadrius dragged Socrates over to the electrical socket in the wall and shoved the philosopher's finger into it, electrocuting the sage pontificator of yore yet again. Tadrius said, "This one's for Uncle Samamemnon," and went back to his desk. Socrates, with his hair frazzled and a yellow shock outline still around him, said unto the mighty Greek warrior, "My son, why, you are a powerful Greek warrior who has brought honor to our Greek country. Why would you do such a thing?" And Tadrius said, "Zeus is protecting our boys out there slaughtering mermaids on Mermaid Island so that they can fight for your right to say stupid shit like the shit you just said. So I had to do what Zeus would do if he wasn't doing the other thing he's doing out there." The other students clapped politely, and Socrates learned that he wasn't so smart after all. The end.
Well, at the end of your story, I guess it says he wasn't so... Is that a newspaper, or is that...
This is from the internet. They don't have newspapers on the internet. This is just like a story from Greek myth. But I wanted to know, like, if he's smart or if he's stupid like he seems.
Well, I'd like to answer your question with a question of my own, which both of you feel free to answer. 18 across, Mickey's rival for Minnie's affection. Do you know who?
Oh, Pluto.
Pluto doesn't fit.
Goofy.
I mean, that's all the Mickey
All right.
Mouse characters.
16 here. White.
I heard Tesla invented a computer, the first one,
White-
and then Edison tried to take it.
White bark trees.
Oh, like the car invented?
It starts with an
No,
A.
like he was a guy. Like
Wait, he was a guy and they named a car after him now?
Dr. Elon Musk named it after him because he was such a genius.
Wow.
A popular Oldsmobile model of the 80s and 90s. It ends with an A.
Tesla.
Well, I don't think it's right, but I can always scratch
Wait, what?
it out
What
later.
kind of car?
Let's see. 4 letters. The Hindu god of destruction.
Zeus?
No.
I think something's wrong with your crossword, dude. We're hitting these out of the park.
I guess. It must be another error. Well, get used to doing this a lot because we're going to be doing
It's
this
upside
every
down.
week. You're going to have this ready.
Professor, the crossword puzzle's upside down.
It doesn't matter. It's the same answer either way, like Sudoku.
Yeah, I saw that you just wrote a bunch of numbers in all the boxes, so I was kind of wondering if it was Sudoku.
This one's not... Okay, so what did I write in my Sudoku? Oh, the Sierra. That was the car model. That's what it was. All right, moving along. We're going to understand a history of performance art as well. You know, I know a lot about them. The French and
Well, the
Polish.
Greeks did that, right? They made up theater. That's why they had all those guys like those authors, the Greek tragedies like Shakespeare and Sir Walter Raleigh.
Before the Greeks, all performances were just sports. And then the Greeks were like, we'll make this art. We'll have.
I heard Shakespeare was like 20 guys.
We'll have
So
art
the
of
Greeks
you
were the
yet.
first nerds.
Yes, whatever. Yeah. That works for me if it works for you.
Do you know who's the first nerd in Greece who made a play?
Are you asking me a question or setting up
Yeah,
a
it's a
bit?
question. Who's the first nerd? If they used to like sports and then these guys started doing the shit where they like pretend to be fake people, then
Well,
who's the first nerd who
Hephaestus
thought of it?
was kind of a nerd, I guess. He was a god that I believe he only made Rube Goldberg machines. So I assume.
And was Rube Goldberg a god that he was worshiping, or?
I think Rube Goldberg, was his real name. I think, so Hephaestus is an outlier.
Hephaestus is like a screen name.
Hephaestus is an outlier among even the Greek gods because of his Jewish background. So write that down. You have your notebooks here. Go ahead and write that down.
I mean,
know
I'm
the
recording the whole class.
Hephaestus?
I'll think about it later.
Well, write it down
know-
later. Hephaestus is an outlier among the Greek gods because of his Jewish ancestry. All right.
what was Zeus? Was Zeus Greek? Were all
Uh,
the rest of them Greek? Those
They're
gods?
all Greek. They're all from the mountain. They like to have a good time. Some of them, like Dionysus, not only like to have a good time in the mountain, but they'll have a good time in fields, glens, especially a wooded glen. Dionysus was
Is
known
that
to-
why this is rural sociology? Because it's all happening in the mountains and the glens?
Yes. It's rural sociology because instead of saying wooded glen, we call it a holler. That makes it rural.
See, I feel like these days, if we had all those guys like Apollo who are still alive, I feel like they'd probably be hanging out in the city where there's more to do. But it was interesting back then how like all the gods, it was fun to be like rural, you know?
All right,
And they
now
wanted to be like in the mountain.
everyone shut up as I read our weekly schedule. This will be an 8-week class. I'm not sure how long the school year is, so I guessed 8 weeks is what, 2 months? Does that sound right to everyone? If anyone asks, we win a year. All right, so today we're going to introduce ourselves. We're going to say some stuff about ourselves, get into a little bit of the basic information on performance art, American patriotism, and the Greek gods. Next week, we will be bringing in our New York Times crosswords completed, but we will also have a potluck. Everyone is required to bring a dish. I'd like to remind everyone that any kind of strong fragrances, any kind of heavy-handed pepper usage, or any kinds of spice, anything curry-based is a no-go for me.
Would it be fun if we have like a Greek-themed like meal?
It's a lot of oil. It's a lot of, like, not really that. More of, let's keep it a little easier than that.
Well, I mean, I'm a teenager. I don't know how to cook or do anything. I was just gonna bring like a bottle of Greek dressing and call it a day. I was hoping someone else was
what's-
gonna bring like an entree or something.
Wait, you mean Caesar dressing?
No,
or-
like Greek dressing. You know?
What's in that? Is that a thing?
Well, it's like a vinaigrette.
So it's vinegar? It's vinegar?
It's got like I don't know what's in a dressing, but it's got just different like little aromatics or whatever, and it's
What's an aromatic? Like a.
well, it's like a herb, I guess. And then they just put
So
Greek
it's a
ones
bunch
in
of-
it.
I have a question. Is this going to be on the final?
Well, your final is a paper, so and you write it.
Can we just write a
And
recipe?
grade it.
If we do a recipe that's 30 pages long, is that cool for the final?
I would say no, but if it's a very compelling recipe, and you tell me that it is, I am unable to, problems with vision and whatnot. I will not be able to physically read the papers. So if you tell me it's a recipe, but it's got the gusto, and it's 30 pages, I'm very particular about that. So if you have a 30-page recipe, that will be accepted.
Okay, I'm thinking
All
about
right.
learning what's in a
Week
Greek recipe.
3, we're going to go over different crossword strategies. My grandnephew told me there's different websites you can look up to cheat. So we're going to check out some of those websites on week 3. On week 4, we're going to do a chili cook-off. But I want everyone to know, very bland chili. No fireman style, 4-alarm, 5-alarm, 2-alarm, not even 1 alarm. As even the smell could put me over the edge.
So there's no alarms allowed.
If you bring a spicy chili, you might set it down on the table, and I will instantly disintegrate, and all will be left is a titanium skeleton.
Dude, will we get A's if that happens?
Week 5, we're all gonna watch October Sky. Now, October Sky is only an hour and a half long, and it's a 3-hour class. So we're gonna watch October Sky twice. Week 6 is probably my favorite week out of the year. I'm gonna bring in a bunch of pictures of Aphrodite and paintings of her. I guess they're all paintings because they didn't have pictures. But
Wait, how could they have a painting without a picture? Because like a painting's a kind of picture, you know?
I will.
Well, humans have always had pornography. Just look at the Romans.
She's gonna be on her shell, right, with the little angels holding that one piece of cloth. But other than that, you're going to see everything.
Oh, we picked the right class.
I got
after all.
a couple different pictures of her. You know, they kind of changed depictions out of her throughout time. If smaller breasts were more fashionable, thicker thighs. Pubis is a big topic with drawings of Aphrodite.
What's that?
Some pubis mons, which stands for cooter hair.
Oh, that must be Greek for it, huh?
Right. And we're gonna look at. I have a binder that I carry it with me here, but you have to wait till week 6. I carry it with me everywhere. That has about 30 to 40 pictures of Aphrodite in it. It's all laminated. 3-ring binder here. You know, if you can't wait till week 6, you can come talk to me after class.
Do you have any materials prepared about any other Greek god?
Well, we don't have time for it because on week 7 we have no class. So don't come to class on week 7. Work on your papers. And then week 8, you're going to turn in your papers and we're all going to celebrate with my Aphrodite binder. We're all going to look at it. You can bring in beer, bring in wine, whatever you want to bring in, you can bring in, except if it's spicy food or hot food. Physically hot food.
If we can't have hot food for the chili cook-off week, can I just pour a bunch of wine in there?
It's got to be medium food. It's got to be a medium temperature chili. That means you make it the day before.
So I'd have to warm up the wine like the... Okay.
Do they sell temperatures? Do they sell thermometers in the bookstore?
I do not believe so, but I do carry this one with me. However, it is usually has some raw chicken on it. And I mostly use it for cooking chicken or testing students' food. But I haven't had to do it because I haven't taught a class in 7 years.
Doctor, do you know that all of your works are online? Like all of your syllabus?
What's that?
You can find all your stuff online.
Huh?
People have like...
Are there any good chili recipes?
Like, do they pay for that?
No. Do you care if we use that?
I will request, I have some required reading here. You have to buy the book because you need to come in with the book.
Which book?
All right, let's go over my required reading I have here. I've already covered Hatchet and extended edition and a couple of the Deus Tractatus I wrote in 1952. Now that one is written under Weeby Eden. I was not a professor yet, and I had not married my ex-wife. Mrs. Good yet, so the name had not then, and so that's philosophical musings on the concept of divinity. It got me a lot of acclaim in 1952.
Did your ex-wife have an amusing first name or just a interesting last name?
Well, her first name was Weeby already. That's how we met.
Same name.
For same first
Is
name.
that how you met over the same first name? That's.
Well-
I don't mean to take you off track, but can we hear the story of how you met your wife?
Well, I was teaching at university, and back then, you were a university teacher and you were young. It was typically where you met your wife, and I was going through, and I saw that she was in my class, and she had the same name as me, and I courted her. I used my kind of power, and it's all out of fashion nowadays. But I essentially used my power and authority and kind of paternalistic professorship as sexual leverage to sort of embed myself and enmesh it within her life. However, she didn't want to marry me because, well, she was quite the feminist and she wanted to keep her last name. And so I suggested we have a hyphenated last name. However, the problem you can imagine from that is that then we got married and our name was both Weeby Eden Good. So she didn't want us to both have the same name.
Is that why? Did you get divorced over that, or what happened?
Well, we got divorced and remarried, and she kept her last name, and I kept her last name too, which she said that was the whole point of this, and it was a whole big argument, and because we got divorced and we still both had the same name.
I imagine you got to get her mail. It sounds like it's very frustrating.
It's very social security numbers it was in the past, so everything's messed up. The phone book was a nightmare. But we did get divorced, and I married a new woman, 1975, when I wrote the book Greece and Greece, Evaluating Greek Mythology in a Pop Culture Context by using the movie Grease as a backdrop. And I talked about comparisons between Zeus and the famous homosexual who played the main character in Greece. And then there was the waitress woman from Cheers there that was kind of like Aphrodite, because I had both seen the top bush, not the bottom bush. If you're familiar with Hustler magazine, you understand what top bush is versus bottom bush.
Are those on two different parts of the centerfold when you fold it?
No. It has nothing to do with the placement of the magazine.
I don't even know what a magazine is.
Do we have to buy the Hustler magazine?
You can buy the Hustler magazine. Hustler is sort of more like it's sort of like Playboy without the short stories. And
it's Playboy.
And there's a concept in magazine pornography called bottom pussy. And Playboy did not do bottom pussy; it only did top bush. So if you
what's Playboy?
Playboy is a pornograph. Do you know that old man in the silk robes, and he's like a grandpa to like 10 women, but they all have sex with him?
Zeus?
Oh, that's interesting right there. You should write your final paper on that.
Well, I was going to do the chili recipe, but I guess I can do like a 15-page chili and like 15 pages on that.
Can I talk about my favorite Pornhub video?
What do you think? You're the one who's going to be grading it, so make sure you be your own toughest critic there.
Well, it's called Sexy Stepmom MILF Pretends to be Aphrodite for her horny stepson while he plays games.
Oh, now that's interesting. That's interesting. Now, is there a drawing of this woman?
Well, she paints her body to look like a painting.
Ooh, now that's interesting. Now, do you have
and then she fucks the stepson.
Do you have perhaps a 3-ring binder or something you can put this image into?
Can I just show you the video for my final?
Yeah, let me walk over there real quick. Oh, one last book to buy is my last book. Back when I married Mrs. Goodigan for a short period of time, How to Get Rich Quick with Sports Gambling and Intimidation. That was made in 1988. It's about $120.
Cool.
That is mandatory.
Well, I do need to find out what kind of career I'm going to have. Maybe I could do that. Would you recommend that?
And then the last book, Wuthering Heights or something. They read that in college, right? By Spinster whatever face.
Do we have to read that one?
Give me 1 second. I'm going to walk over so you can show me that interesting pornography.
He said it was his final. It's the first week. You're going to look at his final?
Well, actually, they only show like the preview on this, so. Can I just send you the link like in your email? And we can go home?
Yes, sure. Send me it in my mail. VHS, however you want, or this, we could accelerate this whole process if you were willing to walk to the front of the glass here.
The professor here is already bent over at a 90-degree angle. I'm afraid he's gonna fall over seeing that video and get stuck like a triangle on the ground and not be able to get up.
Now, a lot of people make the mistake of trying to help me move, but if you do touch me, my skin bruises instantly.
Gus, shut up.
All right, dude.
Professor, can this also be Gus's final?
Well, it's up to you, boy. The one thing that I need to emphasize is it has to be 30 pages. Now, a video, a film, the silvered screen, I do not think that works in a page format. So perhaps if you would print this out, maybe in pictures, maybe put it in a 3-ring binder that's laminated, and you have about 30 pictures. Then that would meet my criteria. But your criteria, I don't know. You might do the whole thing and give yourself an F.
I mean, Thom, we just go to the library, print off 30 screen caps, and call it a semester.
Don't forget, it's imperative you do the New York Times crossword puzzle every morning.
Well, you said that wasn't going to be graded, right?
It's imperative. I cannot stress it enough.
Well, can we do it together?
Well, if perhaps you can look up answers on your cellular telephones, as kids are wont to do. The important thing is that you come to class and help me do it. Because after class, I like to go to McDonald's and sit in one of the booths for about 2 to 2.5 hours, talking to all my old friends, their bowler hats, their
If we do
heavy
like a field trip to
woolen
McDonald's
coats.
for one class, can we eat hot food there?
You can eat it whatever you want in the McDonald's.
If we fail this class, can we retake it?
Yes. Next.
So you want us to come back?
No. I don't. I'm a tenure.
So we can't retake it.
The university cannot fire me if I still keep teaching classes. I'm allowed to make my own curriculum because I'm around 100 years old. And the rules are just grandfathered towards me. I make about $300,000 a year. And they want to replace me with somebody who would make about $17,000 a year. So you can take this class next year if you fail.
Okay, but like now that you're talking about...
I don't want to teach anyone anymore, if you understand what I'm saying. You boys were nice enough to show me your pornography. I feel I should be forthright in this information with you.
Well, I think like you're getting paid all that money to be here, so I was kind of just wondering, like, now that you're talking about how old you are, it's like, did you ever meet like any of these Greek guys? Like, were any of them still alive when you were like our age?
Oh, unfortunately, they had not passed. Let me ask you, young Gus. We'll go over. I have a list of Greek gods here. You tell me what you think they do, and I'll tell you if you're right or wrong. How about that? Let's start with my favorite, Aphrodite.
Okay, you never met her though, or anything?
I never met her. You can see her in this picture here. She kind of has a lily white body and kind of weird braids in her hair, a bunch of linens kind of
so
adorning
she was a forced
her.
porn.
You can see the little curvature of her butt right there. As you can see, that's the ideal form of beauty then and now. Fertility, she's real. She's ready to spit them out, And so, it's a lot of sex stuff.
She's kind of a pog.
A pog. Excuse me. What is a pog?
She's thick.
Is that good or now you would be surprised at the ultimate form of feminine beauty, but she was created when she emerged from the foam after somebody threw some testicles into the ocean. And she just foamed out of those nuts as a lady. Similar to how Adam and Eve...
They threw nuts into the...
Well, he had a rib.
The ocean in the garden?
He had a rib, and they took that out, and they're like, What can you do with this? And then they made a girl, too. Her name was Eve. All right, Athena. Gus, what do you know about Athena?
I think she different from the last one?
Yes. Typically, if they have different names, they're different people.
All right, well, maybe she was named after the city Athens, because that's where she was born.
That's right. Wow, you know kind of a lot about Athena. That's basically it. I think she came out of Zeus's head, and then she married him.
And then she got eaten by that guy in the picture who was eating his children.
Oh, no. Well, I didn't know
that. I thought that was most of them.
I
I think it's like Zeus who's eaten.
That's terrible news.
Yeah. It happened a long time ago, man. I thought you were teaching this class. Like, I read about it online. Like, he was eating all the kids.
Well, you have an advantage over me there. I'm not able to get online.
Well, where'd you learn about Greek myth if you weren't reading it online?
It's basically, let me tell you something. University back in the 50s, 40s, there was a lot of cowards there. We didn't want to go to war, and we didn't want to learn anything about engineering or building anything. We didn't want to learn anything about math, and philosophy was too hard. Basically, Greek gods, that was all that was left.
Well, what do you believe in? Because I wanted to learn about stuff I believe in here. Like, are you a Christian? Or are you what kind of theist are you?
Oh, I'm a Christian man. I believe in God and Jesus.
Like Zeus?
No, like well, shit, he should really have a different name. Like God, like capital G God.
He doesn't have, your God doesn't even have like a normal name, and you actually believe in this guy? Can you imagine if there was a guy with no name and you just like,
I think
that's crazy.
The Jewish religion, like Hephaestus probably called God something different, but that is a slip up. I'm going to notify someone about that our God should probably have a name. It'd be weird if there was just like a lady god just named Goddess. I
have a question.
Yes.
Can we have an A right now, and then we'll just do all the classes?
Do you have 30 pages of your Aphrodite-themed pornography printed into a 3-ring binder?
Yes. It's just at home.
Okay. Well, bring it in, and then you'll get an A if you think you deserve an A. But you also have to still help me do the crossword every Saturday morning before I go to McDonald's to talk and hang out with my buddies.
All right, we'll just meet you at McDonald's every Saturday at 6 a.m.
Except, let me look through the syllabus here. All right, so next week, we're still going to meet at 6 to bring in the 3-ring binder. Now, Dom, that you're bringing in that, but Gus, you need something. I'm not going to...
You said that we could both have the grade for the one binder.
What?
You said it was a group project.
Did I say that?
Yeah, you said that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that works. So tomorrow...
You also changed your mind and said I could bring in hot food for the first time.
Did I? Oh, well, that's going to be rough. Let me tell you what.
We have it on recording.
The spicy food I still have to say no to. I will melt completely into a titanium skeleton, and that will be bad news for everybody. And then you won't get an A if I'm dead. Hate to inform you.
But you said we give ourselves the A.
Wait, why wouldn't we get an A if you're dead? I think that...
I have to sign off on it.
How come we even need you as a professor if we just give ourselves the grade?
Because I'm the one who gets... I sign off on it. I trust you, but I got to sign off on it. I'm kind of the guy in charge here.
I mean, my parents said I need to get a job from my major, and I was kind of wondering if you die while we're in this class, can I just have your job?
And you gotta buy the Get Rich Quick with Sports Gambling and Intimidation book. You gotta buy that.
Okay, I mean, I'm open to that job too. I mean, I guess I'm really here. I'm looking for career advice.
That might help me if
I'm looking for spiritual advice. I'm lost right now, and I don't feel like you're really helping me much.
Well, we'll figure that out at a later date. Let me look at the schedule here. All right. So we're going to do the crossword. You can meet me at McDonald's on that. On the 4th, we'll do the chili cook-off at McDonald's. If they complain, whatever, we'll just throw the chili on the ground. Week 5, we do need to come in week 5 to watch October Sky twice. So week 5 be here. And week 6, we have the Aphrodite in the shell, and I'm going to say that's mandatory. We still have to do that. And then we don't have to do the last couple weeks. So this will be about Well, we'll meet 4 times. But, and I gotta be crystal clear on this. You need the 30-page 3-ring binder, and it's gotta be laminated. Because I don't want them getting ruined. And then you gotta buy my sports gambling book. They have it in the basement of the school bookstore. They'll say they don't have it and they don't want to sell it, but they have it. I brought like 10 of them down there like 7 years ago. So I know they have it. I hid them in the back so they wouldn't throw them away. Just look. And if they don't want you going back there, just tell them I said it was okay.
I have a question.
Huh?
Can we sleep during class?
Not on week 6. You may sleep during any potluck or chili-oriented event, and you can sleep during October Sky, the second half of October Sky. But the Aphrodite Shell week on week 6, right? That's absolutely no sleeping. Incredibly disrespectful to Aphrodite and my 3-ring binder.
Is class over? Can we go now? It's the first day, right? It's always short. That's what my friend said.
Well, we're going into lunch now. Okay, so it's pretty apparent that I am not fit to teach a class. Maybe this can be your last chance to maybe drop out.
No, this sounds like it'll be a breeze.
No, I mean, yeah, I want the
I'm
easy
good.
A, but I'm kind of spiritually in crisis. I mean, I think honestly, on lunch break, I'm just going to go on r/by the beard of Zeus and just tell the boys that I'm not sure what I believe anymore.
Okay, well, I'm going to retire. I don't want to do this. I don't want to teach this class. I don't want to teach
So
you.
we can have the A right now.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. I'm going to go retire. I'm going to go retire. If you need me or you want to talk about the Greek gods or anything, I'm at McDonald's at about 9:05 every day. So look in a booth. I'll be there. If you want to know more about like Athena, Hermes, Ares, the Big Bopper, Hootie and his famous blowfish, whatever. I know all those guys. If you want to talk to me about that, Thom, it was great to meet you. Gus, it was great to meet you, but I'm going to go ahead and just grab my things here and get out of here. Okay, good luck in school. All right, bye.
Fuck. What are we supposed to do now?
I don't know. I think I'm just going to leave. I mean, he's only moved about 2 inches. We can get out of here about 10 minutes before he's going to
Get
get
the
out
door if you could hold it.
of here. Just go through the doggy door you came in from.
I don't like the smell of the plastic hanging over it. Yeah.
All right, well, I'm going home. Peace, dude.
All right, later, dude.
Oh, forgot my notebook. Gotta go back. Okay, enough of a break.
The following is an archived podcast presented by the Branson and Hudson Foundation for Podcast Recovery. This podcast is entitled 3600 Seconds. It is the first and only episode of the podcast. Welcome to episode 1.
Sunday Night Football is brought to you by Subway, make it what you want. And by Hyundai, official sponsor of the NFL. Want to stay up to date? Hey Siri, show me football standings.
Tonight on 3600 Seconds. Why are things changing? Are things changing too fast?
You're telling me that the dodo was not a physically existing bird, but a character that represented a fictional species?
And an interview with internet sensation Mr. Drama. He dishes on his drama videos, his home life, and what exactly he does for a living.
Ever since I was a kid, when I was born in 1980, I was, always dreaming of having a lid store in my house. And now I got that. I could go in there, I could get any head I want.
Then, it's a trend that some say has gone too far. Is the teen condom eating craze an indictment of our decadent and immoral society? Are our nation's trusted condom producers to blame for creating all these delicious flavored condoms that teens can't help themselves?
Well, from what I've noticed is most of them don't taste good.
And of course, we didn't forget a few characteristic rants from our complainer-in-chief, Dooney Sink.
America, let's get back to the time when Ronald Reagan was considered the hottest guy. Big, rosy cheeks, like he's got a mouthful of chili.
Now, I'm your host, Chip Carwood. And throughout the evening, I'll be joined as always by Hal Reason and Garth Oldwell. But first, tonight's top story, change. It's not just what the cashier hands you as you pay for your groceries. Yes, change is happening all the time. But does it need to happen? Why do things change? Aren't they changing for the worse? Our crack team of investigative reporters set out to understand this age-old phenomenon. Now, Hal, Garth, I understand that you've been studying this and filing a few pieces on it. What have you found most intriguing in your reporting on change?
Yes, well, I've noticed that a lot of grocery stores aren't giving you samples anymore. I find this disturbing trend to have started as a money-saving technique, and it has bothered me quite greatly. I remember even in my days as a young man going to a Costco or a local grocery chain and spending an afternoon circling around, grabbing treat after treat and expanding my palate. This, I can confirm, has changed.
I filed a field piece myself from a grocery store about a different change that's happened there. Let's take a look. A quiet suburban grocery store outside of Jacksonville, Florida. The locals come and go with various things they require. But wait, buyer beware. Walk past the chips, past the assorted snacks, to the grains and flour, and things of that nature. What's this? Pasta. Ravioli? Tortellini. The average American can't pronounce these things, let alone digest them. How come they moved the Italian food out of the ethnic section? Excuse me, sir. Sir, could you answer a question? How come they moved the Italian food out of the ethnic section?
Excuse me? I just, kind of work here. Is that a camera?
Yeah, when I was growing up, the Italian food was in the ethnic section with all of, the Polish food and the Irish food. How come it's out here with all the grains and the bread now?
Well, it's just kind of like a normal food. I mean, we have, sections. I guess we have an Asian section and a Mexican section.
Well, how am I supposed to find it? If I was looking for a more exotic dinner, how am I going to find the pasta section if it's not where it belongs?
Well, I think about 10 years ago, I think the guys who own this kind of had a meeting with people, and it turns out that Italians are only ethnic now when they're getting yelled at. And they're not getting yelled at in the grocery store, so we just kind of moved it around to save some time.
A troubling development. Back to the studio.
Corn. It used to be all the rage, but now Americans aren't excited about corn anymore. I talked to a local farmer about ways we can invigorate the corn economy. Corn on the cob, corn in a can. That's the two ways we do it. Sir, when did you notice that corn had become another boring old food?
Well, I was eating it. I was at home. I was eating it at home, what you normally do, and people they don't eat corn no more because it just comes in the cans. You can't get it year round, and you got to go get some. You say I want to get some corn. You got to get the cream corn or the regular corn that's in the can, and it's just full of water. And it just becomes water corn, and you could drink it, but it's not the same.
I heard that corn started going south when younger people experimented with grilling corn. Care to comment?
Well, I think that's something that was brought upon by the Mexican people that were
All right,
that put
back-
their lime
back
and
to
their
the studio.
tequilas on it and their.
Yes, I've got another field report I filed. Let's cut to that. I'm here in Doral Beach, Florida, where locals fear that cheap CDs have gone the way of the dodo. Yes, gone are the days of the Columbia House catalog. We all remember that mailbox stalwart. Yes, many of us have fond memories of our introductory offer of 12 CDs for just 12 cents. But why are CDs so darn expensive these days? And what happened to the catalog? And how come car CD changers don't have as many CDs anymore? I remember they had 6, even 12 CD changers in cars in those days, and boy did they make cars back then in 1998. Yes, they sure did. Excuse me, sir, why don't they make cars or CD changers or mail catalogs like they used to?
I don't know.
I mean, don't you remember CDs? Remember those? Young
Yeah.
man like you?
You had like a Weezer. They had a green one, or whatever.
Yeah,
but now
the-
it's all on Spotify, so you don't really need to carry around.
Well, how do you
It's
listen
kinda
to
like-
music in your car? You don't have the CD changer anymore. You can't listen to enough CDs.
You can plug in your phone to your car. A lot of times it's Bluetooth. You can just go right in, so you don't have to carry a bunch of trash in your car anymore. Is this like a newspaper, or what are you?
Did-
You putting this on Twitter, or?
No, we have like 14 million viewers who watch this at home. This is 3,600 seconds.
Oh, I've never heard of that once in my entire life.
All right, well, I guess there's no hope for today's youth. The CDs got so expensive they couldn't afford them anymore, and now they don't care about the right things. I followed up on this story at a local record store. I asked the man behind the counter why CDs were so expensive these days, and he directed me to a bargain bin of CDs going for 50, 75 cents a piece. And so I said, okay, well, what happened to all the vinyl? And he just made a gesture at all the rows and rows of vinyl records. So I said, okay, wise guy, well, where's all the artists that I recognize? And he pointed to the wall where there was a $75 5 LP Led Zeppelin 4 reissue. And I said, okay, well, that's not the version that I remember. And he said, okay, man, look, it looks like you're just trying to find things to complain about. Perhaps we'll never know where our hard-earned dollars are going when we buy one of these CDs.
What happened to fast food places having promotions for upcoming movies or TV shows? What happened to the glass mugs for Joel Schumacher's blockbuster, Batman Forever, where you could buy an assortment and collect all of them of Batman, Jim Carrey's The Riddler, or Tommy Lee Jones as the titular Two-Face? No longer are the days where you can go to Taco Bell to buy a George of the Jungle mug for $30. How are today's kids supposed to remember what their childhood was like without trophies from those days? We went into the field to figure out what's going on in today's fast food world. I'm here in Santa Monica at Taco Bell. Recently, the latest Minions 5 has come out with no in-house merchandise in sight. I asked one of the workers, where's all the Minions? People want the Minions.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really thought about the movie. I don't have kids, and I just take orders here. I don't really, make any choices on the stuff we got here.
Do you think the Minions are dead? Are the Minions over?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure those movies are successful. I mean, they made 5 of them, so we had them in the toys. We had the little toys with them.
Do you have the toys in the back?
Yeah, I mean, if you want a Minions toy, we got plenty of them.
For free? I'll
No,
pay
I mean, you're supposed to
$20
get
for
a
one.
kid's... Oh, okay. Well, then I might just pocket that. I mean, if you want to... I'm going to put $3 in the register. I'm going to take about $17 of that for myself. Are you filming this? What is that? That's not a phone. What the hell is that?
Unfortunately, the merchandise we purchased at that Santa Monica Taco Bell was made with cheap fibers from China, the origins of this year's global pandemic from Wuhan.
The dodo, a once great bird that America was enthralled by. A cheap source of food, and although it couldn't fly, it soared in our hearts. America loved the dodo, which has now been reduced to a punchline that we use to explain why things that once exist no longer do. I went to UCLA to speak with a professor in biology to ask him, what happened to all the dodos?
Well, see, the dodo was always a cartoon character. It never actually existed.
You're telling me that the dodo was not a physically existing bird, but a character that represented a fictional species?
Yes, of course. Think about how absurd it would be for a bird to not be able to fly. It just wouldn't work.
Oh. Well, for once, I guess, then, the past was more ridiculous than the present. We will not be airing this on 3600 seconds. The old people will not like this story at all. Let's just cut. Let's get out of here. Can we get out of here, guys?
No, wait, no one's ever interviewed me before. I have so much to say about birds. So we've talked a lot tonight about fast food, but there's more fast food news out there. We all know the feeling. It's 5 a.m. in the morning, and you're on your 4th cup of coffee. The morning's crossword's about halfway complete, which is about as complete as it's ever going to get. So now it's time for breakfast. Why not stop in at McDonald's? After all, they serve breakfast until 10:30 a.m. Or do they? It's called all-day breakfast, and it's uprooting the natural order of things. Why should I get up early to get the proverbial worm which of course is the early bird's entitlement to enjoy, when Johnny come lately and Joe sleeping late can get the same thing at 3 o'clock p.m.? Has the natural order been upended? Have we gone too far? You, sir, what hath McDonald's wrought? What were they thinking, changing their breakfast?
Yeah, what is wrought? What does wrought mean?
I guess it's like did, but it just sounds a lot more negative. Like, what did they
Listen,
do?
man, they just got like rid of the bagel sandwiches. They didn't really sell that well.
You can
Plus,
even
like,
do
they're trying
breakfast all day, right? I was getting a McMuffin at like
Yeah,
11.
we do breakfast all day, man. Like,
Yeah, but doesn't that ruin breakfast? Now you can just eat it, whatever.
Yeah, but you can't get the. They only have a couple sandwiches, breakfast ones they do all day with the biscuit or whatever. You can do like, you can get a McDouble at 8 a.m. too. Time doesn't.
Well, what does
Time
breakfast
doesn't
mean
mean
to
anything anymore.
What does breakfast mean to you young folks? Because to me, it means something. It means something I eat in the morning.
yeah, well, you guys come and hang out in here for like 5 hours at like 7 a.m.
Yeah, that's breakfast time.
Yeah, but you guys like stay here all day.
Yeah, what
like
are you
guys?
I'm gonna have lunch and dinner here too. What are you? Do you eat dinner in the morning? What kind of crazy things are you kids uprooting? Traditions
There's like
we
a whole
built.
table full of like old guys that eat one McMuffin and have one small coffee, and it costs 79 cents for them, and they stay for 8 hours and like they grip their phones with both hands and end up playing like the Star Spangled Banner as music out loud, and that's just their life. And you're gonna yell at us for having breakfast at 11 instead of 10
Well, when are you eating dinner? 8 a.m.
at dinner time?
Well, how am I supposed to know there's a dinner time anymore if there's not a breakfast time anymore? Seems like you
can
kids just
kind
messed
of
it all
just
up.
eat. I think you can just eat when you're hungry now.
You could eat when you want, man. It's your life.
Yeah, you're an adult man. You could do whatever you want.
Hey, listen, we're gonna go smoke. So thanks for. Oh, I know this is going on YouTube, but thanks. Peace.
Dude, I think that was Eric Andre in Old Face.
What happened to people going to the moon? Nobody talks about it anymore. The last time we walked on the moon was 1969, when Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong and the other guy went up there. People these days have no aspirations. Just because you go one place, you're going to leave it behind forever. These days, these people take things for granted. They pick something up, something new, and they enjoy it for a few minutes before tossing it onto the ground for the next special thing. The next pair of pants to do exercise in. The next great food that might be green, or it could be black, or some other crazy color. People want to add all kinds of colors to the flag now, but they're not talking about going to the moon.
Are we just going to stare at it forever? Are we going to look up and say, well, it's still there, so everything must be okay? No one wants to explore. No one wants to be an astronaut. They only want to look down at their phones and pretend they're an astronaut.
Men, they can't drink at work anymore. It used to be you would put on your pinstripe suit, so shiny and clean that it looked lacquered, and you'd go in at 9 a.m., wave hi to Susie the secretary, typing away on her little typewriter, and go into your office, draw all the blinds closed, and brood for about 2 hours. When lunchtime comes around, somebody would suggest, why don't we loosen up a little bit? And you could have a glass of whiskey and still get all your work done. Nowadays, I find it troubling. Around 3 o'clock on any given workday, my hand starts shaking uncontrollably. I start sweating. It's hard to concentrate and focus on my work because I'm so wound up. I asked a businessman, my boss, why can't I drink while I'm on the job anymore?
Well, these days it's completely unprofessional to be consuming alcohol within the workspace, especially with growing rates of substance abuse and depression within the workspace amongst U.S. workers. Reports have shown an increase in suicidal ideologies. We also have noticed enormous amount of work on production, and we can't be having people slow down. We need the pace to be picked up. So,
well, on Mad Men, they seemed pretty on the ball, getting all kinds of commercial ideas and whatnot out there in time, and they drank as much as they want. I spoke to my doctor, who's been hounding me for years to drink less. Doctor, despite all of the evidence presented in Mad Men, are you still against the statement that men can drink at work?
Well, it's not my place to decide what people can do in the workplace, but as your doctor, I'm just telling you that you personally need to cut back, and I don't know how I can make this any clearer for you.
Back to you. And this is 30. Shit. All right, cut that.
I'm here on the sunny streets of Pensacola, Florida, where a new kind of travel is king. Yes, gone are the horses of yore, replaced with automobiles that can move up to 5 times faster than the average horse. They've even got a name for this new tier of velocity, horsepower. But has our need for speed sidelined our beloved steeds? And what's so wrong with horses anyway? Hello, sir. What's so wrong with horses anyway?
I guess there's nothing wrong with them.
Well, where do you think they all went? People are driving cars now. What happened to all those extra horses?
I mean, there's still horses around. I don't know if you're think that they all died, or because you can't eat them or anything. I think
but think
all
about
the horses are now at women's colleges or whatever.
I mean, but we had so many. Everyone needed a horse. They need cars today. Where did they go? And do we have a horse housing crisis in America today?
Well, a Honda Accord is way cheaper than a horse, and you don't have to feed it.
We have to feed it gasoline.
Those.
It's actually easier to get carrots and oats than it is to get gasoline out of the earth, sir.
I would say that actually isn't true. I think if you have to feed a horse 3 times a day with a car, you have to refill once a week tops.
Yeah, but we don't rely on our good allies, I might add, Saudi Arabia, to give us carrots and oats. I mean, we got to rely on them for the oil stuff, which is fine.
I mean, you obviously want to prefer horses, and you think that there's a problem with me because I don't want a horse.
Well, whatever happened to them? The pace of life was different then, because you could think about things when you're riding your horse.
Well,
no one's thinking anymore.
Horse?
And the cars don't have CD changers in them anymore. They can't even listen to CDs.
Why are you yelling at me?
I'm just asking questions.
I'm just a guy on the street, and you come and you start yelling me about horses.
Are you guys all right?
I'm just trying to get to the truth. I'm an investigative
journalist. Are you guys
journalist.
Okay? He's bright
What's
red.
going on
He's
here?
Yelling at me.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what... Sir, where did all the horses go these days?
Horses?
There used to be
see
so
this-
many. We
They're,
used them like
they're
cars,
owned-
and now there's not
they're
enough.
on.
Where
They're
did
in
they
some
go?
stable owned by some girl in the suburbs who's going to go to a state university for nursing. I don't know.
And how about your beloved cars? Once we get rid of them too, are we going to put them in a stable?
Where are cars going to go? When are we going to get rid of cars?
That's what people said about horses. I'm just asking questions.
We didn't get rid of horses. We started using something else.
It's just progress. It's just things change. Just
It
because
just-
things aren't like when you used to remember them as a child. Like
What's
things
this
are
camera
gonna grow
for?
and develop.
If you young people had seen the things that I'd seen, then you'd realize how stupid
Are you with like
sound.
the Daily Show or?
I'm 39.
I don't know what
I'm not
this is.
even
A
young
daily show. It's called 3600 Seconds. It's the 5th most viewed show in America, mostly from
Like, I'm
people
a-
leaving Sunday Night Football on for too long.
Oh, my dad watches that.
I'm a bald man, and thank you for calling me young. That was been a while.
Well, if you've been on AARP for less than 20 years, then you're probably not in our target demographic. So, you seem young to me, sir.
And you guys are like TRL for the elderly or something.
I don't know what any of those words means except for elderly, which is a slur. The only offensive slur, I might add.
All right, I'm gonna leave now. About the horses. Just go look for them. I don't know.
Well, Hal, Garth, thank you very much for filing these reports with us. Now, as always, we're joined by Dooney Sink, who has some interesting opinions. I think you'll agree.
Now, I'll be the first one to admit that we live in a new age, and that's fine. I know I'm old, so my opinions may not be taken seriously on cultural things by younger people. Heck, I remember being a young gun myself, all barrel-chested and spry, with smooth white skin like fondant on a wedding cake. And I remember listening to Old Men Daughter on at the time, stirring themselves into a frenzy, complaining about this or that. I even remember an incident in my hometown of Terre Haute in the 50s when a bunch of old men were so mad at the fact that women were wearing pants that they went to City Hall and killed the mayor. And it sounds like a funny story, but they also killed a dozen or so women on the way. I never thought I myself would join their ranks, but through my slow march through this epoch, I found myself to be their spiritual comrades, if not 70 years later than them. Now, I bring this up because I saw a girl skateboarding the other day, and I was aghast that we as a culture have let this happen. When it was just boys doing it, we figured it was because of their hero, Bart Simpson. Boys always love doing risky, rough and tumble things. It helps them prepare their minds better for a lifetime of war in the Middle East. But girls are supposed to be gentler, kinder of the sexes. They're supposed to be pristine and pure, so that when we, the men, are spending decades of our lives fighting in the Middle East, we're doing it because we have something to fight for. A locket once sprayed with perfume. A letter from our best girl where she mentions being okay with doing hand stuff before marriage. It was a gentler time. But when we let our girls become regular Bartina Simpsons, we risk destabilizing our entire culture. I don't mean to sound stuffy or out of date, but skateboards are loud. They make dogs bark. Skateboards have to be used outside. And we have to look at them and hear them, and they remind us, old people, that we will die soon, and that the teens won't, because a single kick flip will not kill them. Now, a single kicked flip would kill me in half of a second. I wouldn't even have time to change my facial expression. I would die with the face of anger and neutrality, complete judgment and scorn, and not be able to transcend my face to express any type of pain. We don't need girls messing with that kind of stuff and start thinking about being bisexuals. And not the sort of lipstick bisexuality used to impress guys at parties, but real bisexual stuff,
like crocheting a vulva inside of a feminist bookstore, which is basically, and I hate to say it, the exact opposite of the Iraq war that is so near and dear to our country's heart. Now, I'm not proposing that anyone do anything about girls skateboarding. I mean, what would I even say? You ban it? Can we do that? I'm not proposing any type of change or advocating any type of position. I'm just saying, I guess I'm saying somebody should figure this one out.
Oh, we do love to hear old Dooney ramble, don't we?
Always has something on his mind.
But now, Garth Oldwell will take us into our next segment.
In an era where typewriters have been replaced with keyboards, journalism has been replaced with gossip. And titans like E.W. Scripps, Pulitzer, and Hearst forged the newspaper industry out of thin air. And now a new type of harbinger has emerged of the primordial ooze that is internet culture. These innovators don't measure themselves by distribution or advertisers. These new emissaries of the digital age rank their importance by more trite things. You are how many followers you have, how many impressions their tweets get, and I don't know what this means. You are judged by how many e-girls you cream pie. If the internet is the new Xanadu, then the new Charles Foster Kane of the digital so-called news is an incredibly unmysterious man by the name of Mr. Drama. From high above his digital perch, Mr. Drama surveys the internet landscape and distributes up-to-the-minute content to his 3 million Twitter followers. We sat down with Mr. Drama recently to discuss the internet, YouTube, and what it means to, quote, take the L, big time, mask off, I am 40 years old, so what, Kappa Pog. Mr. Drama, thank you for joining us here today.
Thank you for having me. It's a great honor.
It's a beautiful home you have here. What's all this stuff you have mounted on the wall? Is this comic books or?
Well, there's like kind of some stuff there that I've loved that's dear to my heart. I have like the original like SpongeBob issue #1. Which I've always wanted my entire life. And I got, this house is basically like a dream, man, like living my dream and every day being able to go out there and like make videos and make people happy and make people smile every day making stuff. And, it's really been like kind of crazy. Like even just having this house itself is just like something that's been a dream for me for many years.
So now, Mr. Drama, my bladder isn't what it once was. So before we started this interview, I had to take a trip to the bathroom, and I noticed on my way, there seems to be a storefront in your house with lots of hats being sold. Can you explain what it was that I saw?
Ever since I was a kid, when I was born in 1980, I was, always dreaming of having a lid store in my house. And now I got that. I could go in there, I could get any hat I want, and they actually give it to me for free. But I still pretend to pay them with fake money because it's kind of fun. It's like being at the mall, and I could have the mall store in my house. It's like my house is a mall.
To get down to business, Mr. Drama, would you please explain to some of us that are a little more confused by what you do, what would you just say that your job is?
I would say that I'm kind of like what you guys do. You're reporters, you're journalists, you're reporting on what's important to people in their lives. And, maybe your generation doesn't agree with me or agree with us that this is important, but this is what people want to know about. People want to know if some YouTuber is, sleeping with another YouTuber, or another YouTuber you don't know is sleeping with another YouTuber you don't know. But people know what I'm talking about. People know if they know that if Riff Raff gains another 50 pounds, they're going to know about it from me instantly when it happens.
I noticed while you were talking to us, you were going into your cell phone there and tweeting something. Who are you talking about now?
Well, I got to say that somewhere deep in my heart, I got to shout out to my boy, Kevin James. He has always been there for me on my come up, and he actually just had a child, and he named the child after the middle name of the child is after me.
Drama, or do you have a different name you go by?
Mr. Drama.
A Christian name? Mr. Drama is the baby's middle name.
Yes.
Kevin, Mr. Drama, James Jr.
That's correct.
Well, I must admit it's a little uncouth, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around exactly what you do, because you're saying it's kind of like what we do, but with all due respect, Mr. Drama, we're here in suits. We've got our nice ties on. Our camera crew is with us. We have about 14 million elderly citizens watching at home.
We combed our hair in a way, reminiscent of, a Rock Hudson or a James Dean or a, Jimmy Carter.
Which is crazy
And
because
let
the
me tell
news...
you, all of those men did not kiss and tell. You would not see a drama video about Mr. Jimmy Carter.
I agree, but the world is always evolving and constantly changing and shifting. I would say that this is the new news, and the way it's presented might be different, but it's still on a screen. There's people talking, so it's in the way the same. So, people think that I'm all about that and I'm all about drama, but the truth is, I get to just stay at home. I get to hang out with my family who's dear to my heart. I get to play video games in my bedroom. And I get to do that.
But doesn't what you do seem woefully degraded from the journalism that we're putting on the air every week after Sunday Night Football?
That might be your opinion, and I respect you so much. I hope to not take that to heart in my personal being and soul, but within me, I know that what I'm doing is for the greater good, and it's getting more views than you do.
You were recently in some hot water in the mainstream media because of a tweet where you said a 14-year-old female rapper named Little Sliz would have been the highlight of the Wet Ass Pussy video that was released by a menagerie of awful women recently. Do you care to comment that perhaps your rampant obsession with celebrity of people who are painfully young is irresponsible and extremely creepy for a 40-year-old man?
Not at all. I have to say that one of my biggest inspirations in my life, besides you guys, besides Harry from Dumb and Dumber on the newsroom, I had a big, inspiration from Kevin McAllister, Macaulay Culkin, my man, in Home Alone 1 and 2. And he got the big cheese pizza. He got the limousine. He had the thing that he talked into, and he could record his own news to himself. And he could use that to get through things and get through life. And I kind of thought, maybe if I recorded things and I used that against people, I could actually, be in the news as well. And my thing about, talking about these youthful stars came from my love for Macaulay Culkin. And, there's a lot of hate, I think, for kids these days. And kids are very dear to my heart, I think that they're our future, personally. So I think that we need to pay attention to what they're saying more and what they have to say in their minds as opposed to what we should be telling them.
Okay, well, I don't remember even what we were talking about anymore.
I'm not sure if you answered the question or not. That was...
See, I get to live my dream every day. I get to have whatever I like for dinner. I could have chocolate chips for dinner, or I could have hot dogs and cotton candy. It doesn't matter, because when you get to be truthful in your life and you're honest, which is what we do in the news, you have no guilt and you could be free. And that's what freedom is being able to eat those chocolate chips on your hot dogs.
You put chocolate chips on your hot dogs.
Or maple, like whatever you want to put, you want to put whatever you want on there. You could put a hot dog on there. Like Exhibit.
You can put a hot...
Let me ask you something.
Exhibit and Pit My Ride was one of my biggest inspirations on my come up as a kid and as an adult in journalism, because Exhibit was making people's dreams happen. And I thought, well, if he could do it, I could do that for myself. I could pimp my life. And I could insert what I want, in there. And I could go out there and I could change stuff. I could take something that I thought was once crappy and I could make it even better.
Mr. Drama, you have a lot of interesting opinions on food, it seems. I just wanted to run it past you. What do you think of McDonald's decision to make breakfast all day? And does it desecrate the idea, the very concept of breakfast?
Listen, I think that you can have McDonald's breakfast whenever you like. And I think that, that's kind of about what this world is like now, is you could do what you want when you want. And if you want to go out there and make your dreams happen, it's all possible.
Okay, and maybe a fun one before we wrap up here. I just wanted to say, whatever happened to the dial-up modem? You're an internet guy. What happened to that thing? I liked it, kind of. The dial-up,
It had a great sound. Bang, ding, ding.
Personally, I don't think I could absolutely agree, because I could not upload my videos. I could not have so many million beautiful people watching and subscribing and liking my videos every single day if we still had that kind of speed.
But don't you miss the guy who said you had mail?
Who now?
You're a 40-year-old man, I might remind you.
Your critics have said that you're a weird 40-year-old conservative man who is constantly yelling at children who promote themselves and are constantly on social media. Our public wants to know, do you really have any type of right to complain about these children when you are a 40-year-old man that eats chocolate chips on his hot dogs?
Listen, I've had every generation of Xbox there is. I know what it's like to be a kid. I know what it's like to go out there and talk stuff on the internet that you don't truly believe in your mind, because in your soul, you know who you are, but you say stuff because, let's face it, I'm Mr. Drama. I know what it is to stir stuff up. I know what it is to make a little bit of a ruckus or, stir the pot. And that's what people are looking for. That's what gets likes. That's what gets the subscribers and the views. I'm not saying that what these kids are promoting is good, but I like to kind of highlight it, even if I'm quote unquote criticizing it. It's going to bring attention to them and me together, so we both win. They say all publicity is good publicity, and I think I live that to a T. And I think that, people don't know underneath this big beard of mine is just another guy. And at the end of the day, I'm playing that latest version of the Xbox and having just as much fun as I did playing the first version of the Xbox.
Lastly, I'd like to close this interview by asking you a question that is on a lot of young people's minds. I don't know what any of this means, but recently, a rapper by the name of NBA Stupid Ass said that your tears when XXXTentacion died were completely fake. Do you have any comment on that at all?
Well, I want to get out a shout out to my boy NBA Stupid Ass. I love him. He's very dear in my heart, and I think that what he's saying is, it's causing drama, but it's also, if I'm going to be completely honest, nothing aside here, hand to God, it's some of that stuff has been manufactured, and it is truthful that my eyes cannot make tears. Those were fake tears, indeed. I wanted to show my emotional response to the death of my good friend X, but he was killed in a bloody murder, and I'm not able to cry, and people would think that I wasn't actually sad about it. So what I had to do is had to use artificial tears and show people that I actually did care, because my tear ducts were removed as a child, so I cannot physically cry. So,
well, Mr. Drama, we want to thank you again for sitting down here with us, and we just wanted to say we'll see you in AARP in 10 years. Thanks again.
Thank you so much.
And now, on that note, we're going to throw it once again to Dooney Sink with another one of his, strong opinions.
Grace Kelly, Jane Mansfield, Marilyn Monroe, Norma Jean, Dorothy Dandridge, Carmen Sandiego. These were the old gals of the silvered screen. I remember working as a butter boy on the corner, shouting, "Butter for sale, selling my sticks to the busy housewives, hoping to wrangle up enough tin nickels in order to go to Sal's Theater and watch whatever Hollywood movie they had showing that night. And I had to work hard and quick, because if I didn't sell the butter, it would melt in my corduroy pockets in the hot August sun.
So when I got my nickels and I went into Sal's for flicking a popcorn, I relished in the air conditioning. A wonderful new technology at the time. Sal's AC was top of the line. It was a large block of ice placed next to a pig with 4 broken legs that exhaled real hard when a guy whipped him, and it kept the whole theater nice and chilly while I watched Desi Arnaz on the big screen, playing a private eye named Lucky Shunka something, who solved the mystery of the guy who shot the woman because she was a tease. The guy got off scot-free. Those were movies. Back in those days, I wish those movies never ended. As a working class kid whose mom didn't speak English and was chained to a butter churn, and my dad was a team of 5 Polish roofers who only ate onions soaked in beer. Even then, in an environment that a kid wanted to spend all day in, those movies lasted 1.5 hours. 2 tops. And even then, if it was some masturbatory Orson Welles thing, or a Bible picture that showed a lot of abs, but nothing else. You know, some movie where Rock Hudson would break into a guy's house just because his eyebrows looked too ethnic. Now that one could be 2 hours long. But now, Lord of the Ring, The Two Towers, was 7 hours long. I watched that thing and it was so long I had 2 breakfasts during it. I watched The Green Mile and it was so long that I started rooting against the black guy. My nephew tricked me into watching Blue is the Warmest Color, which was 3 hours of lezzing out. There was so much lezzing out in that movie, and for so long, that by the end of the movie, my breath smelled like fish. Boyhood? That was filmed in real time, and by the end of the movie, that 6-year-old had pubes. My message is simple. If you are a young director and you want to make a movie about something like how hard it is to be a gay guy in a wheelchair, I'm pretty sure we would all understand that it is pretty hard to be a gay guy in a wheelchair. That should take 1 hour, tops. Let's keep it brief, everyone. Have a great day.
You know, I don't know the point of that rant, but I always like to hear from old Dooney. Now, Hal, I know you've got an update on a peculiar trend that the young people are kind of dabbling in here.
Yes, Chip. To shift to darker waters, we have a report of a growing trend amongst the youth within the country. Drugs, Razor scooters, Dungeons and Dragons, MTV, hip-hop, Pokemon cards, video game violence. For decades, the youth in the United States have been plagued with growing rates of degenerate activity. What many parents lose sleep over has become reality, but has become cool and trendy. With the push for practicing of safe sex amongst teenagers in the 2010s by numerous campaigns, the result has become concerning to officials from the U.S. Department of Health, with reports from all over the country of teens eating condoms. We talked to Dr. Rudy Von Poker from Johns Hopkins University about the growing epidemic. How is this happening? What is causing these young people to engage in this behavior?
Well, we're still doing research, but it appears to be almost a challenge. There are certain social media influencers that are doing things like the condom eating challenge. Condom taste test series is a big one. There are even some YouTubers who are presenting flights of condoms, as a restaurant might do with something like bourbon. 4 different slightly flavored condoms.
Are our nation's trusted condom producers to blame for creating all these delicious flavored condoms that teens can't help themselves?
Well, from what I've noticed is most of them don't taste good. And it appears to be funny to these teenagers to eat the condoms. There are false reports saying that, the condoms will pass completely unformed and you can eat them again, or that you can pass the condom and that they're still completely usable if you rinse them out. I'm not sure if it's a cultural statement, but in our hospital alone, we have seen, I'd say, 10 dozen cases in the last month of children who eat condoms and then perhaps the condoms will get stuck somewhere in the large intestines and then start absorbing the fecal matter within it, and will pass what appears to be almost like a sausage link that is filled with turds. And the teens just find this so funny that when we surgically remove it, we don't even tell them of this part anymore, because that would just cause them to do it again.
Were the teens eating that condom again after it was expelled from the body?
Well, in our first initial cases, we would give them back to them, much like we would a kidney stone to an old man, something to laugh about later in life. But we quickly found that these teens most of them would rinse it out, but some of them would film themselves on a TikTok or YouTube, ingesting the condom a second time. In a particular incident, there was a teenage boy who got upwards of 5 million views on YouTube of eating a already passed condom. And this has been a lot of children mimicking this for what they call clout.
Dr. Von Poker, in your professional and critical view, how will this problem affect the youth in the long run?
Well, they're going to be filled with condoms.
Now, what might that do to a youth who's trying to, say, apply to college or, get that scholarship or try to make the team? What will being filled with condoms do to their aspirations? Preferably something negative so we can scare parents at home.
Well, you're going to have a condom in you, and it's going to catch stuff, maybe some doo-doo, maybe some stomach acid. You might eat dinner and find yourself completely hungry afterwards and being like, I just ate 2 hot dogs and I don't feel like I've had any food. And what would happen is those hot dogs would have slipped inside of a condom that is already inside your body. And through the natural gyration motion of the intestines passing foods down, they incidentally will tie the end of the condom, preventing those calories from being absorbed. As for college, I don't know if it'll affect college. I don't know if colleges ask those types of questions when you're applying for them.
Well, I'm just thinking that maybe if you're taking your SAT, you can't focus because you have too many condoms in your intestines.
In my professional opinion, if you are taking your SATs, you should not be eating condoms during it. I think even the SATs have a rule about no food or drink.
So how can we prevent this from happening again?
Well, it's kind of a catch-22, because if we don't give the children condoms, a lot of children will impregnate somebody. And then, if there's a good and a bad to this, because if a teenage boy impregnates a woman, then usually they sign up for the army, and then we can send them to Iraq as we're supposed to. But that kind of forcing can lead to toxic relationships and trouble. We're trying to make the best of a bad situation by taking condoms out of schools, taking condoms out of convenience stores, making condoms more expensive so that teenagers cannot afford them, so that they get a woman pregnant, so that they go to Iraq. But we really don't have any solution for the young women that are eating condoms every day. Not a lot we know what to do about that, as we are not able to send them to Iraq as easily.
Well, doctor, in your professional opinion, would it be a good idea that whenever any child is found with a condom in their stomach or intestines, we just ship them right off to Iraq to stop this behavior?
Medically, I can't speak on that, but as a father, I do think that is the correct course of action, and the only way we can really stop teens from eating, a whole sleeve of condoms as if they were Oreo cookies.
Is that how they're doing it these days? It's just they open the whole thing and just tear into them, and they're kicking them back as a snack.
A lot of TikTok teens that are in these LA mansions, they're ordering condoms by the bulk now. You are going to see, UPS trucks pulling up 3 times a day with gigantic boxes full of condoms, and most of the time they're not even wrapped up. They're unrolled condoms just thrown into a large cardboard box, simply because the hygiene has not become a priority. It's more of the mass amount of condoms that one can eat.
Thank you, doctor, for this very important information.
Oh, I'm not a doctor.
Oh, I mean, it says on your credentials that you're Dr. Rudy Von Poker.
Well, that's my first name is Doctor. I clean the rooms here.
Okay, we just talked to a guy who knew someone whose middle name was Mr. Drama. Now we know a guy named Doctor. What's happened to names these days?
Are you asking me, or is that a hypothetical?
It's a rhetorical. Sometimes I just aim rhetorical questions at people like a real question because I just can't fathom the changes that have happened to this world that I used to know so well.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, because if I say that names aren't as good as they used to be, well, that's my name, so that means I'm kind of the problem. And I didn't really name myself. Sure, it is confusing that I chose to work in a hospital. But I think that, you know what, let's just say it's a rhetorical question.
Okay, well, look, buddy. I mean, we've gone this far in the interview. Before we get out of here, can you at least give some kind of advice to the parents at home of what to do if they find their kids doing this stuff?
I would just, contact your local Army recruiter, have him call, give him your child's cell phone number, tell him to text, give him approval to text. Have your kid take the ASVAB and don't tell him what it's for. Tell him you'll buy him, one condom if they do it. It's really important that we get some of these kids to go to Iraq because people really aren't as stoked on Iraq as they have been in the past. And, the best thing we can do is, try to make it so that women can serve in the military. Even the shit work, the grunt work, the, just shooting guns, spray and pray. Let's get women in there too, because these teenage girls know they're protected, so they're going to eat all these condoms they want.
Well, I think we've already actually made that change to the military, and that's a whole nother change that we can talk about on another episode. But, Doctor, or Rudy, I guess Rudy's your middle name, so, Doctor, thank you for talking to us. And on behalf of everybody here at the studio at 3600 Seconds, Garth Oldwell, Hal Reason, and Chip Carwood, we're signing off, and we just want to send you over to our friend Dooney Sink for one more of his classic observations about society.
I want to tell you a little bit about my father. Well, the 5-man Polish roofing team that operates as my singular father, to be exact. But my 5 Polish fathers, they all wore hats. Trilbies now, I think they're called, or pork pies. What they are called doesn't matter. Those hats were iconic. Men looked like men. If a woman walked by, you held your hat to your breast. You might have said, hey, good looking, hey, sweetie, smile, The carpet matched the drapes, that kind of stuff. But a man had class, and he treated a woman with respect. So even no matter what they said, they always took their hat off when a woman entered the room or walked by. When you walked into a person's house, you took your hat off and put it on the hat rack, which was a piece of furniture every household had at the time. Men wore boxy suits in a wide variety of colors, from brown to black to gray. You could get a blue suit if you were a black guy, with collared shirts underneath so starched you could throw them like a frisbee. Facial hair was for communists, and goatees were so rare that we used to force sex offenders to grow them, so everybody knew that guy was bad news. Men aged gracefully. They had to. The liquor made them look 20 years older. They combed their hair. They put weird, rigid tonics into their brains that were made mostly out of mercury. But guess what? The quarter comb always looked good. Men were men. What I'm trying to say is, nobody looks like Ronald Reagan anymore. I go out to the street today and I see men with ear gauges, whatever it's called, it's weird. Big old floppy holes in your ears, looking nasty, smelling even worse, I bet. Oh, I would throw up if I was able to smell one of those single weird looking ears that those guys have. Millennials, young men today, they ride unicycles to work. I heard. Alan Cummings, he has a lot of responsibility. He invented male bisexuality, and the whole system fell apart. Handsome men, used to have jaws like stone and a quarter part in their brown blonde hair. At their most risque, some would wear t-shirts. If women at the time said that those men weren't handsome, we beat the snot out of them. We killed elephants to give these guys big straight teeth made out of ivory. That's what we were about in the 50s. Today, I'm calling for it. Let's bring back the classic man. I look at what is considered traditionally handsome today. Guys named things like Ninja, with blue hair like some sort of cereal mascot or a Saturday morning cartoon. You got Cisco with his Meteor Man hair, singing about such vulgar things as thong-based underwear on women. At the earliest, I remember them called whale tails, and they were the only sort of things you could see in a gas station pornography area where you would put a quarter in a screen and you would see a very blurry nude woman. That was all the sexuality we needed back then. We could masturbate for up to 10 weeks on that alone. Now you got British fancy boys like Bend It Like Beckham, who grow Trotsky-esque facial hair and do such feminine things, such as eating quinoa or washing their faces at night. America. Let's get back to the time when Ronald Reagan was considered the hottest guy. Big, rosy cheeks like he's got a mouthful of chili, and a completely straight body with no definition or curves to it at all, hidden underneath a press suit so tight that it squeezes your neck fat out of it like a tube of toothpaste that just won't die. Am I the only one who wants this to happen? Am I the only one who imagines the dignity of these men? Now, if a guy wants to be considered hot, he has to put on a swimsuit that doesn't have the leg parts to it, and it has some kind of hypersexual color to it, like teal or purple. No, sir. America, men, let's get back to the classic idea of male sexuality, where you didn't have to work on your physique or your body at all, and all you had to do was comb your hair and brood in a black and white film. But that's just me, I guess. I'm old-fashioned. Well, look at me. Dooney Sink here, doddering off like the old man I am. Have a good night, America, and remember, change is very scary. Things are changing all the time, and it's I don't know what's happening next. I'm pretty relieved I'm gonna die soon. Have a good night, everybody. This is not a bit. I'm not doing a bit. It's exhausting to suggest I'm doing a bit. If you still want to suggest I'm doing a bit, it's not a bit. So listen up, you slack-jawed podcast fans. My name is Alex Branson. I'm one of the hosts of E1, and I have written a novel. It's going to be published by Rare Bird on November 10th. It is called Water Wasted. And if you can't wait till November 10th, they are selling signed copies at rarebirdlit.com. Those signed books will ship in early October. So that'll be available about a month earlier than the official release will be on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and in independent bookstores. All right. What's this episode about? What's this one? I mean, if chips worked, why can't... All right. On to the show.
The following is an archived podcast presented by the Branson and Hudson Foundation for Podcast Recovery. This podcast is entitled The Wise Man and the Fool, It is the first and only episode of the podcast. Welcome to episode 1.
Pythagoras. Pythagoras. Anaximander. Plato. Socrates. Epicurus. Curus. Lao Tzu. What is that one? Machiavelli. Wittgenstein. Marx. David Foster Wallace. Confucius. Paul Krugman. Jack Bastard. Democritus. What do all these people have in common? That's right. They're all dead from alcohol poisoning. But before they died, they contributed heavily to the philosophy, epistemology, and overall mental excellence of the world at large. My name is Dandy, and I am joined here by my two friends to discuss all things philosophy, and maybe, just maybe, we'll go ahead and straighten out all that logic out there for you guys. It's my pleasure to have these two here. I'd like to introduce first my friend, Theodosius. Make sure I said that right?
Yes, well, that is correct. I mean, my real name is Ted Whip, but like us, a lot of us philosophers like to have philosopher names that are a little bit more philosophical. So I go by Theodosius.
It matches your toga there.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you're going to be a philosopher, you got to wear a toga.
Kind of feel underdressed.
Or a three-piece suit. That's maybe a nice
I'm just
tweed.
That's true. There are various styles of intellectualism, I think, and maybe we can get into that.
Just
but
kind of feel stupid here in my khaki shorts, I guess.
Well, we could talk about the importance of clothing or unimportance of clothing.
Well, I suppose those sort of baggy shorts give your legs some freedom to breathe, which may give your mind freedom to think in new ways.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess that's one way of putting it. Not quite as free as a toga. I mean, that thing's pretty thin.
A little bit of a draft, I'm sure, a bit drafty.
Yeah, it's kind of...
You know me, I sleep in my three-piece suits.
You could bunch it up around like the... It doesn't matter. Theodosius, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you bring to the table?
Yeah, well, I didn't really come to philosophy in any conventional way. Although, I mean, maybe it is more conventional for the olden times, because, like a lot of philosophers these days are academic. But when you think about these guys like Socrates or Plato or Shakespeare or whoever, they didn't really come to philosophy from school. They were just guys who would talk at people and people would listen, right? And that's kind of how I always wanted to be. Like, I found myself, I was working a job after I went to school. I was working for Northrop Grumman, just making bombs to kill people with. And I was the guy with the hammer who taps each bomb on the top of the warhead thing to make sure it works, And then I just wondered, like, why am I making bombs to kill people? Isn't that philosophically wrong?
Yeah, you should be making bombs
What is wrong?
Bring people back to life.
I know, that's what I always wanted to do when I was a kid. Then how did I end up doing the opposite,
Well,
and I know more about that profession than anyone now, tapping the hammer on the bomb.
Are those people that the bombs are killing evil, though? Then perhaps it is justified. Or is it?
I hate to go all philosophy club on everybody here, but what is evil?
I just said that a minute ago.
Well, I wish they told me who was getting killed.
Well, actually, I correct myself. I asked what is wrong.
You asked them if they were evil. Anyway, let's
Am I evil?
Let's get to Jacques Van Bordeaux. Thank you for joining me here on our new podcast, The Wise Man and the Fool. And there are three of us here, so hopefully by the end, the wise man will reveal himself.
Or maybe three fools. Or perhaps
that.
Maybe
the wise man is the
and one
listener,
fool.
or the fool for listening. We'll see how it goes, right?
What's your background? Before we get into all this about wise men and fools, Jacques, what is your background?
Well, my name is Jacques Van Bordeaux. I am a professor of philosophy and I teach classes on philosophy and ethics at France University in Montreal, Canada.
Congratulations.
Well, you've known that. I've been doing it for 10 years.
It's just very prestigious.
And every day I take the train from our, humble abode here in Terre Haute, Indiana, and I take the train to Montreal every day to teach my classes.
Oh, how do you enjoy that train ride?
It's lovely. I get a lot of reading done. I usually am found sitting in the cafe cart, drinking wine and sometimes falling asleep, sometimes talking with a beautiful woman about everything, the questions of the universe.
Oh, do the beautiful women like that, or is it?
Oh, yes. Sometimes there are delays. Sometimes, when you get to those splits in the tracks, someone has to make the decision.
That's what I was that's what I was curious about. As a philosopher, does the conductor ever ask you, "Hey, we've got like two paths coming up on the track, and there's some people tied to both of them. Should I run over the Polish guy or like the Czech guy who's on the tracks?"
Well,
it's an
sometimes
awful
there'll be 5 Italians tied up on the tracks, and one Polish man who isn't even tied up on the tracks. He can freely walk off, but he does not because he doesn't have the capacity to make that decision. And someone will be standing at the tracks at the lever and has to make the decision where to divert the train.
I hate.
And what do you tell
that,
them?
Man.
Do they get
That
you
was
on
awful.
the speaker to tell them what to do?
Well, the conductor, he can contact them and talk to them on a walkie-talkie.
Well, does he know there's a trained philosopher on board to help him with the problem?
I tell him, I simply pose these, dilemmas to people. Is it up to me to know which is the correct answer? No. My job is to play devil's advocate.
So it's the train conductor's job to answer the moral dilemma on the spot. It's your job just to kind of think about it.
I just tell them it's something to think about, but then it's something that's actually literal and material in front of us, and they have to make that
becomes their
crucial
job.
decision. And I don't want any part of that.
Well, they don't actually. If you're on the train already, they don't ask you if they're on the train. If you ever, I like to walk by train tracks sometimes, and the station stuff, and all of a sudden you see a switch, and then I saw 5 guys tied up, and then I saw one guy tied up, and I'm like, I looked around to see first if anybody's responsible for this, and then you hear that train coming, and it's a switch, right? And everybody's begging for their lives, pull it, oh, you'll kill me.
Well, what if those 4 men were the Beatles? And what if that one man was the nicest man on earth?
I couldn't get a good look at any of them.
Were they
when
wearing
it happened.
suits? Did they have bowl cuts?
They were
Mop
probably
tops.
like 50 meters away. I'd say I could only really, out of the group of 4, I could only see
Or maybe
like.
they're wearing bright psychedelic
Did they look
colors.
like
I
men
saw
or
some
lads?
like some sandals. No, they looked to be men. They didn't appear to be lads.
Well, what year
the
was
one-
this? Can you clarify
were-
when this happened?
This was probably maybe 7 months ago, I
Okay,
think.
so were 2 of them skeletons and 2 of them very old guys?
No, it was 4 guys. I
Okay,
couldn't tell the ethnicity
I don't
or
think it was
whatever.
the
Did they
Beatles.
have nearby 4 horses?
I could not
Were they wearing?
see
Were
any.
they cloaked? Did they look menacing? I'm just wondering
No,
if they're maybe the horsemen, the apocalypse.
No, I think they were just some guys that somebody had tied up.
Was it you two? It could have been you
I
too.
guess. No, it wasn't me. I was.
No,
I
not
was
you.
there.
The band, you too. Did one of them have safety glasses on for shooting guns?
Oh, I couldn't tell. I was like I could see the sandals. If they wear sandals, if they're like a sandals band.
Does Bono wear sandals? Does the Edge? I think the Edge wears sandals because he likes to take them off so he can use his cool pedals barefoot.
I don't think anybody likes being on stage barefoot. I think that would be like some bohemian nonsense. So I don't think these guys were musicians of any kind.
Well, did they
But,
die or did the nicest guy on earth die?
How do you know it was the
Well-
nicest guy on earth?
Well, I didn't. I just had to make a decision, and so I pulled the lever, and I killed that one guy. I had
You
to
didn't talk to the
his
4
wife.
guys? You didn't talk to the four
Well,
guys to see who they are?
No. I thought they would come thank me. They didn't.
I'm just wondering why they don't put in a third railroad there in the middle.
Well, I got
to,
taken to,
avoid it.
Anyway,
Someone keeps putting people on those tracks all tied up. I don't know who, but
the answer to the dilemma of the trolley is that don't pull it because you can get taken to civil court, right? And that's people think civil court. Well, you can't go to jail for that, but there can be some big money involved. Like I after that, I had to move in with my brother. Kind of took a lot from me, and they used my criminal background against me, kind of bringing up that I was in prison for a little bit.
So I know you just mentioned your brother. I feel like you didn't really get a full chance to introduce yourself and talk about where we are right now.
Okay, well, we're in, in my home that I share with my brother. We're at a little fork in the road. Thankfully, it's a little bit after hours now. There's no travelers coming through. During the day, I, Dandy, along with my twin brother, Randy, we stay at the center of the fork in the road. There was a rumor planted by somebody that there is $1 million on one of the paths in the fork in the road.
was it your brother who started that rumor?
I don't know. I tried asking him. I couldn't get a straight answer out of him. But Dandy, I always tell the truth, and my brother always lies. And, if that wasn't bad, I don't want to kind of go into my whole story and bore everyone, because we're supposed to be talking about our famous, philosophy. But, if that wasn't bad, one of the paths has $1 million, but the other path, well, that leads to death.
Oh.
To certain death.
Oh my.
I don't know what's down there. I've never gone down that one. I keep telling. It's when you just don't feel nothing. You can't ask no questions.
How do you know if they don't feel anything?
Well, then you're just still alive. Then what's the difference between being dead and alive?
Exactly. What
being
is
dead
the difference
is the state of not being alive, but maybe one can be alive but not feel. So I would not bring feelings into this at all.
Anyway, I tell people, right, when they're coming down the path, I'm like, listen, Randy's a liar. And they're like, who's Randy? I'm like, that's my twin brother. I'm Dandy. And, let's just say for a moment that one path leads to death and one path leads to $1 million. Like, it's not worth it to guess if you're going to die. So even if you think I'm the liar and Randy's the truth teller, should just go home. But they always believe Randy, and they always go down the path to death.
Well, who knows if they're truly going to their death? Have you ever seen them again?
Well, no, but I've heard.
Perhaps they found the $1 million and lived the life they always dreamed of. So why would they have to come back to that fork in the road?
That's the funny thing about the traveler, is that a true traveler you never meet twice, because a traveler is always on the road.
That is true.
And if one is always traveling, then one may never return, because then you would be a returner.
Well, it seems like the traveler might be the wise man in that case.
As long as he found the $1 million, I believe him to be the wise man. But
well, perhaps the fool is the wise man because he doesn't need the material possessions of $1 million.
See, this is a whole different area of philosophy we're getting into now. So perhaps we owe it to the listener to get into a little bit of an introduction, because this is a field, I think. Well, it's a field that's based around basically a simple question, and I think the question might sound simple at first. But if you plumb the depths of this question, I think you will find that it rather philosophically explores that which we call human experience. And that question is, have you ever heard the parable of the wise man and the fool?
Oh, I can't say that I have.
Well, that was a rhetorical question. It's more meant to not be answered yet.
So there's not a parable?
No, there is a parable, but that was a rhetorical question about have you heard the parable? Because I already know that you guys are familiar because you're philosophers.
Well, I was trying to be nice and just set you up, but that is not a rhetorical question, by the way.
Okay, well, here's another rhetorical question. Except I do want you to answer this one. So let's say that there is a wise man, and also there is a fool.
Okay, I'm with you so far. You got two guys, one's wise, one's a fool.
Okay, yeah. Now, which one is really the wise man and which one is really the fool?
Well, could you describe what they look like to me, or are we basing them on their actions alone? Because my first instinct would be judge a book by its cover.
Well, I think we're kind of we're basically judging them on their titles, because I don't really want to let you know what they look like.
Oh, okay. So we're thinking about two hypothetical men. One's a wise man. One we are told is a wise man. One we are told is a fool.
Yes.
So in reality, if he's the fool, then I'm going to say the fool is the fool.
Okay, well, let me say something about the fool that may surprise you. What if perchance it is society that is foolish and casts its gaze negatively upon the fool and sees but a lowly fool in him, when in fact he is a wise man, and it is the society of fools that is itself indeed quite foolish.
So his name isn't the fool?
Well, he is called the fool, but that's because society called him that way, and society doesn't really know what's foolish, and it might be the opposite.
So if I walked up to the fool and I said, "Hey, how are you? My name is Dandy. What's your name?" What would he say?
He would say, like, my name is, like, Gregory or something like that. Because
Oh,
he doesn't,
okay. So,
that's not
yeah.
his name. He's just known as the fool, kind of
Okay, well,
broadly, you know?
If he was a wise man, he simply would not be called the fool, and he would figure out how not to be called the
No,
fool.
but society cast that on it. Okay, so maybe you don't know enough about the olden days of philosophy. You know, like back when everyone was a philosopher back then.
Yeah, where everybody was obsessed with like triangles and mirrors.
Yeah, that was all
right?
people talked about because they didn't
Apples
have like
falling off
TV or
of
anything
stuff.
interesting. So they'd talk about that stuff, and there were so few people that everyone could be called the something. You know, like they had like the warrior and the bard. It was like everyone was like a D&D party kind of. So then you would get a nickname like that, like you're the fool, because the society thinks you a fool, so you're the only fool in the village, right? But what if the village is so foolish that the fool is the wise man and they don't know what of which he talks and speaks about?
So then he's the fool because he doesn't know what he's talking about?
No, he knows what he's talking about, but everyone else doesn't know what he's talking about. So they're all the fools maybe, and he's the wise man, but he gets called the fool because everyone's a fool.
So wait, so what's the wise man doing while the fool's taking all this?
Yeah, so
he's
if he's the wise man and they're the fools, then that makes the real wise man a fool and not a wise man. So what's his purpose?
Well, I guess it's like this. Like, if everyone else, it might be practical to call him the fool for the village, because if they're all fools, you can't call someone the fool. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, they couldn't have, like, on Leave It to Beaver, he was called the Beaver. They couldn't have 20 kids called the Beaver. It'd get confusing. So they had to call the wise man the fool because everyone else couldn't also be called
Wait,
the fool.
so Beaver's the fool?
No. Well, he
no,
might
he's
be.
a wise man.
Well, then I thought Eddie Haskell was the fool.
Well, I don't want
No,
to get into him.
isn't Eddie Haskell the little dog face guy on Munsters?
No.
Isn't Eddie Haskell the talking horse, Ed?
So the wise man is the fool?
Well, he might be. This is a philosophical
There can't
question
be
because it doesn't have
There
an answer.
can't be two fools, right?
Yeah, that wasn't how it worked in the olden times.
Wait, no.
The wise man
No.
is Beaver, actually, because he was right about stuff. And even though everyone thought he was just some kid, he wasn't such a bad kid. And, you know, he was right about things. Eddie seemed to be the fool because he had no idea. He thought he knew everything, and he always was constantly getting into trouble. And he was
Well-
mistaken about so much.
No.
This isn't what we were trying to talk about, but
it.
you might be right because Beaver is just a child, but they left it to him, which means they trusted him. So perhaps he is wise.
The wise man is 2 years older than the fool, and the mother's twice as old as both of them.
Wisdom does not.
that-
Age does
is
not
that
equal
it?
wisdom, although they often correlate, it seems.
Explain
Am I
on
right?
that. Please explain that, Mr. Von
So
Bordeaux.
someone might think a man who is 350 years old would be very wise, and he probably very likely is, but that does not mean that a brand new baby newborn baby child of only just 1 week old could not also be wise. How is he wise, you ask? Well, the child simply does not speak at all.
He simply
Ooh, see?
learns
Keep
from
your
the world around
silence-
him.
Keep your silence forever, or else be thought a fool. That's what they used to say.
A lot
And who would think
lot
a
of
newborn
those-
baby to be a fool simply because he is so short, and also because he cannot speak or count money?
A lot of the people think that those old timey Greek philosophers, they were just talking, right? And it didn't mean nothing, and they didn't make any sense. Well, that's what I thought too, until I started this race. And I was going around this race track, and I was going faster and faster and getting up there and running around, and I was halfway done, and I was halfway done with that. But it turns out I wasn't able to finish the race because I kept getting halfway closer to the end over and over again, but unable to actually reach it.
This actually happened to you.
Yeah, this happened. It was really embarrassing. I got last.
So
I
you couldn't
finish.
finish the race? What, do you just have
I
to
got
give
a
up
D-
eventually?
Well, they gave me a DNF. I'm like, I'm going halfway there each time. And they thought I was Randy because we're identical, and so they're just like,
They thought you were lying.
yeah, they thought I was, they thought I was Randy, and so they thought I was lying. I'm like, I can only get halfway close to the end every time. Theoretically, I don't know how I'm supposed to finish when I have to get halfway there. And they didn't get that. They thought I was just bluffing.
I have another philosophical quote that I often like to think about. A lot of people probably know of the Bard of Shakespeare. It's like when we were talking about the wise man and the fool, and everyone had one name back then. Shakespeare was from the town of Shakespeare. That's how he got his name. He was the only one who lived there, so they just called him what his town was called. And he actually, people know him as the Bard who coined terms like doggy style or chicken head in his plays.
The immortal bard, right?
Yes, the immortal Bard. But did you know he was also
He's
a
still
philosopher?
alive.
Because he said philosophical things. For instance, like this one, to be or not to be. He said that.
I mean,
Well, isn't there more to
that's
that
really
one?
the question, though.
That's the question. That was it. Like, to
He
be or
even,
not to
he
be.
even says that after it.
Well, he's looking at the skull, and he's saying he's going to smoke himself, right?
Well,
Like
he
a
knew.
pipe?
He knew. There's a guy that he knew who got smoked, and he's thinking, well, I'm alive, but what is my purpose? What is the difference? Should I continue on, or should I be smoked and get smoked like?
Perhaps he's asking himself if he will be the wise man or the fool.
Was he smoking out of the skull, or what was he smoking out of?
Oh, no, I was meaning he was about to kill himself, and he was looking at his teacher's skull or something.
Oh, I thought he was just asking to be or not to be, and I was like, whoa, that's deep.
It was Yorick.
That's Yorick said that?
No, he was the skull.
I thought it was the prince.
The prince is
Wait,
holding
the skull
Yorick.
said that to him? The skull said that to
Isn't
Hamlet?
the skull?
Well,
isn't the skull Hamlet?
The skull is the fool.
No, the skull is Yorick.
Hamlet's the
But then the
wise man.
skull, this guy is telling me that the skull said that.
No, the skull didn't talk. It was there as like a
Well, it was dead.
metaphor.
Because that was the question.
Yeah.
Okay, it's to be or not to be, and it's like Hamlet bees and the skull not bees. And it's more like, it's kind of like one of those BuzzFeed quizzes of which one are you? Do you be? Because if you be, then you are like Hamlet. And if you not be, then you are like the dead skull Yorick,
Yeah.
who he knew.
No, I think
him.
that one's pretty straightforward there.
But it's pretty philosophical. I think you will admit.
Well, it's so if you are not, then you simply become a skull that your friends hold. But if you are, then you hold the skulls of your friends. So which is the better route to take?
That makes me think of another very philosophical question about death of, is it wrong to die?
I don't know if anyone says it's wrong to die. Does that do?
I say that. I don't want to die at all.
I don't
hate
either. I
that.
think it's a wrong thing to do.
It's a wrong. You should
But
do
it's
that's
not a
awful.
choice. If we all had the choice to live
Yes, it
forever,
is.
would we certainly not choose
Look at that
immortality?
axe. Look at that axe on
We-
the wall here.
We all
at
have a
Dandy's
choice
house.
to live
you
a
could
little
smash
bit
yourself
longer.
with that axe and die, but you shouldn't because it's wrong to die.
Please don't touch my axe. That's my brother's
So
axe.
when
He'll
one
throw a
is
fit.
dying of old age, they simply must decide not to do that.
You must
Or
have a strong
frozen,
will in order
you
to
gotta
not
fight
do it.
against it.
But death comes for us all, does it not?
It comes,
I'm
but
not-
it can swing and miss.
Well,
I think
eventually
it could
you're
swing and
both going to
miss.
die. You realize that, right?
we don't
Only
know
because of our
that.
weakness, maybe.
You don't know. Everyone dies. Everything dies.
I've heard about parallel universes. Maybe there's ones where
I mean,
maybe there's ones
all right.
I'll be able to.
All right, we're getting a little bit deep. All right, let's get hot and heavy. Let's get our hands dirty here. All right, what is the afterlife? What is death? Do we simply die, or do we continue on? Do we reset?
Well, the reason why I'm so scared of death is that I think we just die. So I'm trying not to die. I have, a pretty cushy job. I got things going real smooth for me. You can see me as an example of the wise man here because I'm not rocking the boat. There's a lot of bad stuff around here. There's a path that leads to death. There's a Mobius strip on the other side of the valley, which I suggest you don't fucking go to. You'll get stuck on that thing fucking forever.
Well, we were calling the fire department and everything. They couldn't find you, and then they couldn't get up on it.
There's a kitten that got lost on the Mobius strip.
There's a whole
and the
valley
firemen
down
rescued
there
it.
of hypothetical, shapes.
How did you get off the Mobius strip, by the way?
Okay, well, I kept walking and walking, and there was no edge, and I just. I don't really want to get into it. It's a little bit embarrassing, but eventually I came tumbling down back to ground, but I thought it was above me, and it was, I puked everywhere. It fucking sucks. I got off of it, and that's all that matters.
I was thinking about going to it soon to check it out, just for a nice walk.
You're gonna get more than you bargained for. I mean, everybody likes, all of us philosophers, we like to goof off. Everyone knows that if you put yourself in a box and no one sees you go in or out, no one knows if you're in there, you get high a little. So everyone goes Schrodinger a little bit and messes with that. And but I really
well, if you cannot
need to
see
give a
something,
warning.
does it not exist?
Amateur philosophers should not go on the Mobius strip. All right, leave that to the fucking big guns.
Well, what about the
all right?
Tesseract?
Well, I live in the Tesseract, but
how are we in the Tesseract right now?
Well, you guys saw how that.
No, it's in his room.
Came
it's in his room.
Well, it's a constantly orbiting tesseract. It's hard to explain and visualize because it's functioning.
It's
on
not
so many
hard
more
for me. I
dimensions
can do it
than
very easily. I see it in my head right now.
Well, we have the back porch. Sometimes is the front porch, and then it rotates, and then it's inside the living room. It's just it's a pain. It's a lot to deal with. And my brother keeps saying that he's the one that powers it, and he knows how it all works. He's lying. He's saying that there's new Dorito flavors that he invented that are based off of pumpkin spice, and Dennis Leary's doing a commercial for them, making it up. No, well, Tapatio's real. That's a real Dorito.
I've never seen them.
Well, they're real.
They're photoshopped, I believe.
Yeah, it's okay. Well, I can't lie, so.
That makes me think of a philosophical question of could God make a Photoshop so real even he would think it was real?
I don't think even God wants to pay that ridiculous yearly subscription they're doing now. It's like over $500.
Well, what if God downloaded Affinity, which is much more affordable and has all of the same features, and then he did it in Affinity? Then could he tell if it was real?
What if God gave himself like $10,000 and then he could pay for it?
I got a question for you guys.
Yo.
I got a thought experiment for us to all go with here. Let's say you're walking down a road and you arrive at a fork that splits into two separate paths. When you reach it, you meet two identical twins, each standing at the edge of one of two paths. You've heard there's $1 million at the end of one path, and you're told that the other path leads to certain death. And you also know that out of the two twins, one always tells the truth and the other one always lies. And there's no way you can get to the end of the, there's no way you can scout it out. You just have to go pick one road, and you either die or get $1 million.
Are these like Coors commercial twins?
No, it's like two regular guys looking just like cargo shorts.
Perhaps both of the brothers tell the truth.
Like
and
a
that's the
Sonoma t-shirt.
Maybe one of them has like a Chevrolet.
Well, no, they're
t-shirt
identical.
That's kind of pulled around.
Identical twins, so they're wearing the.
Well, they can wear different
Do
clothes.
identical twins have to wear the same clothes every day?
That's what
No,
makes them identical.
don't have to work.
But do you? I haven't seen your brother in like a week.
Wait, he
I don't know if
told
he
me
wears the
we
same
always-
clothes as you still. I know he used to.
He told me, oh, he always lies. Okay, well, yeah,
You believed
that
him? I
was
thought-
my mistake. It's been so long. I thought we had to wear.
You still haven't caught on? I mean,
I don't know. I'm such a truthful guy. I don't know. That was on me. All right. I guess we don't. Anyways, what is one question you can ask of only one twin that will lead you to the $1 million?
Are you a liar?
No. Oh, is that your answer?
Yeah, that was my answer. But now I see that you'll both say no, so it's actually not really going to help me, is it? Because he's going to lie,
Right.
And you're going to be truthful.
Oh,
So I
also,
can't even ask
I would ask you, wait, hold on. I would ask you, are you telling me the truth?
yes.
Wow.
Wait, I also forgot to say, for some reason, whenever these two twins, it doesn't have to be me, whenever we're at the fork in the road, you can only ask us yes or no questions. I don't know why.
I would say, where's the $1 million?
I would ask you both, if you had a roommate who never did the dishes, what would you do to that roommate to punish
I'd
him?
probably tell you to bring it up. Well, if this is an out of work thing, because the fork in the road stuff's just my 9 to 5. If it was the fork in the road, I'd inform you that I can only answer yes or no questions. If this was in my free time after, I'd say, perhaps if you want to discuss it, we should have a house meeting.
I would ask you, should I leave a note that's kind of passive aggressive, but I kind of just wanted to go to sleep and didn't want to deal with it?
Or perhaps you could just maybe let the dishes pile up passive aggressively, hoping that they will be the one that gets frustrated and then does them all. And when
What would you do if your roommate never believes in flushing the toilet?
Well, I think this is a house meeting thing, and I think you should bring it up with them in maybe in a time that's not recorded.
Is it true that it's inconsiderate for your roommate to not flush the toilet or do the dishes, and also sometimes wears his shoes on the couch? Yes or no?
Okay, are you? Did Randy do that? Because I didn't wear my shoes on the couch.
Or is this something in your home life, Jacques, that you're trying to tell us about? Or is this just philosophy you're doing?
This is just
I
philosophy.
feel like I'm being grilled here.
These aren't passive aggressive questions. They don't have anything to do with anybody. It's just
I feel like
some
I'm being.
philosophy.
These are
No,
hypothetical.
these are not. I feel like you're grilling me here.
So you
Well,
admit
do you
to
do
them.
the dishes?
No, I don't like doing the dishes. Randy told me he was gonna. Oh shit!
Randy doesn't live here.
He said he was.
He comes by and he eats our food. That's
He said
all he
would
does.
He said just leave them in the sink, and then he said he. I'm sorry, that one's on me. Well, you know what? Like,
You got to stop buying into his
you
stuff.
can't just when we're recording start grilling me like this. I feel mistreated. You know.
I mean,
got,
I honestly thought he was doing philosophy.
I got trust issues. You know, because of that time I was in jail, where me and my partner went to jail, and they separated us, and they said if you snitch on your partner, we'll let you go, right, with a lighter sentence. And I assumed that they told my partner that if they snitch on me, then they'll let him go. Now, if we both snitch on each other, we're both doing a lot of time.
That seems like a dilemma to me.
Yeah, but if I don't snitch on him and he doesn't snitch on me, well, then we both go free. But if I snitch on him, then I still got to do some time because I admitted to being an accessory to it. So
Well, did you snitch?
Long story short, neither of us said anything, and I ended up going free. And that was, what, 7 months ago or something? Like, get out of that, and it's...
What did you do to end up there?
Oh, it's a hypothetical.
But that happened to you?
Oh, yeah.
So well, then it was not hypothetical. Then
I
What
was
did
in
you do?
jail for a crime.
That doesn't sound very hypothetical.
Well, with my partner.
Yeah.
No, the hypothetical is he going to snitch on me or not? And
yeah, but what did
should
you
I
do to
snitch
actually do
on
the
him?
crime? Like, what was the crime that you did?
Oh, well, they wanted me to do the time for the crime. But I didn't
But
want
you
to
didn't
do
do. I know that you didn't do the time. I'm just asking, what was the crime?
Well, it was, they had me dead to rights on it.
Well, then I have perhaps a more philosophical question for you. Would be: is it wrong to do a crime?
Oh, not if your partner doesn't snitch on you, and you don't snitch on him. That way you both go free. That's why all the best crime teams in the world are two-man teams.
Well, then I have another question for you. Is it right to be free?
It seems like it seems more likely that you'd be the snitch because you can only tell the truth.
Yeah, that's true. That was really hard. I just didn't say anything. I had to close my mouth. They knew. They wanted me to talk. They wanted me to say anything. Yeah, and I just bit my tongue as hard as I could, you know. But, you know, it's all good, you know, now. Everything. I got out of there. I went straight. I live in a Tesseract. I got stuck on a Mobius strip, you know. Right now, I have a great job that I love, work release, and you know, it's I have to carry a fox, a bag of grain, and a goose across a river every day. And you know, I can't leave the fox with the goose; he eats them, and I can't leave the goose with the grain; he eats that. So it's like, well, I gotta carry all three over the river, but I can only carry one at a time.
Wait, what does the egg eat? Why can't you leave the egg?
There is no egg. It's just the fox.
Oh, it's grain. I thought it was an egg.
No, the goose would eat the grain.
Well, why can't you leave the grain? Because the grain would just hang out there.
Well, yeah, but then I have the fox and the goose alone, and they're gonna.
Oh wait, what's the story? I'm sorry. What's the story with the goose and the fox and the grain? Like who?
That's my job.
Am I the fox? Oh, it's not a hypothetical. Okay.
Yeah, this is something he does every day.
No, this is something I do every day.
Do you have to think about this every day? You come up with a different, different way to do it every day?
Well, because every once in a while, I'll start by taking the grain over, and then I get to the other side of the river, and I'm like, oh, fuck. Randy said Randy said he trained the fox. And I'm like,
this is a frequent problem. A frequent problem for you. Why don't you just make a little boat?
This sounds worse than when you had to, you know, call those races for the tortoise in that Greek film.
Well, Randy told me he trained the fox, but he got me again.
Why don't you just make a boat that has one compartment for a fox that has a cage on it, one compartment for a goose, and one compartment for grain, and just carry that both ways all the time across the river?
Listen, I'm not a manager. I don't have the money for a boat. They gave me a pulley system that only fits one of them at a time. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I have to think about it every day.
You put the goose first, then the grain, and then the fox last. You climb the pulley, and then you hold the fox.
Foxes don't eat grain, right? So why don't you just tape the grain to the fox's belly and just leave the goose, and then you could easily do it.
I don't have any tape.
Well, why don't you get some tape and then do what I said?
Why don't you make the fox eat the grain and then he can hold the grain in his belly?
Well, see, if I want to get some tape, then I got to go to the hardware store, and the Mobius stripper's right there in the way, and I don't even want to get in between it. Also, there's that train station down there, and I don't know who's running it, but there's always people tied to it.
The crossing is always a gamble.
And then there's the.
You might be the one that they stop and you go, hey, you got to pull this lever, make the decision right now.
It always happens. And then you go by the river, and there's that one guy that can't swim in it. And then am I responsible if I don't save him?
And then you got to wonder, like, did you even go anywhere at all? Because to get to the hardware store, you first have to get, you know, an atom's length in front of yourself. But to get from that atom's length, you have to go another atom's length in front of that one. So are you actually moving? Or are you just moving from point to point? Is motion real?
Those Russian guys always want me to torture that girl for world peace or something right over there, and that's a bad neighborhood. I don't want to go around there asking me to torture a girl, saying that it'll give world peace. I don't want to deal with that at all, you know? It's a bad neighborhood. That's all I'm saying.
Well, here's a question for you then. Is it wrong for a good man to go into a bad neighborhood?
Well, I don't think you can blame the good man to going into bad neighborhoods.
Is the neighborhood bad, or is it you mean like normal, and then it becomes bad because a good man is within it? A man who is more good than the neighborhood normally is.
Well, how do you compare a man to a neighborhood in terms of morality?
Exactly.
Oh, no,
neighborhood is constituted of men. So if you took all of the bad people in a bad neighborhood and you flipped them with all the good people in the good neighborhood, then which neighborhood is truly good?
If everyone in the neighborhood does the same things together and they all agree they're okay, then how would that be bad for all of them if they live in harmony and do those things?
They're doing crime together in harmony?
You might
I'm a
call
bad guy.
their actions bad, but if they do them all together and live together peacefully,
That's a
then
good
how?
point.
Wait, are
What
you
if
guys
all
talk-
bad guys live together and they all did a big crime together? It would be okay because everyone's doing the crime.
If they all robbed the local bank together and said it's fun and that we should do this every
Then
single
who's to
week,
say they're
and they all
bad?
live
Are
peacefully,
you guys talking about that neighborhood
Exactly.
down the street where all the houses have numbers on them? They're all a different color. A man of a different nationality lives in each house, and they all drink a different liquid, smoke a different cigarette, and have a different pet. And
yes,
then,
there's 11 houses.
and when you show up to the neighborhood, they ask you to figure out where the zebra is. Because that one's down the street.
Yes.
And they have a
I got to admit,
homeowners.
that's a problem. That's a problem I'm very unfamiliar with.
I can't even leave the house. I get confronted with this shit. You know, and the goose isn't gonna move himself. You know, not with those beans there.
He should be able to fly over.
They clipped his wings. I don't know. And then the
Why
fox
did
has
they do
gotten
that?
fat because I've let him eat like 3 gooses.
Is it wrong for a fox to eat a goose?
Yes, it makes my day longer.
What does a fox know of logistics?
Probably not. Probably doesn't know because it's a question of language now.
Well, understanding can be achieved without language.
And you know what? I like philosophy as much as anybody, but the language stuff can get really annoying. You know?
But what is language if not a form of philosophy?
Right. And then a word represents, you know, the idea of a cat instead of a cat.
word
And
represents a sign, but does that word represent the same sign for every person? No, it doesn't. So the sign can have multiple words,
perhaps the wise.
or is the word the sign itself?
Perhaps
I see what you're saying. It's like what you're saying is like the movie Free Willy, where the whale represented free will, right?
No, the free.
No, because the whale was trapped. He didn't have a choice to leave.
Yeah,
No,
he was
the-
like free will, where he jumps over the thing and then he's free. It's like free will.
No, the whale was named Willy. That's why it was called Free Willy. It had nothing
And then
to
the
do
kid
with free
freed
will.
They couldn't call the whale Will. That's not a whale name. Willie is a whale name. It was just convenient.
the whale wasn't able to escape until he had the help of the kid of Michael Jackson.
Wait, was the kid named Willy?
No, the whale was named Willie,
They
but
both
the
had
kid
the
of Michael
same name.
Jackson freed
Wait.
him so he could jump over the bridge.
Was the kid named Will?
That might be. That's a human name. He might be named that.
Well, that'd be
But
weird.
I just thought that the
if
Will,
he had the same name as a whale.
the whale that was named Free Willy was like a metaphor for having free will because he jumped out and got free.
Does a whale really have free will, though? That's kind of a bad
Is that a
metaphor.
metaphor
If he gets
for
out of
free will? I
captivity,
think
he does.
It's a metaphor for freedom.
But that's free will to get
Well,
out
an
of
animal
the,
is always going to try to escape. It's a
Okay, so the
survival
question is,
instinct.
does a
is there-
whale have
is
free
instinct
will?
free will? Is an instinct free will? Because it's an impulse to do something. You're not considering the other
No,
choices, are
Wait,
you?
free will. Free Willy is a Blu-ray or a DVD.
Blu-ray.
Like I
Oh,
have
I thought you meant a Blu-ray was a sea creature, like a stingray.
No, it is on Blu-ray too, I believe.
It's like they probably have some VHS. That's what. Yeah.
No, but he's a whale, not a Blu-ray. A Blu-ray would live in a different part of the ocean. They don't
No,
have
he's
those
talking
at
about
SeaWorld, I
a
don't think.
disc, like a physical media disc. Not like a stingray. That's not what he's talking about. Like the one that killed Steve Irwin? No, he's not talking about that.
You know, people say stuff like, well, you can't hold a movie in your hands, right? It's a concept, it's a stretch, it's a period of time.
Oh, it's like on the
and
wall.
I say,
It's like
oh,
the-
okay, well, I have Free Willy here on Blu-ray.
So like when the
So I
movie is on the
can.
wall, you know, like when you're watching a projector screen and it's on the wall, that's what Plato was talking about, where it's like a projection of
cave-
a wall
the
in
cave
the cave.
was- he's talking
and
about
you're watching a
movies.
movie. And you're
Oh,
watching Free
yeah.
Willy in the cave, and it's a projection. It's not really Free
Plato
Willy
was
isn't
saying
there.
that Plato was
that's not
saying
a real
that
whale.
the,
That's a
the-
projection.
The world as we know it is a DVD that we watch.
No, the cave
And
isn't as
only-
good as the real world.
No, the cave. He's saying that the cave is a DVD that we watch and we think it's real, but it's not. It's just a DVD.
That's true, because when I was watching that movie, I felt like I was there with him. when he was getting free, but it was just
And you
projected on my
thought
screen.
you knew that.
wall.
Yeah, you thought you
On my
knew
cave
him,
wall.
and he was your friend, but it turns out they were just shadows, and the DVDs were a lie, which your brother probably is a fan of.
No, there's an actual
Dandy.
cave. Wait. Plato's cave.
You've been to
Well, the cave
cave
is real. It wasn't a projection of a cave. It was a projection of a movie that he was saying.
No,
was
it's
in
right by
cave.
the neighborhood. It's
Well, I thought Plato had like a projector in there, and he projects shadows on the wall that from a DVD.
he's got a fire. And first of all, nobody ever says this about the cave. Everyone wants to make cute jokes about Plato's cave, but Plato locks you up, like in chains and shit, and puts you underground and lights a fire in front of a vase. And then you gotta look at the shadow of and he's like, "Oh, is that reality? That's your reality now." And I'm like, "What the fuck's going on, Plato?"
When was the last time you hung out with him? Because the last time I was there, we just watched a movie on a projector.
No, he made me do that. He chained me up. Well, I never actually like met Plato, but my
Oh, 'cause
brother, my brother
I
said
hung out with
that
him, like,
he
a
was
week
a cool
ago.
guy and that this cave rocked and stuff. And
Yeah, I thought it was fun when I was there.
yeah, I mean, he told
pretty
me, "Hey, go
normal.
down there." And it was dark, and then all of a sudden, Plato, I guess, must have shown up in the dark and chained me up.
He made me watch Sophie's Choice. He said, "What would you have done?" And I said, "I don't know. I don't have kids."
I said I would have watched Free Willy instead on Blu-ray, so the quality's excellent.
Plato also he chained us up. He asked if we wanted to be chained up. We said, "Yeah, we want the full experience." And then he played the Pit DLC in Fallout 3, and he said, "What would you do in this situation?"
I don't
And
know.
I said I would have left the baby because I would not give the child to the community to be sacrificed.
Yeah. Well, he's always talking about, Fable was his favorite video game, and saying, "Oh, look at my horns, aren't I bad? Look at my halo, aren't I a good guy?" Like narrating the whole thing as he played. He really
He also says, no matter what you say, he said, well, regardless of what you think, this is a fictional game, and these choices do not really matter, so you can do whatever you want. He argued that the game should be much more violent, and you should be able to do even more evil things.
Yeah, he was really weird about it.
That's why he's also very fond of the Grand Theft Auto series. He said Tommy Vercetti is basically the ideal man. Because you can do whatever you please, he said. But there are no consequences because he does not exist.
Do you gentlemen mind if I pose a thought experiment to you?
I love to do thought experiments to help me think about my philosophy.
It's a little bit of a thought experiment, but it's also my answer to a thought experiment of a famous thought experiment called Fester's Demon. Now, Finky Fester was one of my favorite philosophers I've read about on Wikipedia. He was a good, normal man. He had both the ability, if you can believe this, to tell the truth and to lie. And he was born completely alone, without a twin. I can't even imagine the chances of that happening. But despite his handicap of being born alone, Finky Fester dedicated his life to scholarly pursuits in 18th century Austria, where logic and science weren't always celebrated. All the jobs in the university were full, so he was forced to work for the Habsburg family, sweating it out for 15 years in the incest mines. It was disgusting. They didn't even let you wash your hands, and you had to wear black socks while you did what you did. And it was here, working in the incest mines for 8 hours a day, that Finky Fester thought of the genius thought experiment, Fester's Demon, which everyone knows. And for those of you who don't know, I'll fill you in on some of the...
I know what the demon is.
I'd like to hear it again just to refresh my philosopher's mind.
Now, as we know, we may regard the present state of the universe as the effect of its past and then the cause of its future. An intellect, a hypothetical intellect, which at a certain moment would know all the forces that set nature in motion and all positions of all items of which nature is composed, if this intellect, hypothetical as it be, were also vast enough to submit this data it's able to observe to analysis, it would embrace in a single formula the movements of the greatest bodies of the universe and those of the tiniest atom.
For such an intellect, nothing would be uncertain, and the future, just like the past, would be present before its eyes. Now, sitting in front of such an intellect, which we call Fester's demon, Finky Fester believed that this intellect would be able to exactly know the last time that you jacked off just by looking at you. It would know with certainty how you jacked off if you used any sexy tools or goof off material. It would know if you went switch hitter or underhanded, if you used lotion or hit it freestyle. It would know if you creamed in a towel or in your pants or you just let it loose on the drywall. The hypothetical Fester's demon would know if you jacked off into computer paper, maybe, and folded it up into a little boat and put it into your desk trash, the little trash can, to kind of get stuck to the bottom. Fester's demon would know all of this, and would know every jack off moment you would ever have in the future.
Would Fester's demon know of the effects of someone finding that stuff and what would happen to me?
Yes. Fester's demon
Does Fester's demon intervene?
No, it is simply an observer.
So why is it a demon?
Well, it's nasty.
Why is it nasty? I think it's transcendent.
Because it knows
That's
all
almost godlike. To know everything, that's godlike, is it not?
But then it just sits there and doesn't do anything with it. It just wants to make you feel kind of bad. Is
It
that
lets
what
the
does?
universe play. It does it, but we don't know. I mean, it's not its fault that it knows everything. It's just seeing it, and it's not trying to bug us. If it wanted to be nasty, it'd bug us and say, "Hey, bastard! Like, I know what you're up to, you nasty little bastard. I know what you're doing in there." But it's not
Does
saying
it
anything.
say stuff like that? It just doesn't say anything?
Doesn't say
No,
anything.
it doesn't say anything. So I'm saying I think it doesn't seem very demonic. It kind of just seems like a being that is cursed to know all that there is to know.
Let me ask you this, Jock. What is the nastiest porno in the world?
Girls Gone Wild, probably.
Okay, now let's say Fester's demon knows intrinsically what they would all be because he has complete mastery of the equations of the universe, and without even having to see them would automatically know every nasty thing in the world. Fester's demon would be able to know what everyone's Johnsons look like. Fester's demon would, know all kinds of nasty facts. Does that sound like an angel to you?
Well, you'd also know of all of the beauty in the world. You cannot know all without knowing the good and the bad.
Yeah, but it knows so much nasty little stuff. And
angels know that stuff too.
Yeah, but angels help.
I mean, I don't know if you know. Maybe they don't. How do we know they help?
Well, I've never met an angel.
Have you ever met a demon?
I've met Fester's demon.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
What did you do?
Yeah,
Did you
what
just
did he
sit
look
there
like?
down? It doesn't
Well, he
seem
was,
very fun. He doesn't
you know,
talk.
Pretty honestly, the only demon I've ever saw, but he's pretty much a classic demon. Like
what does that mean?
Redskin,
Like the forked tongue and like the
yeah,
pointy
goat
tail.
feet.
Oh, wow.
Goat feet, pointy tail. He had a pitchfork.
Oh wow, he
And
really
I
does
was-
sound like a demon. All right, well, I
And-
mean,
and
that
so
tells
I
that.
go-
That's all you had to tell me. I didn't know you actually saw him.
Well, he was on the Mobius strip. He was a little bit ahead of me, so I didn't catch. I caught up to him and I talked to him a little bit, but
He didn't
was
say
just going
anything?
answer. No.
Oh man, he probably just
I
wanted to be
said-
left alone. He probably goes to the Mobius strip to think.
Well, he had the pitchfork, and I'm like, don't you think that's a little played out? And he didn't say anything. No, but he looked at
Well,
me
you
with like a
you probably
look.
wouldn't expect demons to look like that. Like you're like, oh, there's no way that someone would go for that, and he does it and so you don't expect that. So it's kind of unexpected, which is
He
perfect
gave me that
for
look.
Yeah.
He gave me that look that let me know that he knew what I've been up to. Like he knew. So
Yeah, he knows that everyone in the world is doing that. He knows how commonplace it is.
No,
People
but
are
if
way
you
more
would have
sick-
got, if you would have got the look, you'd know too.
I just feel like that. If he's being judgmental, that's a little ridiculous because he knows all the nasty stuff people are doing and hiding from each other. He knows it's way more commonplace than people think, and that people put up this facade that they're not nasty or gross, but they're constantly thinking about nasty and gross stuff and busting in big pairs of cans and everything like that. And he knows that everyone's into that stuff. He probably is too. So how's he going to be judgmental like that? He's like an omnipresent, all-knowing being that's everywhere. So how could you even think that there's any good or bad? Everything is just existence to him.
Yeah, I would say, Dandy, that we began this conversation talking about the concept of a mere and simple baby. And that little baby of which we spoke, he didn't say anything about
It
anything.
sounds like
but he was
the
a
baby
wise
might
man.
be Fester's demon.
Exactly. How am I to know that a baby is not Fester's demon? Because maybe that demon is a little bit too on the nose, and that's not even Fester's demon you
The
saw.
baby
That was just a
doesn't
normal
have a pitchfork.
That was just a quiet demon. Yeah, but Fester's demon is a little on the nose, like, oh, I have red skin and a pitchfork. Don't you think that the real Fester's demon might take the facade of an ordinary baby in order to really stare you
And
down?
also, why is Fester's demon doing all of that? Like, why is it observing? Like, is it getting paid? Does it want
I
money?
don't know.
Does it love
He
money?
just knows. Listen, the whole point I brought up Fester's demon is because, you know, I often get asked if I can prove that I always tell the truth, but I can't prove it. I can only speak the truth, right? So people always think that I'm the liar and my brother is the one telling the truth. What I'm trying to say is that we can get Fester's demon to follow me around, and we get him to talk. He can confirm to people that I'm the one telling the truth.
I doubt
all
he's going to talk.
eternity,
Though.
he's never talked.
Why would he involve himself at all? That's too
And you know,
dangerous.
people, the number one counter to Fester's demon, people say, you know, well, it's chaos theory. All this stuff happening, it can't be predicted or controlled. And to me, that's not even an issue at all, because chaos theory is the Fester demon's favorite album.
Oh, I think I see what you're saying now.
Yeah.
So really, if the Fester's demon knows everything and it's all about chaos, but here's what I don't get. If he knows all, then wouldn't he know the order of everything? So there truly is order and not chaos.
Oh, wait, hold on a second, guys. My brother's calling me outside. Maybe there's somebody at the fork in the road. Hold on a second. Let me get...
Where's he going? We're like right in the middle of like doing this show.
Hey, that guy. Yeah. Hey, it's nice to meet you guys. I'm Randy. How you doing there?
Wait a second, you look just like Dandy.
Yeah, that guy. He's
Randy,
a fucking,
why don't you do the dishes?
He's a fucking liar, ain't he? Yeah, I'm gonna do the dishes, man. I wanted to like come in and say hi and stuff first.
Okay, well, Randy, we were actually just doing thought experiments with your brother, so would you mind
Wait a second.
if I give you an experiment?
He's lying. That's his thing.
No, Dandy's the liar, man.
What?
I'm sure he's been telling you
he's
guys.
not
No,
lying
he's
to us?
truthful.
Yeah, no, I tell the truth.
Yeah, but
Well,
listen, Ted, give us one reason why we should believe what Dandy has to say.
Well, I'm not sure what to believe from either of them, but that's why I think I want to ask this little thought experiment, and maybe we can judge Randy's morality from his answer to the experiment.
Yeah, shoot.
Okay. Randy, you are but a humble caveman living in the days of the caveman. You are hanging out around your fire.
That's right.
Which is a new model just invented. And you are doing other caveman things like holding your club and talking about the news and eating a big meal. Now,
What about hunting?
you just did some hunting, so you got a big meal to eat.
Oh, okay.
Now, suddenly a man appears in the distance. He is wearing clothes that are quite unfamiliar to you and your fellow cavemans. When he gets near, he says, "Hello, I am the smartest scientist from Harvard University. Here in my hand, I have the legendary iPhone. If it can take pictures and it has 4G and you can see some email on it. Understandably, you and your friends believe this man to be a fool. However, the question arises, is he a fool? Or is he the wise man and you and your caveman pals are the fool?"
Okay.
I'll let you go first, Randy.
I am a caveman, and you know, if a guy wanted to give me, I already have like fucking 10 of the newest iPhones. I already have them.
But in this thought
Like-
experiment, you don't have it yet.
Well, they're in the mail.
Okay, they might be in the mail, but you don't have them in that experiment. So the iPhone looks real too when he shows you.
Yeah. No, that's what's up. I'm a caveman. I've been a caveman like my whole life, so it's like easy
Wait,
for
so
me
you're
to
not
answer.
a cave. He's a liar. I think that Randy's lying to us right
Well,
now.
no, you can see like I don't have like the club and the furs. You know, when I kind of came here, I just, you know, I got these khakis.
Wait, maybe you're telling the truth, and this is a man cave that we're in.
This is like a Billabong shirt.
I wear
That
a
is-
lot of like Quicksilver.
That does say Billabong on the shirt, unless it's fake. Is that Philabong? Is that fake?
I can like surf like those Maui waves, you know?
Oh, like smoking weed is?
No, like big ones. Are you holding though?
No, I mean, it depends on who's asking.
Yeah.
Is this Dandy or Randy?
Oh, I'm dandy.
Well, you're Dandy.
I
No,
mean,
you're not. You just said you were Randy. Oh my God.
yeah, this is not confusing for me at all either.
I feel like I'm doing philosophy in real time.
So, are you holding or not?
Let me ask you a parable that might let you know the answer. Could God smoke a weed so big that even he would get high off of it?
Well, who's to say that God is big or large? God can be a mere neuron size
Well, then that big
Some
weed would
people-
make him so high.
or neutron,
of-
whatever they're
lot
called.
of-
I'm not a scientist. I'm only a philosopher.
Some people say God is a woman, and women are on average.
No, I think women are only humans and animals.
Well,
women and men. I think God
let
is
me
probably
finish.
just a god.
Well, on average, women are twice as small as men. So I don't think God would be big in that respect. I think he'd be like 5'6", or like 5'8" in heels.
You know, Randy, it's kind of exhausting to talk
So
to
you think
you.
like he's a cute little piece, or he's like he's small but he's got big dick energy?
You know, I can tell you guys love me and think I'm the greatest, but I'm gonna go kick Dandy's ass or whatever. I don't care. I'm over this. I'll be back later to wash the dishes.
Oh, thank you. Your brother
yeah.
doesn't do them, so
All right, I will smell you later. I will physically actually do that. Peace.
man, Randy's so cool.
Was that Randy? I think it was him.
I know. I've never actually seen them together.
What if both times it was Dandy?
Maybe he's lying both times.
Hey guys,
Maybe he's a real
did
liar.
Randy come in here?
He
Yeah.
said he did. I don't
Yeah,
know if
he
he's a
did.
liar or not.
Dandy.
Where is he right now? Me and him are supposed to go on rocket trips right now. We got the 2 rockets outside. We're gonna see who's older at the end of it, right? I'm gonna go around a black
You're going
hole.
to space?
Yeah. We got to see who's older.
So you
at the
go-
end of this.
Wait, how? Why would you not be the same age? What?
Well, I'm gonna go around a black hole, right? And that'll make time look different or something for like 20 years. And then he's gonna go around the Earth for like 20 years. I
Oh,
said,
it seems like he picked the easy one.
well, I said, Randy, you can just stay at home and I'll just be back in 20 years. But he's like, if you get to ride a rocket, I get to ride a rocket. So here we are.
Well, I
So-
guess we won't see you for a while.
Or
Yeah,
maybe
actually-
he'll be back tomorrow. We don't know.
Who's gonna watch the
Yeah.
money path with the $1 million?
Actually need to grab this equipment here.
Well, they'll
'cause
just
I
put up
will-
a couple of orange barrels, I'm sure.
Can you guys just put up
need
a
to
sign?
grab this.
Can you guys just
If
put
you
up a sign
hand
that says
me
which
that
way the
one
$1 million
right there.
is?
Well, here's the thing. Me and him are both gonna put signs, and
The
That
signs,
probably won't
the signs
work.
will probably say, "Don't believe the other signs; they're lying."
yeah.
So it's like a rabbit season, duck season kind of thing.
Well, it's probably just gonna be I'm gonna put a sign near the side that leads to death and says this leads to death.
Well, now that you
And
said
then,
it, I kind of realized that you could have
and
just
then-
put signs there the whole time. You didn't really need this job to begin with.
Well, also I'm not really quite sure. No, my job is with the fox and the goose and the gray.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
This is just me protecting people from Randy killing them.
Well, I gotta actually go buy more pipe tobacco. My girlfriend's gonna show me her new blouse and take it off for me, so I gotta head out too.
So sick.
I think I'm just gonna go think about some philosophies. So I'll see
All
you
right,
guys.
I'm gonna go
around.
around a black hole for 20 years so I can prove to Randy that I'm older. So taking all this equipment here, getting all this recording stuff. And everyone, this has been the first episode and last episode of The Fool and the Wise Man. I'd like to thank my guests, Randy and 2 other gentlemen.
This is not a bit. I'm not doing a bit. It's exhausting to suggest I'm doing a bit. If you still want to suggest I'm doing a bit, it's not a bit. So listen up, you slack-jawed podcast fans. My name is Alex Branson. I'm one of the hosts of E1, and I have written a novel. It's going to be published by Rare Bird on November 10th. It is called Water Wasted. And if you can't wait till November 10th, they are selling signed copies at rarebirdlit.com. Those signed books will ship in early October. So that'll be available about a month earlier than the official release will be on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and in independent bookstores. All right. What's this episode about? What's this one? I mean, if chips worked, why can't... All right, on to the show.
The following is an archived podcast presented by the Branson and Hudson Foundation for Podcast Recovery. This podcast is entitled Where the Briar Leads. It is the first and only episode of the podcast. Welcome to episode 1.
All right, everyone take your seats. Hello, hello. Yes, okay, right here. Perfect. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Where the Briar Leads, an old-fashioned storytelling roundtable for children where we spin classic yarns, tall tales, fables, and other whimsical stories for whippersnappers and their parents. It's a little bit of a, well, yeah, I hate to say it, a little bit of a sparse crowd today, but I do see some kids here. Most are asleep, but you know what they say, the show must go on. We are here at the Story Festival here in Terre Haute, and we were originally supposed to go on at 6 p.m. on the main stage, but we got bumped for that band. What band was it that was playing? It was Grand Funk Railroad, I think?
Well, also the Plum Dandies opened.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, they went on after, and, but don't fret. The Story Festival is a long tradition, and it's about stories. It started with just telling stories, and it may be a little bit different now, but Story Festival is always about the stories, so we must tell them now. It's currently 2 o'clock in the morning, and we don't want to keep you folks and your kiddies up much longer, so let's introduce ourselves, and we'll begin to tell you all some stories. I have 3 great storytellers here. My name is Billy Whippet. I'm a professor of American folklore, but here I like to do a little bit of Aesop's fables. I am joined by Jensen Cedarwood. Hello, Jensen.
Hello, friends.
All right, and then also by Tesco Coppermug.
Hello, Bill. I'm just really happy to be here. You know, I'm the 15th generation descended from wizards from Kentucky, so I always really have liked telling these stories that I consider kind of to be like family history, you know?
Right. And last, but definitely not least, my close personal friend, Squeeno. Hello, Squeeno.
My name is Squeeno, and I'm a reader.
Perfect. Gentlemen, we got a good crowd here today. Let's go ahead and start telling some stories. Who would like to go first?
Well, I can begin. I have a little bit of a kind of a favorite, a bit of a zinger, if you will.
It's a good opener. Go ahead.
Please do.
We started out with a little bit of kind of a classic structure, kind of, I don't know, you know, a lot of these stories carry certain morality to them, which are passed down from generation to generation, which is one aspect about them that we love. But this one is called The Golden Baby. So, okay, you all need a nice drink, right? Okay. Well, I actually have a sip of mine, too.
You go right ahead and help yourself, okay?
Wet your whistle.
It's a lemon beer. Wonderful.
Oh, wonderful. A Radler?
I don't know. I'm not sure. What is that? Anyway, this is the Golden Baby. All right, everyone quiet now. Once there was a large kingdom ruled by a king and queen. One day, in one of the many villages in this great kingdom, a baby was born to a peasant mother. This baby was not like any other child seen before. This baby was special because he was made entirely of gold. When the king learned of the news of this golden baby, he knew he had to see this treasure child. He ordered his men to bring the child to his court so he could then melt down the baby into a big gold chain.
However, the queen would not hear of such a thing. The queen did not let the king melt down the golden baby into a huge chain to wear at all. The queen instead adopted the child and assured the mother it would have a long and wonderful life in the palace. The king knew he would have to wait for the golden baby to grow up and become old and simply die before he could have his chain. Oh, how long I must wait, the king thought. Eventually, the baby was finally a very old man, and he died too, before the king died. His health was poor because his golden body. With the golden man finally dead, the queen let the king have his body to make him into something that would last forever. At last, the king said, I have my chain. Isn't it beautiful? However, when the king finally put on that golden chain, the chain he waited a lifetime for, it killed him. As it was found, the king was allergic to gold.
All right,
That's
everyone
an
may
interesting
clap.
story. I mean, did the king never have a crown, or was his crown made of a gold alternative? Or
I think he was perhaps, I mean, I don't like to read too much into the details, but perhaps he was lied to that his crown was gold. Perhaps it was a fool's gold, because to me, I think this king was quite the fool.
you know, I don't want to distract.
Well, you got to rule over something.
I don't want to distract from the storytelling here, but when I said earlier that I was descended from wizards in Kentucky, I got a lot of looks from the parents in the audience who thought that maybe I was talking about the clan or something.
Oh,
But I just
okay,
wanted to
all right,
say that I
well,
meant like a normal wizard, like
why
an
don't we just,
actual magical wizard. I've faced this kind of discrimination for centuries now. My family
No
has.
one would
Tesco,
We're,
let's...
we're kind of here to tell stories to children, Tesco.
Well,
if
I
you
wouldn't have
could.
brought it up, but I just saw the looks that I
I'm
was
not
getting.
even.
Not the
I'm not even
place.
sure why you brought up your backstory at all.
Well, a lot of people think that wizards only come from Europe, but there's actually a lot of American wizards, and they're not racist ones. They're just normal.
I have a story
wizards.
I'd like to read.
Please.
Well,
Go
if you
ahead.
have it, Tesco, if you would, why don't you write down that story and maybe we'll read it on the show.
That's a great idea. Thank you, Squeeno.
Well, I'll read that up maybe on the autobiography show, not the Fable show. But
As you wish.
Well, many personal stories or biographies over time, over long spans of time, might eventually become fables or myths or legend.
This story is titled "The Pig and His Bottled Beer."
Ooh.
On a stump in the forest sat a large pink pig with a cute curly tail. He snorted and oinked in glee as he sat on his stump in the forest, laughing and singing, hoping the entire forest would see him. Nearby, however, a rabbit was in his burrow attempting to get some sleep, but he could not. The pig was simply making too much of a commotion, laughing and singing on his stump. Begrudgingly, the rabbit exited his burrow to interrogate this happy pig. The pig did not even notice the rabbit. He was so enraptured by song and glee. "Excuse me," the rabbit said, "Mr. Pig?" The pig simply continued his song. That's when the rabbit noticed something strange. The pig appeared to be hoisting a small brown bottle in his front hooves and twirling it around. Bottled beer, if the beer is here, the pig will cheer, the pig sang. The rabbit poked the pig on his leg to get his attention. "Ah, what do you want? Don't you see I'm trying to enjoy my bottled beer here?" the pig yelled. "How are you enjoying it?" the rabbit asked. "The cap is still on. You aren't even drinking it. You're just waving it around and singing." "I'm going to drink it later," the pig said matter-of-factly. I just don't know why you're making such a display of your bottled beer when you haven't even tasted but a drop of it," the rabbit stated. "Listen, rabbit," the pig said.
I know what beer tastes like. I've had tons of beers. More beers than you would ever believe. If you even tried to drink the amount of beer that I drink on an average night, you'd throw up and die. I've been to like 7 parties. I pop that shit, suck that shit down like it's water for me because it is. And also, I don't even get drunk off of them anymore. I get so effing pumped when I go to see a beer because it makes me feel like the man to drink a beer. Anything can happen on a beer night. So many stories. You can meet girls and stuff, and they're more likely to do sexual things with you because they are also off beer, and they make more impulsive decisions because they are drinking beer, and it makes their decision making worse. And sometimes, sometimes their decision making gets so bad that they want to sleep with you. Interesting, the rabbit said. Perhaps you could spend your time improving your personality and overall physical attractiveness so that you could meet women instead, and then you wouldn't have to drink that vile brew that is beer. The pig placed his hoof onto his chin and appeared in deep thought. You know what, Rabbit? The pig began. Maybe you are right. The pig hopped off the stump and approached the rabbit. He leaned down and smiled. The rabbit smiled back, happy that the pig would stop making so much noise so that he could go back to sleep. And as the rabbit turned to head back to his burrow, the pig stomped the rabbit with his mighty hooves, trapping the rabbit by his puffy tail. Then he brought the bottle of beer down on the rabbit's head, crushing it instantly. Then he stood up and laughed and laughed and laughed, and he laughed so hard that he threw up on the rabbit. Thinking that that wasn't enough, the pig began also urinating on the dead rabbit, and it smelled like vitamins. After all that was taken care of, the pig began to sing, "Bottled beer, bottled beer." The moral of the story is, mind your own business.
Wow.
Certainly the rabbit could have just, maybe tucked his big long ears into his ear holes and maybe ignored the whole thing.
Classic Aesop fable.
I'm craving a beer right now.
Oh, Squeeno. Careful, it's only 3 a.m.
I know.
Squeeno always carries around that satchel full of them.
Squeeno, I'm kind of craving one of your fables, actually, if you wouldn't mind treating us.
Oh, of course. Let me just get my tablet out here. I just got it. I don't know how to use it. I'm not a tech person, but
I think we're all old heads here. We're all used to our moleskins and our canvas and parchments.
That's correct. I prefer the tactile nature feel of an object I can create with myself instead of a flashy light slate here. But, I've got to move on, and this is the easiest way to carry my stories. So let's get started. This one, I'm just so delighted to bring you because this one I've read several times before in preparation for this. And I just can't get it out of my head, and it brings me such joy to bring it to you. This one is called Chewy Moss. As one word, Chewy Moss.
Ooh.
The
I haven't heard this one.
of Chewy Moss is a tale that's said to be 100, sometimes 1,000s of years old. Chewy Moss is a creature so bad, so monstrous, so of legend that people from all over the globe would gather to hunt the beast, of course. And also, of course, nobody had actually ever seen it. But people who disappeared claimed it was Chewy Moss. Rumors say Chewy Moss is 50 feet tall. Some say Chewy Moss gobbles up people whole for just its multivitamin. A human person is not even enough to qualify as a meal. Some say it's just an mad old man, run away from the rest of society, and living alone with himself has warped him into a mean guy. Anyway, on one particular of these Chewy Moss hunts, there was a man named Rosian Patanga. Now, Rosian was a carpenter, specialized in making crosses. He was the #1 crossmaker in the Tri-County area. Rojan, at some point in this hunt, was split from the group. Wanderlust or something or another. And before he knew it, he was at a forest spring. And there was someone else, a woman, and a woman who seemingly knew nothing of decency, for she was nude. She giggled at the sight of another, at Rojan. She seemed to act sprightly, for she danced sprightly around the spring. She began to swim in the spring so elegantly, like nothing that Rojan Patanga, small-town poor boy, had ever seen. And for the record, would he ever see, so he stood silent. And she swam, and she swam, and she swam, and he observed, and he observed, and he observed, entranced, but also almost diplomatically. When he was done swimming, she dried off with a large star-shaped leaf and began to equip layers upon layers of pelt and moss and scrap and accessory, and the previous appearance had completely disappeared. She now looked nothing like man or woman, just a hulking, massive beast in the forest. And in a booming, genderless voice, he said, "I am Chewy Moss. I am delighted to meet someone like you." It was hours later when Rojan Patanga walked back into town with a large corpse in tow, nothing anybody had ever seen before, and the town showered him with riches for the rest of his life. The end.
Wow. Is that like a get-rich-quick kind of story, I guess?